For the defendant, and the Schabusiness is here as well. So we're on the court's calendar this morning.
Or maybe I didn't hit the music. I'm so stupid. I hit the wrong thing. You know what I did? Look, I changed the top right instead of live. I put the expert up there.
Nice. I love it.
Oh man, stupid. It's stupid. So anyway, everybody, listen. This was going to happen. Let's see. So you're controlling the volume, right, Shiz?
Yes. I can.
Oh, cool. So, all right, guys. So here's what's happening right now. Trial starting right now. Shizzy's got. We are streaming from Shizzy's screen on my feed. I don't know what Al Gore did here. This is awesome. So we're keeping this going. Yeah, and right now this is what's happening. It's because I've got to go at 9:45. I got to go pick up and go to the doctor's. So yeah, man, Shizzy, dude, you're awesome. I appreciate you. Oh, hey, look who's back. Look at this. Here's this chick. Now I had a problem with her.
What was it? Her perfect jawline?
She could. She's mean looking, but
yeah, she does look a little mean. She looks like my cousin.
I like that today she's not wearing her jacket, her frumpy jacket. But,
well, that's because she had that white T-shirt on.
And she started yesterday about like, well, there were some things that were concerning to us about her search history, and that became a big thing on Twitter last night. Because you know, I saw you in the chat. It's like you can't be blamed for your search history.
No,
you know,
no. My search history would be insane looking.
Well, here's the thing. Does anything she looked for have anything to do with what happened? Like, did she look how to? I mean, just because you looked up Jeffrey Dahmer doesn't mean that you wanted to learn recipes on how to cook your boyfriend.
So she's looking at the originals. Do you have a copy that I can look
at? Okay, so I was just seeing what he was talking about. I mean, well, it depends on the context of what the search history was. I mean, if
let's go back one further. Did she do it? Or was it somebody else had her access to her phone?
It could have been anybody.
They haven't proven that.
Was it her phone or her computer?
Her phone.
Two different things. And I mean, look at some of the stupid memes I've put up on Twitter.
Dude, look at me, man.
The question that I had for the attorneys is if there's a way to identify.
Oh, look at all the bracelets he's got on.
When these
I didn't notice that before.
First of all, my exhibits are not numbered.
So I told Yaya I was gone until this afternoon.
Is exhibit 95.
So
is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean she should be fine. Yaya is pretty awesome. I was enjoying her commentary yesterday.
You can tell when she starts to relax.
Yeah.
You know, she's like, hey, high school is right across the street from me, and she went out and showed it.
I know.
I mean, we saw where Schabusiness and the guy that she cut up went to high school.
Does that tell me when this was searched?
Yes.
Judge must have kids. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Kendra, how are you doing?
Hey, Kendra. Good to see you.
Darth is here. He came back to the galaxy.
Yeah.
He's out doing his Sith Lord thing.
I know.
Beagle Girl, how are you?
Good morning, Beagle Girl.
Spice, Keith Gregory.
I promise not to be as spicy as I was in chat yesterday. I was having fun while working.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
These were looked at. And so first of all, as far as Exhibit 100, are these searches or something else?
These are something else.
What are
that is a very interesting top too.
These are you referencing
she got the pink Apple Watch?
Or are you referencing the information?
Matches her shirt, right? So she has different bands.
Yes.
That's a good question.
Yamaha, how you doing, bud?
First of all, are the photographs affiliated with the information?
Oh, wait a second. Where am I hearing?
You're extracting something, and
I'm stupid. You know that? Of course you know that.
From the phone, and
but I was listening. I was like, something sounds a little off. Well, I'm listening to background twice.
From phone and affiliated with the search.
I know that feeling. It sounds okay over here to me.
Sounds a lot better now that I turned my volume off.
What's done on Google's end when I wrote the warrant.
So you're not able to, the question I'm driving towards is, how do we know when these were accessed by the defendant through the defendant's phone? And you're not able to tell me that.
Correct.
Oh,
Judge, I
Yes,
think
sir.
I might be able to clarify with a couple of questions. The exhibit that you see in front of you, Exhibit 100, that has those photos, and then they all have a date associated with them. I think of March 8th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is the date after the phone was seized from Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
Correct.
Now, that is an extraction
False
report
warrant.
built upon the return that you received from the Google warrant, right?
Correct.
Now, did you also review an extraction report from the phone itself?
Yes.
And when you looked at the extraction report from the phone itself, were you able to find dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And when you looked at the phone itself, what were the dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Was February 6th, February 12th, and February 13th.
And are those consistent with the dates of the searches for information on Jeffrey Dahmer that you saw both in the phone and on the Google warrant?
Yes.
be right back.
Now,
I'm going
do
to grab
you
some
know
coffee.
why
Okay.
the March 8th, 2022 date was assigned by Google when you received that from the warrant?
No.
But I just want to confirm that you did two separate searches. One is the phone itself, and then there's a second that is from the Google warrant, correct?
Correct.
And the exhibit that you have in front of you, 100, that's from the Google warrant, not from the phone itself.
Correct.
Mr. Fraley, do you have any questions to voir dire this witness regarding these exhibits?
Well, I asked yesterday for copies, but I don't have them, so I'll have to take a look. Can I look at those?
Sure.
Can I approach your honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, guys, this is a really important thing that happened. This was a big thing for me when this happened. I was like, wait a second, there's a lot of problems here. Then last night, Twitter took center stage on this. And this wasn't brought into evidence. Like, she just says, oh, yeah, well, I searched on her phone, and she had searches for the KKK. What's the KKK have
Call you
anything to do with
Officer
this trial?
Liberta or Miss Liberta?
Miss Liberta is fine, thank you.
Jeffrey Dahmer, same question.
This Exhibit 100, it's a extraction report, and it says Google warrant
Yes,
return,
Emily.
correct?
Correct.
And this is information that is directly from Google,
Correct.
and it shows different searches. Is that fair?
Yes.
Who made the searches? Does she have control of her phone
It's
at all
got-
times?
Like,
Right. That
byte
becomes the big
size, correct?
question.
And this ultimately is you don't
the
want the
number of bytes.
government, this chick
I
right
would
here,
have to look at
making
and then
assumptions.
it's got a modified date on there. Is that fair?
Right.
that. I know. Yes.
And it's got a source file, correct?
So this could be very prejudicial, and
I'd have to
I
look
think
at it
that's
again.
a
And then it's
good
got
argument on the
pixel
defense's
resolution,
part.
correct?
I'd have to look at it again.
And these are basically thumbnail pictures or photos.
I'd have to look at it again.
You sure were ready to jump at it yesterday.
Yeah. Well, she also has to couch what she's doing. Couch.
Okay, I see bytes.
Right?
Size.
Poppy, how are you?
Different categories, correct?
Different
I love
categories,
Poppy's
yes.
avatar.
All the things that I just asked you about,
Yeah.
is that fair?
Why so serious?
I love
Yes.
the Joker.
This, this March 8th, 2022 date,
Daisy girl.
that is the date that the cell phone that is associated with these pictures was seized?
What is the question?
Oh my
That
gosh.
March 8th, 2022 date?
Well, yeah,
is
we
that
can
the
always
date
have them
that's
snipe us.
associated with when the phone was seized?
No,
Corresponds with those pictures?
it is not the date that the phone was seized.
Okay. What is that March 8th, 2022 date then? Do you know?
It says it is a modified, and then it has the date.
Okay. Do you know what that means, modified?
No,
I think you said these other dates, February 6th, February 12th, February 13th of 2022. What were those dates?
those were the dates that searches for Jeffrey Dahmer or Jeffrey Dahmer in some way were done.
And is that what's on that Exhibit 100?
No,
Okay. No other questions?
Okay,
Judge, I do have as an additional exhibit for the court, a report that was generated from the phone itself, which quite clearly shows the date stamp associated with some of these photos, and particularly the date stamp associated with Exhibit 101, which is the large picture that the state intended to address. So I can provide that to the court if it alleviates any concerns regarding the date of that particular photo. Ms. Lubert, I'm showing you this memorandum as Exhibit 102.
White Rabbit's got her iPod,
This is the
iPad.
Celebrate report extraction.
Just show me what
of
Daisy
the
Girl
device
said.
Screenshots taken by forensic
Okay.
computer analyst Danowski.
And those are the screenshots that you testified to yesterday that you reviewed when you were doing your analysis of the phone extract itself, correct?
Correct.
And in that exhibit, are there a number of photographs depicted of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And those have date stamps associated with them?
Yes.
Google, and those are in the Google Photos section of the device, is that right?
Correct.
And what is the date stamp associated with the picture of Ms. Schabusiness holding a cell phone photo of Jeffrey Dahmer next to her head and smiling?
Saturday, February 12th, 2022.
Thank you. I have no further questions on that point.
can the board hear the witness on that, Mr. Britt?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Liberta, does it indicate on this Exhibit 102 extraction report, created 3/2 of 22? Says that, right?
On the bottom, correct.
Okay. Says it on the bottom of page 1, page 2, and page 3. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Just to clarify, that 3/2/22 date, is that the date that analyst Danowski created these screenshots?
Yes.
Okay, you can sit down. Was the state intending to call your other witness or have your other witness?
I think only if the court has concerns on this issue and as a predicate to admitting this testimony, I could call analyst Danowski if the court wishes.
Yeah, I'd like to have her called, so.
Sure.
Okay.
What's that? You can have that, yeah.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, not before the court, so help you God. I do. Please state your name.
Oh,
for the
look who's back.
Hello, Vanelski.
Okay, Ms. Danielski,
Thank you.
I'm going to give you exhibits 99 and 100. I just had a couple of questions
Sure.
for you. I'm looking at the exhibit, I think it's 100. It's got the thumbnail photos on. And
Wow.
we've been talking a little bit about this exhibit.
What did you just say?
I said, wow, look at her.
A date.
Oh, I thought they said something with the trial.
Each image.
Oh.
Date is in the third column. So there's the first column is just the number. The second column is the file information. The third column.
Yeah,
is
she looks like she
the
works at the
file.
lake in the summer.
And under that,
Oh,
there shows
yeah.
the date modified.
I'm gonna
March
bring
8th,
jet skis from her.
2022.
Hmm.
Do you know what that date is?
I believe that date is basically when Google received that preservation letter, when they grabbed that preservation and
believe.
then said, okay, we're gonna take a snapshot of this data here and save it. I believe that's when that data is
She's either
created. I
engaged
went
or
back and
married,
looked at a
too.
couple other Google warrant returns that we've had in the past, and it was of similar correlation. So for instance, the preservation was sent and received by Google
Yeah, yeah.
on the
I'm getting ready to go
25th.
take my mom to the doctor.
And then I saw
I'll be
the
right back.
modified dates on all of the images
Shizzy's gonna
to
run
be
the
the
string till then.
29th. So it seems consistent
he
that that would be the
cannot
date that when
let
Google
people
receives
on
that
or off of my
preservation
site.
letter, that's when they're saying, we're gonna create a snapshot of all of this data.
And this data on this exhibit,
Shiz, did you get that Discord I just sent you?
It's not a search on a cell phone, or
Let's
is it a
see.
search on a cell phone? I'm contrasting it with,
Yes.
Exhibit 99, which
Check that out.
you
Just a
see
heads up.
on the upper left-hand corner, upper left-hand
Sounds
corner, it
good.
says
Yeah, he
search
can
items.
he can come and snipe me all he wants to.
Yes.
Okay, so
So-
this one over on the other exhibit doesn't say that. So what is this?
So the one on the left, the search items, those are going to be Google search terms. And then the one on the right, data files, those would be images that would be under the Google Photos application. Both of these can be cloud-based, where data can be on the phone and in these applications as well. So if you were to log into a certain Google account, you could access these images from a computer as well.
Ooh.
So
The fact that it's showing up on this report, what is that telling us about this information?
So this is telling you this is what was associated and within that Google account when Detective Liberta created that or sent that preservation letter. And the Google account can be accessed via the phone. A lot of times the data from the phone will be automatically backed up and synced to these applications. So if you're on Google and you're searching, where is Starbucks? That could go onto the cloud and translate to that as well.
So this report then does affiliate with something in the search.
Yes.
So why does one report indicate that it's searched items? That's exhibit 99, but 100 doesn't indicate that it's searched items.
So it's just different types of data. So the searched items would be like Googling where is Starbucks on the Google application, the Google search application, where the data files would be something like if you were to be searching on Google and save a file or download a file or take a picture on your phone, and then that's backed up and synced to the Google Photos application.
But she's not a Google employee.
So it's something else going on the phone other than searching.
Yes.
And would there be any way to determine when that activity occurred by looking at exhibit 100? So if I look at item 1, is there any way to determine when the phone performed a function?
So what he's trying to determine is if that phone was performing a
It
function.
can, yes. So
Like
if
if
you
you
were to
have a
look at the
Google account,
photos app, the regular photos gallery on
matter-
the phone, under the images from the phone extraction, so not the Facebook or the Google, the Google warrant return, it would show a lot of these images as well, because a lot of images saved in the phone's gallery that comes installed with the device get backed up and synced to this Google Photos application. So a lot of these thumbnails and photos you're seeing here would also be in the regular gallery on the phone, which you could see going through the phone extraction.
Okay. Is there any way for me to tell from this phone whether this data was collected by this phone, say, in 2022 or in 2015?
Yes, some should have associated dates and times with them. I was looking and some of the pictures of similar nature
Hey,
did
Jen.
have some download dates and times associated with them, which I believe were from February of 2022, which would be consistent with some of these search dates and times on the exhibit 99.
Where does her and the other
Let me be
chick,
more direct.
where do they match
This
up?
exhibit that the state is offering me, I want to make sure if
From the
this
same team, I believe. Like one was
some
working on the phone, one was doing data collection.
correlation in time
That's where they all
between the
tie
events
in.
in this case and the events on this sheet. And by looking at this sheet, I can't figure that out. Can you
Yeah.
tell me whether looking at this sheet, I should be able to figure that out or not?
Not usually by looking at the sheet, we'd have to look
Oh.
at the original phone extraction and find some of these duplicate or similar images.
Yeah, this is gonna
And
get
then
thrown out.
Screwed it
compare
up,
them
man.
and see the dates and times in the original phone extraction. I can't
is a
speak
piece of cake.
to
This is-
Google and their servers and data after that preservation has been sent to them. So I can't say with 100% certainty what that modified time is on this form. That would be for them to speak to. I can say that
Google.
the zip file we received from Google, the dates and times from that zip file are matched and were correctly parsed by my program. So it wasn't my program that edited and added in these dates and times. This is what Google sent us. So the best way to decide the dates and times for these images would be to either look at the captured screenshots that I took from the original phone extraction or to go through the images from the original phone extraction.
Not so concerned necessarily with the March 8 date, because that was after the phone was seized. That was after the events that occurred in this case. And every single item on this form has that same date. It would seem as a result that that was some kind of recording date that was done when you received it. My concern is whether or not there's any way to pinpoint when this information was collected by this phone. And you're telling me, looking at this exhibit 100, there's absolutely no way you can tell that.
Correct. We would have to look at the phone extraction and compare the pictures with dates and times.
Okay, I'm going to let the other attorneys ask some questions. Mr. Lizette.
And I'm not going to ask any questions on that exhibit. I guess I would ask, could she see exhibit 102? And Ms. Danowski, after you've reviewed 102, I would ask if you could identify what that is.
This would be a report created from my device screenshots that I took from the original phone extraction.
So whereas the previous exhibit 100 is from the Google warrant, this extraction is from, or this report is from the extraction of the device itself, correct?
Yes, these were taken after the phone extraction completed successfully, and then I manually navigated the phone.
And do these photographs in this report allow you to associate a specific date with the photographs that are depicted in that report?
Yes.
And what date is that based on your review of that report and your review of the extraction of the phone?
This one is showing Saturday, February 12th, 2022, and that will correlate with the images below that date.
So, Your Honor, what I would propose, frankly, is that the state withdraw 100 and instead admit 102, which I think more clearly allows us to associate a date with the particular photos and more specifically the photo that's depicted in 101 that the state also wishes to submit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So my understanding is the state is no
good
longer
compromise.
offering 100.
Not 100. We
You
would want
just,
99. I
went
think the
choppy.
dates on those searches is still accurate.
Mr. Freilich, you have an opportunity now to voir dire this witness if you'd like. She's not necessarily being recalled, which is a bit odd. She's already testified.
Right.
On the other hand, it might offer someone an idea that they want to call her at some point in rebuttal or in some other fashion. But when you voir dire the witness, I just want to indicate to you, you don't need to focus on 100 because they're not even offering it anymore. Okay?
Yes,
Very good.
thank you, Judge. Ms. Janowski, referring your attention to exhibit 102, it's a 3-page extraction report, correct?
It is, yes.
And on each of the pages, it says created date, and that's 3/2 of 22. Is that fair?
Yes, that would be when I captured the screenshots.
And these are just basically shots off the internet. Is that fair?
These are screenshots taken from the Google Photos application that was installed on the phone.
There's a date, at least on the first page, that says Saturday, February 12th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then on the last page, it says Saturday, December 18th, but it doesn't have a year. Is that fair?
yes.
So are these different pictures from different time periods?
So the date correlation would be, so the first one, Saturday, February 12th, 2022, you would start looking at everything underneath that belonging to that date and time. And I take screenshots in chronological order, and I always try to include the image above and below just to make sure there isn't any way to say that images were skipped or passed over. So you'd want to follow along chronologically, that any image that is after the one on page 1 that goes to page 2, which then goes to page 3, would all be under Saturday, February
you've got the
12th,
link, right?
2022.
On
I'd have to see the screenshot below the December one to make
Got the
a
what?
decision on that one, but from the ones I'm seeing, these would all be under the February 12th date.
But
Okay.
the last page, you would agree, it does say Saturday, December 18th, correct?
It does, yes.
Okay. And these are pictures where in the Google Photos of this phone, or where were these pictures found?
These were located in the Google Photos application. Photos can be added to that application in many ways. A lot of times there's a regular gallery that's on a phone. And when you take pictures or you download pictures from the internet and save them to your gallery, they're later backed up and synced to the Google Photos application. So likely these photos at some point
If you want to come
were
on,
on the
I have to
gallery
leave
of
in
the
about 5
phone,
minutes.
or they could
You
be
can go ahead and
added
click that link I
by
sent
logging
you.
into this account on a computer and then adding them that way, but they still would be synced with this phone.
Is it possible that these pictures could have been downloaded and put into the Google Photos app on all different dates?
Usually the Google Photos application is going to take the same date that that photo was captured. So that photo was likely captured Saturday, February 12th, 2022. It's just going to grab that date from the gallery and bring it right in with Google Photos.
But you don't know 100% when these photos were downloaded. Is that fair?
We would have to click on that photo and click information, and then it would give the exact date and time that photo was
But there's
taken,
no
or we could
click.
look in the original phone extraction under the regular images tab, which would be associated with the phone's gallery.
But as you sit here today,
You can't
these
do that in
photos in
court.
Exhibit 102, you don't know what date these photos were downloaded and put into the Google application, correct? Is that fair?
I would say the pictures were taken on Saturday,
say-
February 12th, 2022, or saved at that date or time.
How do you know that?
Yeah,
Because
do you
that's
know?
how
It's gotta be
Google
fact.
Photos associates dates and times with pictures and images.
But it's got to be fact.
Can you say that 100%?
No.
Very certain, yes. In my experience when looking at this application, it's been very consistent.
But
Do you have any
100%.
trouble with the fact that this Exhibit 102 has
There she is.
February 12th and December
Hey,
8th,
Dib,
Dib.
what's up?
different dates?
No, so that likely was the order that the other pictures were placed onto the phone. So
Div, can you believe this?
that there could have been a time lapse of when the phone wasn't being used or when photos weren't being taken or added to the Google device. The phone usually has to be connected to Wi-Fi at some point for this backup and sync to occur. So maybe the phone wasn't connecting to the internet at any point or the Wi-Fi for that to happen. I can't say for sure without looking at the phone.
MG Law, how you doing, sir?
And in your occupation as a forensic analyst, you see all kinds of searches.
MG, you there, bud?
Search for bizarre things for shock value. Is that fair?
I'm gonna object.
I'm
I think this is beyond the
I'm
scope of what
driving
we're
to
trying to
court,
accomplish
but-
here this morning
Okay.
prior to the jury being present.
Oh,
Can you believe what's happening right now?
Nothing further.
Any
Do you
other
know,
questions?
They-
there was an argument
Not
after they let the jury out yesterday. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah.
About this.
yes.
And the judge felt like the Jeffrey Dahmer searches were relevant to show that her intent, while they are prejudicial, that the probative value is much higher because
Just to clarify, I think what I would ask to do, Your Honor, is recall
She was-
Ms. Luberta when we come forward. I have very brief questions for
what
her
he said.
regarding
And
these
so
issues.
now
I
it's
intend to go
just a
into depth
matter of
regarding
being
these
able to
photos. I
authenticate
think we
where these
simply want to put
where
in
these
fact
searches-
the searches
when
were
they were
made and
done.
the photos exist. I would ask to briefly.
So I didn't see
recall
that part.
Analyst Danelski
But what gets me
after
is that it's
Ms. Luberta, just to clarify the technical
way that,
aspects of it. If Attorney Freilich has
everything
those
just kind of came
specific
out.
questions, because
I
she's
was
gonna
like,
be in a
wait a
better
second,
position
where's
to
this
answer
information
those
coming from?
questions.
And they're sitting there saying, I think this is right and everything else. I was like,
Any objections?
well, I don't know. I mean, I would
No,
think,
I'm gonna
first of all, did
object this.
Schabusiness do it?
This
You
is
know,
an
did somebody else have
order.
access to her
Call
phone?
again.
Well,
Or her Google
I
account.
guess if he doesn't cross on those points, I'm not concerned, but if he starts crossing
My
on
mic
points
working?
that raise the
Yeah, it
technical
is. Yes, it
issues,
is.
then I
Oh, it
want
is?
to be able to
Okay.
recall her.
It's
to
very low, but
answer those
it's
questions.
still
we'll see
working.
where the testimony leads, and then I'll address that.
I'll get closer. Thank you.
Oh, hello.
There you go.
So,
Yes.
just to run through again, I've had the opportunity now to look at the exhibits that are being offered, and that's specifically 99 and 101. 100 has been withdrawn. I think yesterday I addressed some of the issues. I've had a chance overnight to frankly review the elements of the offense that the state has to prove, just in thinking through this issue. And one of those elements, of course, regarding homicide is is an intent element.
Yeah.
That's element number 2 on the homicide. And then.
Yes, yeah,
jury
I
instruction
did, and I was going to
explains,
show that, and they got this started a little quicker than I
jury
thought they would.
what they can look at. It certainly indicates that the jury cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. The second count, the mutilating a corpse, that has an intent element with it. But in reviewing what's being offered, particularly Exhibit 99 and then 100, I've indicated that items 1 through 9, I don't believe are. I'm not going to allow those to be referenced if this were to go to
Yeah,
the
there were
jury.
some things he was not going to let in.
Redacted, because I don't think those types of references are such that their probative value.
Yeah, it's the satanic
prejudicial
versus
effect.
Bible,
On the other
Yeah.
hand, the items
the
10
KKK stuff.
through 35 relate to
Yeah, because it's not
Jeffrey Dahmer.
relevant at all.
And,
Right.
the circumstances of the events of Jeffrey Dahmer's homicides are frankly conventional wisdom, not just in Wisconsin, although particularly here, but other
Yeah.
places. And people are familiar with the nature of what occurred in that case.
No, I
The
don't think
events,
so.
now having listened to some of the events, particularly from the coroner, about the events of this case, there's similarities. And while the court has to be cognizant of issues relating to prior bad acts, that's not what this relates to. This relates to someone's demonstrating an interest in these, and there's numerous searches. So I'm looking at 10 through 35, and all of those relate to Jeffrey Dahmer. And I think that's relevant. Relevance essentially, relevant evidence means evidence having a tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than
That terrifies me because it's
He's-
thought.
he's
this
right.
really goes to
Yeah.
that intent element. The state referenced that. I also referenced yesterday.
You said that yesterday.
While the state doesn't have to prove that, that kind of evidence often comes in. I'm satisfied for those reasons that this report is relevant to the extent that I haven't redacted it. 101, I'm also satisfied that my findings yesterday, as well as the additional findings I've made today, remain the same. I'm going to allow that to be. We've now voir-dired these witnesses.
I wish I knew what each one he was talking about.
The status of the case is such that
Oh, we're back from
bring the jury out and have Lieutenant Liberta come back to the witness stand, because that's where she was when they left. Anything before we bring the jury in? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Fraley?
No, Your
So
Honor.
what do you think, MG?
Well, I think he's right on it being relevant. I mean,
Mhm.
she seemed to have a real infatuation with Dahmer and what she did to this kid's body. I
Mhm.
think her searching for these things and having all these photos is relevant to her intent.
See, I
Yeah.
don't.
I mean, think about this: if you were accused of blowing something up, some random place, wouldn't it be relevant if you had a copy of the Anarchist Handbook, in your backpack?
Were you not supposed to have that?
I mean,
Oh, jeez.
not saying that you're not supposed to have it, but if you've got somewhat of a how-to thing, it might be a little bit relevant. I mean, that would be my thought on it. And yes, it is scary that the government actually has that ability to go for that
Ladies and gentlemen,
kind of
welcome back.
search.
I hope you had a pleasant
That's the
evening.
part that
We are
gets
ready
me
for
is,
day
and
3 of the trial.
I know it's my own
think,
problem, but I have a real problem. I do
last
have
witness that was
issues
on the stand,
because
Roberta,
you, I mean, it was
forward,
Jefferson
please.
himself
We'll
said
get
you
underway
can't
where we
control
left
what
off.
pops into your mind just randomly. And I've done a lot of stupid searches, and like Shizzy was saying before, it's like, look, just do a search on memes. How many of those have you done that are dumb? And
Yeah.
I'd hate to have to answer for every search I've made.
Well, I think it's
That's
more
what-
because it's not just a one-off search. I mean, she did
Ms.
this
Lubert, I
several
believe yesterday
times and
we
had pictures
discontinued
and
when you were
pictures.
discussing your analysis.
It's a
of,
pattern,
Ms.
right?
Schabusiness's phone and then a subsequent Google
Guys,
warrant
listen, I gotta go pick my mom up.
obtaining the
But
data
thank
from
you
the
so
phone.
much.
Can you explain
Everybody
the
knows
two
everybody,
different searches that you did? on
you
Yeah,
the
guys-
just
phone
don't
and
shut
the
anything
Google
down.
warrant?
Just put your little icon up there and you'll be good.
The first
Oh, geez.
search
Like,
I did of the phone,
we
the cell phone
do.
device itself.
Yeah, don't
was
shut
on
anything
March
down.
2nd.
yeah, there we are.
And
Except
that
for
was
your
just the
mic.
contents of the
Yeah,
phone.
I'm gonna turn it off
And
too.
then in
Cool.
discussing
Who
it
knows
with
what I'd say when I came back in?
computer forensic analyst, she suggested that an additional
Pay him
warrant
to
could be
get-
done
no.
for further information regarding the
No, expert's gonna be gone.
Now
for a
y'all can
bit.
talk bad
email
about me.
addresses, the Gmail addresses that were connected
Never.
to the phone, and that would have
Now,
been.
he'll be
whole
gone for a
separate
bit.
warrant and
Whenever he
separate
gets
search.
back,
Yeah.
he'll actually pull up the stream. So
And when you were reviewing the phone itself, the extraction of the phone itself on March
Yeah, and I'm on the
2nd
road,
of
so hopefully I don't
2022, did you note any searches related
yeah,
to
if you
Jeffrey
do, I
Dahmer?
won't be able to bring you
Yes.
back in. So
Yeah.
just
Was there
just
one?
keep
Was
that
there
in
more
mind.
than one? How many?
24 total searches, such things like Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee.
Yeah, the Boyardee.
Oh no.
That kills me.
Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court all sexy.
Yeah.
And did you
That's awful.
subsequently look for that same type of information when you reviewed the warrant return from Google?
Yes,
And did you find essentially corroborating or similar information when you reviewed the Google search warrant data?
yes, they were similar.
And Your Honor, is Exhibit 99 available? And
Did
Ms.
she
Lubert,
quit
what
right
is
after
Exhibit
this?
99.
This is a celebrate
no.
extraction report from the
Okay.
Google
No.
warrant return.
And what is contained in that exhibit?
Searched items.
And I would draw
False
your
alarm.
attention
It's
specifically
Jeff
to
Boyardee.
items 10
Yeah, Jeff
through
Boyardee.
It's a
35
Dahmer beam.
on that. There, are they numbered? Is that correct?
Yes,
And items 10 through 35, generally what is contained within those numbered items?
the searches that I had referenced earlier, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt.
What?
Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court. Jeffrey Dahmer walking in all sexy in court.
And is that an extraction report consistent with reports you've generated in the past or that you've seen generated in the past using this Cellbrite software?
Yes,
Your Honor, then I would move for the admission of Exhibit 99.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, there were objections, but
Yeah.
those were noted, and I'm
Yes.
going to receive 99.
Yes, there were objections, but the court already ruled on that.
Then, Ms. Luberta, did you also, on March 2nd of 2022, when you were looking at the device extraction, did you do a search of photos on the defendant's phone?
I did a search of the device screenshots.
And what are the device screenshots?
So the device screenshots are screenshots taken by Analyst Danelski of the photos contained in the Google Drive, the device.
And are those photos that she manually took herself based on the photos that were on the Google Drive of the phone?
Yes,
And did you review those screenshots?
yes, I did.
And did you likewise see any photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes,
Was there one, more than one?
yes, there was more than one, approximately 10, 12, maybe more.
And did those have a date associated with them?
Yes, they did.
What were those dates or date?
The date that I remember is February 12th, 2022.
And are those consistent with the dates of the searches that are referenced earlier in the Exhibit 99?
Yes,
Is Exhibit 102 available for the witness?
Really want to see what the defense is going
Ms.
to come
Lubera,
back
what is
with on
Exhibit
her.
102?
this is a Celebrate extraction report of the screenshots taken by
Cool
forensic analyst
mofo.
Danelski.
So this is a report from the device itself, is that correct?
Correct.
And does 102 depict the photographs of Dahmer that we had just discussed?
Yes,
Does it also contain photographs of Ms. Schabusiness?
yes.
What is she doing in the photographs that are depicted in that report?
She's got a cell phone next to her head. There's a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the screen of the cell phone, and she's taking a selfie with it and smiling like they're taking a selfie together.
And what is the date of that photograph?
That was February 12th, 2022.
I got to see this
Is
photograph.
Exhibit 101 available for the witness?
If I can publish.
Yes,
Ms. Luberta,
Yaya
what is depicted in
was.
Exhibit 101?
Yaya knows
Photograph I
has
just-
had Schabusiness in her house.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of 101 and 102, and I would ask for permission to publish 101.
Same objections as before.
Consider herself
I'm
lucky.
going to receive 101,
Yeah.
102, and you can publish to the jury.
And Yaya will probably be on this stream a little bit later on. Just Madcore has control of that. Not Madcore, but the expert has control of that. Sorry. Yeah, it's all Madcore's fault.
He's controlling things behind the scenes.
He is. He's like
Now
the puppet
everyone
master.
knows. Yep.
He's the puppet master from down under. Madcore, she's testifying
Your Honor, one
as
of the jurors
to
has his hand raised.
these things that Schabusiness was had in her browser history, selfies with pictures of Dahmer and
And
things like
Ms.
that.
Luberta,
showing-
is the screen now depicting Exhibit 101?
Yes,
And that's the photograph from Ms. Schabusiness's
Oh,
Google
my
Photos from
Lanta.
February 12th of 2022.
correct.
Thank you. I have no
Perfectly
further questions
sane.
of The witness.
Yeah, that's sort of funny,
Ms. Liberta,
not creepy at all.
you had talked to
Just
Taylor Schabusiness, correct? Did you talk to her?
No,
You found out that
There we
Detective
go.
Groff had spoken to her, correct?
correct.
And did you find that, did you find out that Ms. Schabusiness said that she was only able to
I'm
utilize
going to
her?
object, Your Honor. He's asking for hearsay information. He's not allowed to admit statements of the defendant through a witness. Only the state can elicit those things. And this witness also did not speak with Ms. Schabusiness herself.
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
Okay, question.
Oh.
Did you find that a large portion of the data from this cell phone from Ms. Schabusiness was stored on the cloud?
No,
Did you put that in your report?
I don't recall.
This picture when you were working as a police officer, you would see various images and photos on all kinds of people's phones, correct?
Correct,
People search and look at odd, bizarre things, correct?
correct.
And based on your
Always.
training and experience, people look at things for shock value sometimes. Is that fair?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Maybe.
This photograph in Exhibit
She's a good
102
witness.
is basically
Yes.
a close-up picture of Ms. Schabusiness with a phone right by her, correct?
Correct.
You don't see any knives, you don't see any weapons, you don't see anything, correct?
Well, you see a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone.
But besides that. you
See a
don't
murderer.
anything else, right?
Correct.
And can you say that this photo was actually taken on Saturday, February 12th of 2022?
Yes.
The murders
These,
happened when? The 22nd? When do you know?
Did you see those other
Sorry,
photographs
no.
of Jeffrey Dahmer and the other exhibits?
Yes.
Do you know when those photos were either downloaded or sent to the cloud?
I do not.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down.
Yeah, try to get her out of there as quick as possible.
State's
Defense
next
is
witness.
just not having it.
Judge, the next witness
Got
will be
nothing to work
statutory
with.
crime victim.
Yeah.
Okay, I just indicate to the media.
He's
there-
trapped.
February 23rd is when they found him. So.
Okay, so it's the
Damn.
22nd that
That's
that
what I'm
stuff was
thinking.
Yeah.
downloaded onto.
Yeah.
The other
Yeah.
media needs to be notified too.
Damn.
It's not just live streaming, any other.
I'm glad they allowed that to be talked about.
Anywhere is prohibited. Go ahead.
Thank you. The state calls Michael Theory.
Oh, so they've got it up on the exit, probably because there's some sort
They're
of
protecting a
something being
witness.
shown.
You solemnly
Yeah.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
So does that mean she's a victim? Michael Therian? Who's
He
that?
could be a.
No,
could
he
be a
has
minor, but
the
yes,
camera
right.
turned off of the witness.
Michael B. Thyrion?
It must be
This is yours,
the
Mr.
younger
Saunders.
son, I believe.
Mr. Thyrion, how old are you?
60.
And
Oh, no,
you
it's
live
the
in the Green Bay area?
grandfather.
Yes, I do.
Did you have a son named Shad?
Yes.
Oh, it's
and,
a
is
son,
he,
father.
passed?
So victim is what they're
Yes.
considering him.
How old was
Yeah.
Shad when he passed?
Still, wow, it shows
24,
face.
25.
They're not showing us, not even the mom.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
no
this
reason
is-
that they
Mike,
should
I
be
want to
doing
ask you about
This is his
Monday,
dad.
February 21st of 2022. Do you remember the day I'm talking about?
Yes.
On that date, was Shad at your residence?
Yes, he was.
Was that a residence that is in Green Bay?
Yes.
And at some point, did Shad get picked up by his mother?
I believe somebody came and picked him up.
Okay. And then I guess he left your home.
Yes.
Later in the evening, did Shad return?
Yes.
Was anyone with him?
Taylor.
And do you know who Taylor is?
Yes.
How do you know Taylor?
She's been at my place on half a dozen occasions.
And I guess what was Taylor's relationship with Shad, to your knowledge?
They were friends from middle school and high school.
So there have been previous time. I'm sorry.
That was my understanding. They were friends.
And you mentioned there were previous times she was at your home,
Yes.
and you've had the occasion to speak with her.
Yes.
About what time of night did Shad and Taylor get to your home?
9 o'clock, 9 p.m. or so.
Was anyone else with them?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
AJ?
Oh,
So the
man.
three of them arrived.
Oh,
Did you
so
see how
AJ
they
was
arrived at your
with.
home?
No, I
He's
didn't.
his testimony
How
when he
long
was
were they there?
suspect.
Short
Testimony
time,
for
and then they
AJ
left.
was really weird yesterday.
Yeah,
Short time. Are you able to
He's
approximate
clearly the,
how long?
Third-
The third
15 minutes.
specimen.
And then they
Yeah.
left and Shad. just
And he was
came
there
up.
the whole time. He was there from 10 till 2 in the
So
morning,
they came back for a little bit of time.
Jeez.
Yes.
according to
Did
him.
they leave again at some point?
Yes. And they said they were going over to Terrace.
So when was that second time that Taylor and Shad came back?
It wasn't long after he left. I'm going to say within 45 minutes.
During that second time that Taylor came to your home on February 21st, did you also have the chance to interact with her during that time period?
Small talk.
What was the nature of that small talk?
They were just they were looking for something. They were on some mission. I don't know. I was preoccupied with other things, and I don't even really remember what the small talk. Just asking.
On a mission to get high.
Did you have a chance to
When they were
kind of see Taylor's demeanor and how she was acting?
Yes.
Could you describe what you observed?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Just the way she was. She wasn't real speakative. Didn't talk a lot, but she was polite and respectful and always kind.
Was that sort of consistent with the prior
Maybe not
occasions that you
always.
had contact with her?
Yes.
And then after they left, I guess that second time, did you see Shad again after that point?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Mike. I have nothing further.
I doubt the defense is going to have
Mr.
much
Thyrion, you
to
live in
ask.
Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
And your son, Shad Thyrion, was living with you in February of 2022?
Yes.
He stayed primarily with you, but sometimes he would go over to his mother's house on Stony Brook Lane. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Your son knew Taylor Schabusiness. They were friends, correct?
Yes.
They went to middle school together.
Yes.
They went to high school together at Bayport.
Yes.
On this particular date, Monday, February 21st of 2022, your son was at home
Yes.
initially, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, someone came to pick him up, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what time that was, sir?
Uh,
Like morning, afternoon?
I don't. I thought he left with Taylor and AJ.
Okay. And so they all three of them they left together?
Yes.
And then,
The box full of toys.
how long were they gone before they came back to your house?
Wasn't long. Half hour, 45 minutes, something like that.
Okay.
I don't know. It wasn't long. I don't really recall. It's been a while.
Okay, that's fair.
They did come back. Just Taylor and Shad.
Okay. When they came back, did they get something to eat? Did they watch TV? Do you remember?
No, they said they were going back. They said they were going by Tara's house.
And do you know what time they left your house to go over there?
I want to say 10:30. Maybe not even that. I don't. I'm not sure.
Are you talking AM or PM?
PM.
And then at some point, is it your testimony that they came back again?
Yeah, that's when they left again. You know, they left it. They were there at 9, and then they left for a little while, and then they came back, and then they left over to Terrace, and it was just her, Shad, and Taylor.
Okay. When you saw Taylor Schabusiness on either occasion, did you talk with her about anything?
Just small talk.
Did she?
I don't
appear
think
to be
she's
acting
sleeping at
odd or
all.
Bizarre.
No.
I really
How
think
about
that
Shad?
right now that
No.
she's not wanting to look at the father because he was probably always
You
really
said
nice
they
to
were on a
her,
mission. Do you know
and
what do you mean by that?
I don't know. They
She
seemed
just-
like they were talking about.
I think this is where the
doing
weight of
something.
what she
I'm not
did
really
and
sure
how it
what's
affected
going
other
on.
people is hitting
Preoccupied.
her. She doesn't look like she's out of it right now. She just looks like ashamed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Like she just no smiles right now.
Yeah, it's very different than when AJ was on the stand. She was smiling,
Yeah.
smirking.
Yeah, she was smiling, gave him a little.
That was weird.
State's next witness?
Yeah,
State calls Detective Captain.
So were his choice of words. I was like, what?
yeah, he was.
And then they said there were 6 witnesses. Is that true or am I wrong?
They had 6 witnesses yesterday that they were trying to look through.
The judge is keeping a very good timeline on this.
Okay, you just step up
Right on.
right over here, detective, and turn and face her. She'll place you under oath.
Was chat correct about the tie that he wore today? Somebody was guessing it would be from
Oh, the
school
judge's
colors.
tie.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth in the matter. Now
I think it
before
was-
the court, so help you God.
I think it was one of the
Please have a seat and
gens.
state your name for the record.
Kevin Kempf, Kevin,
Looks like cop.
KEMPF as in Frank.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed by the city of Green Bay as a member of the Green Bay Police Department.
And do you have a current assignment with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm currently assigned
Oh, Emily.
detectives,
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
just over 27 years.
And how long have you been assigned specifically to the detective division?
Currently since 2017.
Detective, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Did you become involved in a investigation of the death of Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
And I guess generally, what was your involvement in the case?
My involvement in the case was to assist Detective Groff in an interview.
And who did you interview?
We would have interviewed Taylor Schabusiness.
And for the record, do you see the person you know to be Taylor Schabusiness in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point out where that person's sitting and what they're wearing?
She would be sitting 2 to your left.
Good morning,
She's wearing a
Vicky.
Black
Morning,
suit coat
Vicky.
with multi.
I think Super Snoopers
I'd
is
ask the record to
is
reflect the witness identified the defendant.
correct with what
It
they're
will still
saying.
reflect.
I think she's trying to pretend
prior,
she's out of it to persuade the jury for later.
To
After she's
the,
found guilty, it's pretty typical
interview
ploy to get
of,
sympathy for the
Ms.
sanity
Schabusiness, did
phase,
you have the
whatever.
occasion to
that
view
is-
her
that's a
physical
good thought.
appearance?
Yes, I did.
Did you note any potential cuts or injuries to her?
Yes, I noted a cut to her left thumb and some superficial cuts to her hands.
And is that something that you subsequently documented in some way?
Yes, when I took photos of her, I also made sure I documented the cuts on her hands.
Tweety, the father was, we didn't get to see him. He was on before this detective. Volstorm, I don't know if she's changed tops today. I'm just seeing, I've only seen her in this one so far. Chat seems stoked that we might see her interview today.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that will be very interesting. Very, very interesting.
No worries, Tweety. They're kind of going fast. So.
Yeah, they are zipping through a lot of this. There it is.
Well, this is how most trials move. They don't take forever like Murdoch or Zach Anderson. Judge is keeping a tight rope on everything.
How long would you expect this one to last?
He has scheduled it for 1 week. So
Oh, okay.
I expect him it should go to jury by Friday, I would think.
Wow.
Yes.
And what do you believe those to be?
These would be photographs that I took of Ms. Schabusiness's hands.
And those appear to depict Ms. Schabusiness's hands as you observed them in the interview room on February 23rd?
Yes.
And when, on February 23rd, would this contact have occurred? When did you begin the interview?
I believe I took the photos at approximately 6 a.m. and I think the interview started about 6:30 a.m.
All right, so this was before the interview?
Yes.
All right. I'd move 103 through 107.
Any objection?
No.
103
Six.
through 107 will be relayed.
Sorry, Judge, 106.
106.
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
You can publish 103 to 106.
Okay, and then it'll be in front of you, but also behind you, whatever's easiest here. So are we observing photograph 103 at this point?
Yes, you are.
Okay, and what does this depict?
This would be her left hand. There was a superficial cut in the palm below the thumb. And then you can see the cut on the thumb partially from a side view.
And then exhibit 104, is that what we're looking at now?
Yes, it would be. That would be her right hand and a superficial cut in the palm of her hand.
And then 105.
This would be the cut on her thumb, her left hand thumb.
Sounds deep.
And then 106.
106 is kind of a superficial cut on the index finger of the left hand.
Ouch.
And
Those
then
are some horrible looking
at
hands.
some point during the interview was Ms. Schabusiness transported for medical care with respect to the thumb?
Yes, when she
It's
requested
like 6
medical care,
knives. I'm surprised she only has those cuts.
That she declined.
Okay,
And then
did you
she went
accompany her
upstairs and got more
during
knives.
that
Do we know
visit?
that part
Yes, I
yet?
did.
And
Yeah,
I guess was there an
because
attempt to
I think so,
have maybe
it was-
the injury stitched up in some way?
Yes,
From the
we
same
brought her
knife
up to
block
get
set.
stitches,
Yeah.
Get medical treatment, whatever they felt was necessary.
And was that done ultimately?
She did receive medical treatment, but they did not give stitches due to the time.
What do you mean by that?
Apparently it is, if it's outside the 8 or 12 hour frame, the stitches can't be put in, it doesn't work.
And you had contact with Ms. Schabusiness about 6 a.m., you said?
Yes, so that's about when I started taking the photos.
When you, I guess, first encountered Ms. Schabusiness and were taking those photographs, what kind of clothing was she wearing?
At that point, she had like a black spaghetti strap top, I believe, on, and some black leggings, more tighter spandex, I guess.
And were her
Not that he
clothing
wasn't
items
noticing.
subsequently collected by law enforcement?
Yes, they did an initial collection of the outside clothing, and then I also had those items of clothing collected from her.
And I guess was a
Sort of.
female
MLS.
officer involved in collecting
Sort of.
the inner clothing items?
Yeah, when the clothing is collected, she's actually removed from the interview room to a room where it's not recorded, and a member of the same sex would be with them when the items are collected.
And was that done in this case?
Yes,
And then the clothing items that were, I guess, collected from Mission Business, were those subsequently entered into evidence?
yes, they would have been entered into evidence.
And that include the sweatpants or leggings or pants material that you talked about?
Yes.
After those photographs of Mission Business, did you participate in the interview of Mission Business?
Yes, I did.
And which other officer was with you?
Detective Groff.
During the course of the interview, did both of you sort of interject at some points and ask questions?
Yes,
Have you had the chance to review that February 23rd interview of Mission Business?
yes, I have.
And that appeared to be fairly and accurately and consistent with your interview, as you recall it, of the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, Detective Kemp.
Morning.
So on February 23rd of 2022, you were contacted by the lieutenant at about 4:13 a.m. to come and assist. Is that true?
Yes, that'd be approximate time.
Were you told to go over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
No, I was requested to come to the station, that we were all going to meet at the station at that point.
And from the station, then you went to the house?
No, when I initially arrived at the station, I was asked to assist in interviews.
Did you go to the home at all on that particular day?
It would have been later that day that I would have went to the home.
You went to the home after the interview was taken?
Yes.
But before the donut shop?
Station, kind of like what occurred? What were the events that happened until you got into the interview room?
Basically, as I'm coming in, I called one of the supervisors to try to get a quick briefing, try to get some more additional information. When we arrive at the station, they give us a briefing of what is known at that time, and then job assignments are given out by our supervisors, and they ask us to do what needs to get done, and they start formulating a plan on how to go about the scene.
And what was your job assignment?
My job assignment was to assist in interviews.
Was it to assist Detective Ruff?
With Taylor Schabusiness, yes.
So when you got to the Green Bay Police Department or the station, was she there already?
She came in, I believe, about 5:30. She was brought into the interview room.
AM?
Yes.
And was there some things that had to be done before you started talking to her?
Yeah.
Like taking pictures and things like that?
I believe
course.
Patrol did snap some initial photographs, and like I indicated, I believe they took initially her outer clothing items.
Okay. And then she was put into a suit?
That would have been after I took
Probably a
my
little
photos.
jumpsuit.
I took
They would
additional
have
photos,
stripped her down, taken her
and then
purple
she
panties and
was,
all.
when we collected the inner clothing, because we were taking all of her clothing, she was placed into some type of clothing that we had, which was basically a Tyvek suit at that time.
Okay. It was early in the morning. Did Taylor Schabusiness appear to be tired?
She appeared to be no more tired than I was. I mean, she was able to talk, able to speak to me, understand.
How about her eyes? Did they appear to be odd, like where she was having difficulty seeing?
Hey, Sabrina.
I wouldn't say that she had a hard time seeing. It didn't seem like that.
Did she have any slurred speech?
Not that I noticed.
When she was talking, was she making sense?
Yes, she was able to hold a conversation and answer questions and seemed to be coherent about what was being said and asked.
Was she calm?
Was she calm?
Yes.
Yes.
So then at some point, Detective Groff took some swabs, correct?
Yes, we would have swabbed her hands shortly after the photos were taken because there was some discoloration on her hands that appeared as it could be blood, so we decided to swab the hands.
And Mr. Saunders asked you about those exhibits 103 through 106. Ms. Schabusiness did have cuts on her hands, palms, and thumbs, correct?
Yes,
You get all stabby.
And
That
the substance
happens.
that was on her hands, you don't know where that
Jeez.
came from, if it came from the cuts or something else, correct?
I do not know, no.
And then, so then you and Detective Groff proceeded with your interview of Ms. Schabusiness, is that fair?
Yes,
Then at some point, you took a break, correct?
there were several breaks taken during the interview.
But then there was a break where you, where you had her go to St. Vincent's Hospital in Green Bay for some medical treatment of these cuts, correct?
Yes, I believe that was around 9:30 a.m. approximately. It was about 3 hours after the interview started, give or take a little bit.
So 3 hours before she
So
got
3 hours
treated at
later,
a hospital.
approximately.
Yes, is when she asked for medical attention.
Did you accompany her to the hospital, or how did that work?
Yes, we had a MARC squad transport her up there. I rode up with her in the MARC squad. Was in
Yes,
the
Squaw Bob.
room or just outside the room at points because I had to step out when they were changing her. And then when she was transported back, she was placed back in that MARC squad, and I rode back in that MARC squad with her.
Was Detective Groff with you when you went over to the St. Vincent's Hospital?
No,
You took her by yourself?
no, it would have been myself and another officer.
Okay. What time did you arrive back at the Green Bay Police Department?
I believe it was about an hour or 70 minutes later, off the top of my head.
Maybe around 10:30 or so?
10:30, 10:40.
Little bleed a little while
And then
first.
you proceeded with
Morning,
further
squad.
interview?
There was additional interview done.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay.
That was
Thank you.
quick.
I think we can step down.
Wow. So another one down. Another one
State's next
down.
witness.
State calls Detective Groff.
Yeah, they just keep bringing in detectives. I want to hear the damn interview is what I want to hear.
Forward. Clerk will swear you.
I'm not sure if you know this, but is this when it would have to come in when one of these two detectives that were in it are in it, or
I don't know which detectives interviewed her.
this guy and the last guy? It sounds like.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Lezay.
Detective Groff, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Green Bay Police Department?
Duff
I've been with
McGruff.
Green Bay for 27 years.
Do you have law
Please
enforcement
don't.
experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I do. I have 30 years of total law enforcement experience.
And what is your current role with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm an investigative detective in the investigative division.
And how long have you been a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
17 years.
And what were some of your other job duties with the Green Bay Police Department prior to working with the detective division?
I was a patrol officer for approximately 14 years. As part of my 17 years in the investigative division, I was also a narcotics investigator with the Brown County Task Force for 2 years. And since then, coming back in 2010, I've been a detective.
Were you working as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes,
Were you called in to investigate a suspected homicide of Shad Thyrion?
correct.
And what was your role in that investigation at the outset?
My initial roles was to arrive at the police department and received a briefing of what was going on. And I was informed that some family members of Mr. Thyrion were at the police department. I was asked to interview Tara Pakinich.
And did you conduct that interview?
I did.
What was the purpose of having that interview?
Get some basic information as to observations that she had made when she had last had contact with her son, who was all in the residence, and basic information.
And once you
Like the living
completed
son, not
your
the
discussion with Tara, then what did you do?
not the corpse.
I was then informed that Taylor Schabusiness was now present at the police department. I was asked to interview her.
All right.
And that interview,
And then, of course, she
was
has
that
not
on the
taken a
morning
stand
of
yet.
February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
Is that an interview that was conducted in a recorded interview room at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did the recording devices work? Is everything operating well?
They did.
Subsequently, have
course.
you had an opportunity to review the recorded interview of Taylor Schabusiness that occurred at the police department on February 23rd of 2022?
I have.
And do you believe that the recording of that interview accurately reflects your conversation with Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
It
Let
does.
me see
Who
it.
was present during the interview with you?
Detective Kevin Kemp.
Was Ms. Schabusiness Mirandized prior to the substantive portions of the interview?
I feel
Yes.
an objection coming.
Prior to moving into substantive questions with Ms. Schabusiness, did you make any physical observations of her?
Yes, I observed that she was wearing a tank top and some sweatpants that had dark colored, dark red substances on her, on the clothing that I was told by patrol that they thought could be human blood, as well as some minor staining on her hands.
And what did you do prior to interviewing her with respect to the clothing items and the staining on the hands?
I had the clothing items collected by
Come on,
female
monsters.
officer
Thanks for coming
Whitman,
by.
with the Green Bay Police Department. And I also took what we call buckle standard from Ms. Schabusiness using a buckle standard kit. And then I also took swabs of both her left hand and her right hand.
Could you describe the process that you used in collecting the buccal swab?
Yes, we have a kit that we use that contains 2 sterile swabs and some packaging material. So the kit is open. The swabs are used on one swab on one side of the cheek, one swab on the other side of the inside of the cheek, because that's where the buccal cells are located. Then the swabs are both placed into the packaging.
Yeah, they don't take off the belt
labeled
buckle.
and
Thank you.
And is
Call it a
that
buckle
something
swab
that you
because
have
the
done
buckle
routinely in the
up here.
past through your work as a detective
Part
in
of
the Green
the-
Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Cheek.
Did you follow your training and the department protocols with respect to the collection of that buccal swab?
Yes.
And can you
But it's
describe
not
for the jury
butthole
what you
swab,
did
just
in
so you know.
terms of swabbing Ms. Schabusiness's hands?
What is it with the
Yes,
erect
I
sharpies?
used
I know,
again
what's
sterile
going on?
swabs. And
I have one too.
Basically, 2 swabs. One, I would put some distilled water onto the swab the hand, and then the second swab would be a dry swab, and then I would swab the hand. Place those both into packaging, seal them, and then I would do the same for the second hand.
When you say you swab the hand, what portions of the hand are you swabbing?
I swab the entire portion, the palm, the top of the hand, and such.
And such.
With respect to the buccal swab and the swabs of the hands, what did you do with those after you had completed them and packaged them and signed them?
They were placed into the evidence department at the Green Bay Police Department.
Is that something you yourself did?
Yes,
And did you maintain custody and control those items until they were placed in evidence?
I did.
We'll return to the specifics
One
of the
behind his
interview
ear.
in a moment, but I want to move on. After you interviewed Ms. Schabusiness, well, about how long was the interview with Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
Well, it was over a period of time. There were several breaks.
Clear your throat, buddy.
Maybe over a period of time of 6 hours or so.
And after you conducted your interview with Ms. Schabusiness, what did you do?
Donuts.
At one point,
Lots of donuts. Some
I
coffee.
did go to the scene briefly.
Got some cheese.
And, just provided some information at the scene. I
Calisthenics.
believe I also talked again with Ms. Pakinich.
Got a Chicago
because
tag.
I had some follow-up questions that came up during the interview.
had a
with
nap.
Taylor
This was
Schabusiness
wicked draining.
concerning, If Ms. Pakinich had in fact came down into the department or into the basement during a time period that Shad and Taylor would have been then down there.
And I should also ask, while you're interviewing Ms. Schabusiness, are you remaining in communication with other investigators that are working on the case?
Yes.
And after the interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you continue to stay in contact with other investigators? about
Swab is
different
not my
aspects of the
brother.
case?
Yes.
Swabob.
Subsequent to the February 23rd interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you meet with her again for a second interview?
Yes.
And when did that take place?
February 28th, I believe.
This is
And
one
where
of the
was
first
that interview?
judges that
That
seems
was
to be
also
like
at the Green Bay Police
paying
Department in
attention.
an interview room.
Yes.
Is that an interview that was also recorded?
This was
Yes.
Yaya's
Was Ms. Schabusiness
attorney for her.
read her Miranda rights
Divorce.
prior to that
Yeah, that's
interview as well?
interesting.
Yes,
Is so wild.
And did she agree
Small-
to speak with
smaller
you on the
town.
28th?
Hmm.
she did.
And who was present with you for that interview?
Detective Phil Scanlon.
Have you since had the opportunity to review the audio video recording of the February 28th interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
I have.
Does that recording accurately set forth what you recall from the interview itself?
Yes.
Is the quality of the audio the same in that one as it is in the 23rd?
No, it's
What was
not.
that?
The quality of the audio in the second interview was a little less, than it was a little harder to hear.
Is there a reason for that?
The microphone in that particular room was not as sensitive as that other room.
Exactly.
And again, we'll get into the specifics of that interview, but I want to move into subsequent aspects of the investigation prior to doing that. At some point in time after the interview, did you
Named you,
assist
though.
in this investigation in other ways?
Yes.
What was the next thing that you recall doing after meeting with Ms. Schabusiness on the 28th?
Several things that I did was, one of the things that I did was I reviewed the evidence that was taken throughout the course of the investigation and chose several items that I wanted to send to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for further analysis.
Is that generally how the process works with your department and the state crime lab? Is that the detectives select the items that will be sent to the state crime
Went to
lab?
the courthouse
Yes.
and could
And when you're deciding to send items to the state crime lab, are you aware of submission guidelines that the crime lab has?
I am.
What generally are the submission guidelines with respect to
like,
serious crimes such as this?
like a leprechaun.
In these types of crimes, they ask that the first submission of evidence be limited to 10 items.
And did you
Ooh.
send 10 items to the lab in this instance?
I did.
And when you were trying to select which items to send to the lab, what considerations did you have?
I took several considerations. There was quite a bit of evidence taken in this case. However, I was aware that there was at least two different scenes where evidence was collected, one being on Stony Brook Lane, the other being at Eastman Avenue, in which I had been information that Taylor and Shad had been at both residences. Also, I was aware that several knives had been found in the basement on Stony Brook Lane that were covered in what appeared to be human matter. And my concern was that was Shad's blood and tissue. So I wanted to confirm that. So I took the one knife that I chose was the bread knife, so to speak, that she had used mainly to dismember the body, according to Ms. Schabusiness. And that had been found in, I believe, the Jimmy Choo bag in the basement. So I chose that knife in particular for testing. There were several other knives.
It kind of sucks that he had to like
but I just decided to
choose
take
10
the one
pieces
knife.
because
I
the crime
also,
lab limited them.
decided to send swabs that I
Well,
I
that's the
understand
initial.
hands to
That's
see
the
if
initial.
that was in fact DNA from Shad on her hands. I know hers blood. I also chose the swabbing from what was a rest substance in the apartment and the bedroom of Taylor Schabusiness' apartment. A, to determine what that substance was, if it was blood, and also determine if it in fact it belonged to Taylor or Shad, so he could be linked again to that particular residence.
Wanted to make sure it wasn't
and then
one of
do you recall the other
Taylor's
items that you sent
heavy
to the
flow
lab
days.
in this case?
The other items that I had sent also was the swab, the oral swab that was taken from Shad from the autopsy, And I had the penile swab that was taken during autopsy from Shad. And I also asked one of my forensic evidence techs to swab the dildo. And so I had the dildo swab, and I sent that also to determine again
Yeah.
if any of their individuals whose DNA was on any of those items.
Is that the
And how
proper
about any of
term?
the clothing items that were taken from
What,
Ms. Schabusiness? Did you
dildo?
send those to the
Yes.
lab?
That is
Yes,
proper.
I believe the sweatpants were specifically sent in.
And did you also send the known control buckle sample from Taylor to the lab?
Yes.
In addition to making the decisions regarding what evidence would be sent to the lab, did you participate in any search warrants?
Breathing kind of hard.
I did. 4 separate cell phones had been located during the course of the investigation, 2, I believe, at the Stony Brook in the basement, and 2 in the bedroom on Eastman Avenue. So I wrote a search warrant requesting that all 4
Good
cell
question,
phones,
Truth and Justice.
data be extracted.
And did you have opportunity to review the extraction from any of the cell phone devices that were seized and searched with a search warrant?
I did.
Specifically, there's been some discussion already about Ms. Schabusiness's primary phone. Did you have an opportunity to review the Cellbrite extraction from
Morning,
Ms.
Moosey.
Schabusiness's device?
What do you miss?
Yes.
And is that something that you have done regularly in the course of your duties as an investigator with the Green Bay Police Department?
I have.
You're familiar with the Cellbrite program, how it works and how to navigate it?
Yes.
In particular, when you were searching Ms. Schabusiness's device, what types of information were you interested in?
What was the type of data that was being accessed or used, or photos that were taken during the time period up until
Truth and
the date of
Justice,
the
I can answer
homicide?
that question.
And you could do what they call a timeline
They'll probably have a break
report.
here before
And
they
basically, we'll put in chronological order
start playing it. I
every
imagine.
single time the phone is accessed or a photo is taken or there's a phone call, there's a text message. So I looked at that timeline into the days preceding the homicide. And it also records anytime a phone will connect to a Wi-Fi network. It can specifically state what Wi-Fi network that phone had accessed. And I found that to be interesting in this case.
And what was important about that Wi-Fi access? We'll touch on that first. What's your purpose in knowing where the Wi-Fi connectivity exists here?
It helps put a location as to where exactly that phone was during a specific period of time.
Now, when you say Wi-Fi connectivity, can you explain a little bit for the jury about how that process works where the device connects to the Wi-Fi?
Well, everybody has a Wi-Fi. I should say mostly everybody has Wi-Fi at home, and everybody has a router, and that router has a specific title to it. You know, it could be a self-made name, or it could be a name that is
Oh, I hope
provided
it's
by the
self-made.
manufacturer.
Please be
And
good.
so then, you know, when you look at your phone and you
I was
want to
thinking about
connect
a
to
router.
somebody's Wi-Fi, you ask them, what's your Wi-Fi name? And they'll say it's, Graph Family, whatever. And then you were able to connect to that. And so,
no, it is.
in looking
Yeah.
at that, I was able to determine
Password,
that
Gruff.
over the course of several days, there was 2
Password.
specific Wi-Fi
Admin.
routers that phone had been accessing.
Morning,
During the
Jacob.
course of the investigation, were you able to obtain the name of the Wi-Fi router for the Eastman Avenue address where Ms. Schabusiness resided with Mr. Tomes?
Yes, I had personal contact with one of the occupants, Mr. Tomes, and he had informed me that he had used AT&T as his service provider and provided me with the Wi-Fi name.
And similarly, were you able to get the Wi-Fi name for the Stony Brook residence as well?
Yes, I talked to Ms. Pekinich, and again, I was informed that the Spectrum was their internet service provider and provided me with their name also.
And then were you able to look at the extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's device and create a timeline for when that particular device was utilizing the respective Wi-Fi networks that you
Which you can
discussed?
do.
That is correct.
Yep. You can do
Oh,
that
this
too.
is where they'll pinpoint the timeline.
Yes, because you can You can see when the device was on, how long it was on,
Mm-hmm.
how much time it was on. I mean, what you don't see where what the device was connected to except for the service. So you can't like see browser history or anything.
Right.
But what you can see is you can put a timeline of when that computer connected or phone or printer, anything like that will show up as being in there unless you clear that out. You can do a
It'll
refresh.
ping from different towers depending on where she's at.
Well, no, we're talking about a router in
Oh, I
the
thought we were
in
talking
the
about her
house.
This is
cell
an
In that
extraction
particular house,
report
yes.
that I completed from the data found in Taylor Schabusiness's cell phone.
And what specifically is addressed in that particular extraction report?
It shows timeline.
In
when she
this
was in
particular
each
one,
place.
it is a timeline in terms of network usages, in terms of what Wi-Fi the phone was accessing, and it provides dates and times.
And using that report, are you able to then determine at what
Oh.
times the device is
That's right, Rabbit.
utilizing which of the routers?
Yes.
I wonder if they did
What
this to
is- What
AJ's
is the
phone.
significance, or what did you glean from that report
Probably.
then with respect to the dates and times?
Well, I know that on
Well,
February
and
22nd.
one thing that somebody had asked, how did he
starting at,
get overpowered?
12 a.m.
According to
was
Taylor, they were
utilizing
having consensual
Wi-Fi from the Eastman Avenue
kink,
address.
and
And there's several
that's when
entries
she
over the course of time from
started choking him with a
midnight all the
with
way
a
up
dog collar.
until
and didn't stop. So that's how she overpowered him, according to
4
her
a.m.
statements.
and it utilized the router of ATT5 FTC9D Edward, which I had confirmed was the same name of the router from Mr. Thalm's apartment on Eastman Avenue.
I
At some
could see
point in
that
time in the
ball
early
storm.
morning hours of February 22nd of 22, does the phone connect then to a different Wi-Fi router?
Yes.
Is it, if I'm not
Starting
mistaken, AJ
at,
was the
approximately
defense's
6
witness in the first
a.m.
place.
On February 22nd, 2022, all the way
Interesting.
through ten a.m. or so. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, well, 10 a.m. approximately. It was the My Spectrum Wi-Fi, which then again I had confirmed that it was the Wi-Fi router at the Stone and Brook Lane address.
Clumsy.
Now,
They
did
keep yanking our
those-
chains.
In
I
order to
understand,
have the
Clancy,
phone
but you have
connect
to lay
the
down that
particular Wi-Fi
foundation
device,
before you
does that
bring
mean
it
that
in.
the user necessarily has to be utilizing the device to do something specific?
I don't believe so, no.
There are certain programs that simply run in the background that are searching for, trying to connect to the Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And that doesn't necessarily give you a specific time frame, but does give you general timeframes for where Ms. Schabusiness might have been at, Ms. Schabusiness's device might have been at certain points in time.
Yeah, that would say that one is accurate. It's not specific, but it does
I'm gonna
give
let
you
this play. I'll be right.
general timelines. Yes.
I think you mentioned earlier you were also looking for photographs in the timeline right around the time of the homicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to note any photographs that were relevant to your investigation in this timeline?
Yeah, I noticed that on February 22nd, 2022, approximately 12:56, 12:57 a.m., several photos had been taken of Shad Thyrion.
And those photos were present on Ms. Schabusiness's device. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they have very
Oh,
specific
no.
date and timestamps?
Yes.
Busted face. Oh, it's a 5-hour interrogation? Wow. I wonder if the whole thing would be worth watching on a one stream. His job is to draw pictures for her about what everything the prosecution is saying because she can't read. I'm just kidding. She might be able to read. I kind of forgot what we were waiting for. I thought both lawyers got it down to 3 hours. Don't yawn. Don't you yawn right now in front of me. He looks very, very familiar.
Sorry, work stuff.
No worries.
Oh, I like the hat.
Merca.
I don't
Marcus.
object to
Hell
108,
yeah.
109. They're similar, but
Clumsy.
some of the photos on one of the exhibits are more like thumbnail, and then the other one is the larger one. But we already have
Larger.
pictures of the alleged victim, so I would argue duplicity.
Ooh. What did I miss?
She had pictures of the boy, it sounds like after the fact on her phone, and he says we already have pictures of the victim. This seems duplicitous. So I think
Well,
the judge is going to
it's sort of proving that she is bragging about this.
So your argument is duplicity?
Yes.
He's going to say,
Well,
okay,
and
these are
taking a
different
look at
pictures.
108 and 109, they're different. Certainly there's thumbnails on 108, which are smaller. Those photos, actually, each one of them are
Poor
different.
Judge forgot his flats
slightly.
today.
He's letting
And
it.
there's some other data on 108, so I'm satisfied that I'm going to overrule the objection, and you can proceed.
Show the people.
And, what is Exhibit 108 again, Detective?
108 is another extraction report documenting 5 photos that I had found in Taylor Schabusiness' cell phone.
And what's depicted in those photographs?
All photographs are of the head of Shad Thyrion.
Oh,
You say
man.
these are in-life photos of him, is that correct?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
These are
man.
photos of him while
She
he is
took
still
her own
alive,
pics.
correct?
that is correct.
No, while he's alive.
And 109 depicts what?
109 is a full photo of one of those particular photographs described.
And again, what is the date and time of the photographs in Exhibit 108?
February 22nd, 2022, one at 12:56 a.m., another at 12:56 and 57 seconds a.m., another at 12:57 a.m., another at 12:57 and 12 seconds a.m., and the fifth at 12:57 and 18 seconds a.m.
Have you, as part of your investigation
Heads
in this
attached
case, had an
still?
opportunity to review photographs of the 2 residences, the Eastman residence and the residence on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Based on your review of those photographs and then the review of Exhibit 109, are you
Good
able to
question.
ascertain where that photograph was taken?
Described, the background is the same as the bedroom on Eastman Avenue.
And is that also
Oh.
consistent with the timeline that you noted from the Wi-Fi usage?
Correct.
That the phone would have been utilizing that device around that time?
Yes.
I would ask for permission to publish 109.
So she took a picture of his head 24 hours before she cut it off.
You can publish
Is that what we're
Yeah.
learning right now?
Yeah, but like a headshot. Like you've got a
Miami.
picture. You've got a headshot there.
She literally said everyone takes a food selfie, right?
That's wrong.
She used an Instagram incorrectly.
Is the screen now depicting Exhibit 109?
Yes, it is.
That
Oh
is
no.
so wrong.
This is one of his last photos then. Damn it.
Man.
Yeah, it seems like this is the day before, Sage, the 21st at 12
Detective, I now
a.m.
want to return to the interview and specific conversations about what Ms. Schabusiness told you on February 23rd of 2022. First of all, can you start by describing, what her general demeanor was when you met with her on the 23rd?
Chad is
Characteristic as a calm demeanor, no outbursts, no mood swings. She was quite frank in being able to answer questions and ask questions.
What was your ability to communicate with her?
Very good. She
Yeah.
was able to answer my questions and with no issues.
You indicated that you had previous work as a narcotics investigator. Have you had an opportunity in the past to meet with and interview suspects who are under the influence of drugs?
Yes.
Did you note anything in Ms. Schabusiness's behavior, demeanor, or appearance that would have suggested that she was under the influence of narcotics at the time you were meeting with her on the 23rd?
I did not.
Can you describe, going into that interview, how much information you had about the specific acts themselves?
At the particular time, I had very little information. What I knew was that Shad Thyrion had been found in a bucket in the basement, and also just the information that I had from talking to his mother about who was he last seen with and his last known whereabouts, according to her.
In terms of the specifics of what happened to Shad and where the rest of his body was, is that information that you knew prior to beginning the interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
No.
The information about Shad and what happened to him and where his body was, where did that information come from?
Ms. Schabusiness.
And to begin your interview, how did you begin asking her about the specific events?
I basically stated to her that with the information that I had, and the information that I had at that point in time was that Shad's head had been found in a bucket in the basement, and that she had at one point had been with Shad. So I just asked her if she could tell me what happened.
And was she able to describe to you what happened?
Yes.
What did she say with respect to how Shad was killed?
Trigger warning.
How Shad was killed?
Correct.
She said that Shad had produced a chain, like a dog collar, and put it around his neck. Initially, it sounded like it might have been some sort of foreplay, but it got to the point that she started to strangle Mr. Thyrion and just continued to do so, according to her, for several minutes until he passed away.
Did she, as it relates to the strangulation, did she make any statements about her observations of Shad as she was
Reason why
choking
you
him
have
with that
safe
chain?
words for a kink
Yes, she stated that his
or
head
like a
turned
tap or
purple,
something.
started to, I believe, blood
That
coming out of
takes a
his
lot
mouth.
of trust to do that kind of kink.
His tongue
Sorry.
was protruded, I believe.
Did you ask her whether she chose to stop at that juncture?
I did.
And what was her response?
She stated that she wanted to continue to see what happened.
And did you ask her whether or not Shad had struggled at all when she was choking him?
She said that he did.
And what was her response to that?
My understanding is that Shad had been laying on the bed, prone, face down, and she was on top of him.
Pegging.
And so she was able to
Pin him.
choke and control his body, so to speak, that even though he was struggling, she was able to still maintain
Damn.
control.
Yeah. So standing on his back.
Did you ask her about
pulling.
how she felt about what she had done?
Yes.
And
Yeah, that's-
what were her responses?
Objection, relevancy as to elements, Your Honor.
I think they're certainly relevant as to her intent.
Yeah.
Her
intent
response
was
was that she
to-
liked it.
Had she
What'd he
also
say?
at some point expressed
Possible
some
that she liked it.
remorse or that she didn't necessarily want this to happen?
Initially, that was some of her comments, was that, it had intended, but once she started to strangle Shad, that she found that she did enjoy it. And so she kept on strangling him.
Damn.
Well, that's no fun.
Did she express anything to you about her use of drugs at the time of the offense or immediately prior to the time of the offense?
She said that approximately 2 days prior to the offense that
Yes,
she and
well
Shad
done.
had been smoking methamphetamine.
2 days prior to the offense or 2 days prior to the interview?
I'm sorry, 2 days prior to the interview.
Just no.
Did she mention anything to you
Say no to
specifically
drugs,
about drugs or
okay.
paraphernalia that might be found in the residence?
Yeah, she stated that there should be a pipe and some methamphetamine in the basement on a dresser or an entertainment center of some sort.
Did
On
she
the
express any
floor.
knowledge about the location of the chain or chains that were used to strangle Shad?
Yeah, she stated that there was 2 chains. One would be the same location area as where the methamphetamine was used, and another would be on another table in the basement.
And now I think I asked this earlier, but you're in communication with the investigators who are on scene during the course of this interview. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the information that Ms. Schabusiness is providing you about
Yes,
where
Robert.
things
Prayers
are
for his
located and
family.
what they might see in the basement, is that being confirmed by investigators on scene?
It is.
And the information that she's providing you, is that accurate with what they're observing?
Yes.
After the strangulation itself, what did Ms. Schabusiness tell you that she did with Shad?
Well, initially,
Yeah, I hope
we were
so,
aware
yeah.
of the, Shad's head being in a bucket, but we were not aware of where the rest of his body had been located. So there were several questions pertaining to where his body was located. And Ms. Schabusiness' response to that, it was still in the basement. Then she later went on to explain that she in fact had dismembered Shad's body and placed the various body parts into several bags and or a tote down in the basement.
Was she able to describe in detail the things that she did to dismember Shad?
Yes.
And again, are you matching that back up with information from investigators at the scene?
Correct.
Was she able to actually describe the types of bags or types of containers where she's placing body parts?
Eggs.
Yes.
And again, is that consistent with what investigators are later finding on the scene?
Yes.
Yeah, we were
Did she
finding
talk to you about
everything that she was talking
how
about.
she
God.
dismembered or what she used to dismember Shad's body?
Yes, she stated that she used knives
Yes,
that she
Jim.
obtained from the kitchen of the residence.
Was she able to describe to you where those knives would be located in the basement?
Yes, she described that the knives would be in the same package or the bags that the
Bags.
body parts were also located.
And again, is that consistent with what investigators were finding on scene?
Was she getting
Yes.
high throughout the whole thing after he was dead? Is that what is
In
assumed?
addition to the dismemberment, did Ms.
She might have been
Schabusiness
just-
discuss with you anything
Just still
else that
high
she did
off
with
of the,
Shad's body after
the
she had killed
pill.
him?
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
She described how she had sexual contact with the body in terms of playing with his penis. Also, she described that she had a dildo that she placed into Shad's mouth and to his anus.
Oh,
And
she's
that she
disgusting.
also had cuddled the body.
Oh my
Did she
god.
discuss
Oh,
performing
man.
oral sex on Shad?
That's correct.
On the corpse.
Did she indicate about how long she had cuddled or played with Shad's body?
She indicated that, it was, I don't exactly recall how long of a period of time, but there was a period of time, I believe shortly before or after the start of dismemberment.
Cuddle
Is
is
that
where
it?
I draw the line. That's right.
That is
I'll
all?
start.
Did she talk to you
All
at
right,
all
that just
about,
took it a step too far. The
trying to
cuddling
clean
has
up
to
the
stop.
scene or
Disgusting.
what she was doing with the
Disgusting.
blood during the course of the dismemberment?
Yes, I've been made aware that there was not a significant portion of blood found in the basement that would have been consistent with dismemberment.
That's
So I
always
asked her
weird.
about that, and my response was that she mainly used like the bucket and or the blue tote to capture a lot of the blood, and eventually to dispose of some of that into the shower in the basement. She also did talk about the dismemberment and the removal of body parts, and in fact that there should still be a portion of Shad's lower limbs, like legs, in the van that she had been operating. So she did describe how she did remove at least a couple of his body parts during the course of dismemberment. And when I say move, I mean out of the residence itself.
Did she specifically give you a reason for why she ultimately left the residence on that day?
She
Try to get some more
told
drugs.
me that she had heard
I mean, I don't know.
lots of walking around upstairs, and she also heard that she had heard some shots being fired in the area, and this called her
Paranoid.
some concern, and she just decided that she had needed to leave at that point.
She heard a gunshot and thought there was a murderer nearby and she
Did
needed
she
to get
discuss
safe.
with you what her intention
Yeah.
was with respect to Shad's head?
Yeah, Jen.
One of the first things that she did say was that she did like the head, and that it was her intent to take the head as well as the genitalia that was in the bucket with her. That's why she specifically placed those items in the bucket.
Oh, damn.
Oh, God.
She
To
did
go
mention
box.
that
Trophies?
She had left the bucket by the stairs. And I don't know if she intentionally wanted to do that, but there was talk that it was her intent to take the head and the genitalia with her also.
Where was she planning on taking them?
At
With
some
her
point in time,
where?
do you discuss with Ms.
I don't
Schabusiness
know,
a
because she
specific
goes home and
timeline
leaves
for
the bones in the
events leading
box
up to that
in the
evening?
car.
Yes.
And what does she tell you about the timeline of her whereabouts leading up to this event?
2 days before the 21st, that Monday, is when she was at the apartment on Eastman Avenue with her friend AJ. They decided to go pick up Shad, which they did do. They were turned back to the apartment. At one point, they also did visit
Pickled trophies.
Shad's
God,
father,
Volstorm.
Michael Thyrion, and then also again returned to the
Now I
apartment
don't
on
want any
Eastman
more pickles.
Avenue, where they stayed there for a while. At one point, AJ left, and then Shad and Taylor then returned to Shad's mother's residence on Stony Brook Lane.
And the information that she's providing you with respect to the timeline, is that information that also was consistent with the other aspects of your investigation?
Correct.
Yeah, why did they have to be pickled, Volstorm?
That
Preserving.
she mentioned to you while
that
you were
was,
discussing the
mom.
timeline,
Sorry.
use of
Obviously.
narcotics or controlled substances?
While they were in the apartment on Eastman Avenue, they did use her
Smoke
and
pack?
Shad smoked methamphetamine, and she also indicated that Shad and AJ smoked marijuana.
Smoked a marijuana.
Oh,
Did she talk to you about
a marijuana
what
cigarette.
vehicle she was using to travel around to these locations?
Yes, the entire time she was using her roommate, Mr. Dom's gold Chrysler minivan.
Did you ask her whether Mr.
Oh,
Tums had given her
damn.
permission to use the vehicle?
I don't know if I asked her specifically that question, no. But it was under impression that she was using it at the time of the interview. I was not sure. I later found out that Mr. Thomas claimed that she has used it in the past, but not necessarily was supposed to use it that night.
Did
I mean,
she,
she had a
tell you any
key, but
information about whether
never
Mr.
asked.
Tums was involved in this crime at all?
He was just at the apartment the entire time, sitting in a chair basically. And according to her, he wasn't even aware of what they were doing because he was behind him or in the
Who's
back.
they? Oh, her and Shad.
AJ. Her, Chad and AJ. Chad and AJ,
When
yeah.
you were speaking with Ms. Schabusiness, did you ask her about whether or not anyone else had come down into the basement at any point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That's when she stated that she believed that Shad's mother had come down with a cat.
Ugh.
With
And
a
did she
cat.
discuss actually having any interaction with Shad's mother at that time?
She said that she did not, and I asked Taylor if she thought that the mother had seen her, and she stated that she did not believe. So asked her what she did, and Taylor just stated basically that she kept quiet and was off in the like the finished part of the basement.
There's quite a bit of that basement that was unfinished. That shower drain was, or the drain in the
So
basement.
I want to draw your
That's
attention then to the
weird.
second interview with Ms. Schabusiness. That occurred on February 28th. Is that right?
Correct. Did he run?
And that was also a recorded interview?
Yes, it was.
And you advised her of her Miranda rights prior to that interview?
I did.
And she waived those rights and agreed to answer questions?
Yes, she did.
Did you make observations of her demeanor generally on that day?
I would classify it as being the same, calm, was able to answer questions appropriately, no outward signs of any disruptions or mood swings.
And was she able to understand your questions and answer them appropriately?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yeah, overruled.
Argument for leading. Argument for leading, alternative argument, Your Honor.
Oh, I see where he's going with this.
Thank you. And what was generally the purpose of conducting that second interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
Conduct some follow-up questions concerning that we had that came up during the course of the investigation concerning
This is what this guy sounds like when he interviews
her
people too.
disposition of the body, what were intentions of what they're doing with the body, and her cleaning up after herself.
And what did she say with respect to the purpose of dismemberment and then the cleanup?
According to Ms. Business, the purpose was that she realized she needed to remove the body from the residence so that she wouldn't be caught. And she, Shad was more that she could carry just in terms of being a whole body. So the dismemberment and putting them into bags was to facilitate her being able to remove the body from the residence.
Yeah, that's what Sage
Did
said.
you discuss
Nailed
with
it.
her the attempts to clean up the residence as well?
Yes, and Detective Scanlon had been an integral part of the search of the residence itself. So he asked her several questions about cleaning up because he had observed some, markings or
Yes,
on
Jen
the,
shows conscious thought.
cement down area that had been underneath the bed, as well as there was a squeegee in the shower down in the basement, and some items such as Clorox, wipes. And so he asked her about that, and she stated that yes, she did use the cleaning materials such as the Clorox wipes and the spray to clean up several of the areas of in the basement.
This
as
fucks her
well as
insanity plea, right?
using squeegee to
Yeah.
clean
Like
up
all this stuff,
the
yeah.
shower area. And subsequently
Shows that
placed
she
these
was
wipes in the
mentally
same
competent,
bags that the
knew
body
exactly
marks
what
was
she was
found,
doing.
which again is
Yeah.
consistent with what Detective Scanlon had found.
And Detective, I think I asked you these questions already, but if you had an opportunity subsequent
He's
to
not
the
heavy.
interviews to
He's
review
my trophy.
the recorded interview from both
Damn you,
the
Law.
23rd and the 28th of February.
This
This
is
is the-
the
Correct.
detective
And you do believe
that
that the
interviewed
recordings
her.
were
One of the
accurate and consistent
detectives that
with your
interviewed her.
recollection of the interviews?
They are.
Your Honor, at this point, I intend to show significant portions of the first interview and a smaller portion of the second
Alright.
interview, but it's about
Clumsy rabbit.
an hour and 10
Here he
minutes in length
comes.
for the first interview and
Yamaha.
about 4 minutes for the second. So I
Get
think
your
now would be a good
popcorn.
time to take a break.
Well, they're going to take a
Ladies and
break
gentlemen,
before
we're starting
then.
to
Oh,
lose
they're
it,
edging
but,
us.
Yeah,
nonetheless, we're
just a
having
little
quite,
bit.
I love this
so
for us.
I think what we'll do is take a break until 10:20. It's now about 8
Yes,
exactly.
guilty mind, consciousness
And,
of guilt.
with that, all rise for
Yes. Wow.
Did he say 10 minutes? I
Wow.
was
Yeah.
cool.
And she does not look to be drugged out today.
She looks like she's
Not like the
wearing a
first time.
couch from a hotel. That's a
Well, I
hotel
mean,
lobby pattern.
Whenever you lay off the meth, the weight does tend to come back.
No, not that she looks like a couch. She's patterned after a
Oh.
couch.
I thought you were calling her a couch. I was like, well,
No, I don't.
I mean, she.
No. I'm assuming there's been referenced earlier a stipulation as to what pieces of this video you're going to show.
Oh,
This understanding, the specific
Stipulation.
times were provided, a copy of the excise
specific
video.
times.
was provided to the defense.
Your Honor, that's correct. We talked about this issue, so.
Okay, very good. We'll take a break until 10:20.
Jen says, let's see if she changes shirts. Dun, dun, dun.
So yeah, they're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then they'll be coming back with the actual interview. And they've got, couch was totally getting shower curtain vibes. There you go, Darth. No, what they're going to do is they're going to take a break, because this is where it's going to get really long, really detailed. And somebody mentioned she's going to go change clothes. There's always that possibility.
I wonder if she is. Is that what Dahmer did? She was obsessed with how he walked in and out of court. I wonder if she wants to wear as many outfits as he did or something like that.
That is always a possibility, to show how crazy she is. But that's the thing. The jury, if they see right through her, they're not going to see that she's crazy. They're just going to go, yeah, she doesn't need to be roaming the streets. Maybe she's pushing for a little more of a cushy, mental institution, and spend the rest of her days in there, instead of the prison where she might be.
But I bet she
almost-
doesn't last. I bet if they send her to something relaxed, something cushy, like a mental type hospital, I bet within the first year she fucking eats somebody or tries.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if she's got
That's my bet.
the eating gene, but I would suspect that what exactly happened to Dahmer? How did he end up passing? Didn't he get?
He was, I think it was male prostitutes or male people that he was trying to be with, and he would bring them in, have dinner with them, and kill them, behead them, put their heads in their fridge, eat different parts of them, serve them to his
Right.
neighbors, things like that.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, no. I mean, once he got in prison, once he was sent to prison, didn't he get shanked or something like that?
Did he? Let me Google it up.
I know that he
Wallstrom-
was there for a while. Wallstrom probably knows.
Bostrom said, "Wait, what? Dahmer changed clothes too?" I was just guessing. I was just trying to figure out why she would be doing this.
I don't know. Did he?
Let me look up Dahmer.
I never really followed Dahmer. I'm not really into the whole serial killer thing. I mean, that's some pretty harsh stuff. I mean, dude was a goofer.
15 counts of murder, 957 years in prison. He spent his first year in solitary due to concerns of safety. He later expressed interest in conversion and was baptized as a minister 4 years later. He was killed by a fellow inmate in 94 after spending only 3 years and 4 months behind bars.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. I think he did a couple of interviews from prison too.
Oh no.
Yeah,
This
he
is
got
interesting.
shanked
I
in
wonder
prison.
if there's a channel right now who is obsessed with Dahmer and who's also covering this Schabusiness. That'd be interesting.
Never know. I mean, it's just rough. Just rough that this guy is that this lady. I don't know if you want to really call her a lady. I mean, what was the point of having AJ around? I mean, unless there was some sort of weird kink kind of thing. I mean, I
maybe
dated
that's
this
their
one-
drug dealer.
I dated this one girl up until the point that she was like, I wanted, have like a threesome with you and this other dude. And I was just like, well, have fun. See you later. Bye. I was out. My stuff was gone. I was like, nope. Yeah, she was a little weird.
Moose said might be thinking of Manson girls. They have press over their outfits. Maybe she is. Maybe she's just
Maybe.
AJ, the next victim. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean,
So many questions. I like that he was a defense witness, so that means he'll be called again, right?
yeah.
Presumably?
What because they did this the very first day is the prosecution called up a witness, and it was one of the people that was also on the defense's list, because after they finished, they made a motion just to have him removed from the roster because they got both the defense and the prosecution got everything out of him, which they didn't do that with AJ. So there's a possibility that they'll have him back up on. AJ was the friend, the Indian friend. I believe he's Indian.
Indian.
Yeah. He there was a couple of words that he said that made me think of Indian. I don't know why. Don't know why.
Yeah, good morning, Cake. Thanks for joining us. We're on a little bit of break. We should be back in probably 5 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more. And hopefully we'll get to hear the 7 or 10 minutes of the 7-hour interrogation of Taylor by the detectives.
Well, they're going to do a portion of that. More than likely, that will all of those interrogation tapes will probably lead right up into the lunch hour.
Okay.
Unless the defense can come up with a good objection to not have it submitted, but I think they've already done that. So
Sounds like
they don't have all
stipulated.
7 hours. It'll probably
Yeah,
be the most incriminating stuff that is basically her admitting to what she had done.
Well, I think
Um,
right before they started that they said there's 4 minutes and 7 minutes or something that they're going to play.
okay.
So very, very little of this tape we're going to see.
Thought it was longer.
Everybody
than that.
Google Dahmer. It will never be used against you in a court of law. Squab. That is not advice. Don't take that advice.
Maybe that's Sage Warrior. Maybe that's why AJ was so freaked out. He knows he could have been next, maybe, or maybe he knows more than he's saying. Well, you have to remember that this was someone that he supposedly, don't know for a fact, but that he grew up with, knew since middle school, and also knew Taylor since middle school. So there's a possibility these three were thick as thieves, hanging out, playing Uno or whatever, and then they started getting older, and they found their sexuality, and they got weird from there. So yeah, he could be totally freaked out, be like, I thought I knew this person, and we were friends, and if she was going through some issues, I would think that she would have said something to me.
So strange. That's interesting to think why he was acting the way he was. Maybe he could have been next, or maybe he knows more than he's saying. I thought when he was talking that he knew more than he was saying, and he was nervous because he started saying too much and had to stop and start over. And it seemed like he was trying to not say too much. But if you look at it from a different perspective, like if he would have stayed maybe an hour longer, he's the one. I mean, he literally says, we were just chopping it up. So that's on his mind,
Yeah.
So that could be why he was such a,
Well,
seems a little less believable.
Imagine hanging out with your friends and you chopping it up, smoking a few, and then it's like she's saying that, well, we're gonna sort of get a little kinky here, and he's like, well, I'm out because, well, I'm not gonna be the third wheel, and he bails, takes off, and then maybe she calls him up and says, hey, it got a little bit out of hand, I need some help, and he's like, I am too baked to do anything. I have no idea what you're talking about, or just not answering his phone because he's sleeping or something, and then come to find out, if he would have just hung out, then
Yeah, but he hung out the same hours that Shad was killed. He's said in a different day, it sounds like the day before, from 10 to 1 or 10 to 2 or whatever. You said playing Uno. Texas Jen said more like playing Operation. They never practiced that. They're terrible at this.
Yeah, they were terrible at it. Hip bone is connected to the leg bone.
Yeah. Oh, that's so disturbing. She forgot the head, but remembered his thigh bone. What?
Yeah, wasn't it like a part of his leg, and she had like pulled like the muscle from it or something? It's just like, oh
everything
my God.
deep. Yuck. Yeah. And then I watched the video yesterday where the police are walking up to the apartment for the first time, and they see the van, and the one guy is like, "Are these bloody footprints?" And they shine the light through the van, and it's almost like she just kind of opened the door, shoved the box in, and kept going. Like it's not a leg of a person. What the hell was she gonna do? Sleep it off? Come, I just can't understand why she kills him. She starts dismembering so she could get rid of him. And
so
then,
she can move the body. So the dismemberment was so she could move the body.
And then
but before she did any of that, she killed him and then messed around and played with his body like a little play toy, all while he's deceased. Okay,
But-
so basically she had the body there and was playing with a corpse. And this is why they're trying her for, that's one of the charges, was because she was having sexual relationships with a corpse. Apparently at some point in time she chopped off his member and continued to play with that and pleasure herself with that.
And him.
And well,
She put it in him. Yeah, she put it in his rectum.
Well, that was the dildo that she
And
was talking about.
well, yeah, I guess
Oh, and
maybe
she
it might
used
have been
dismember
harder.
too.
I don't
Yeah, I
know,
didn't know that.
exactly. Wait, are they back?
Okay, yeah, they're back.
She didn't change
And
her
then-
shirt, it looks like.
No.
Sage said, when I was taking my criminal profiling class, we were taught to brainstorm and think out of the box, see where it leads. It may make sense later if it doesn't add up now, you know? Yeah. That's what I like about like true crime and having the communities in the chats. It's like one
Yeah.
thing somebody might just say that seems like nothing, you know? And I think that's why they tell you, like, there's been a crime, even if you think it's nothing, call in and tell us the thing you feel like is your information, you know, because you don't know how it's going to fit into the puzzle.
Right.
Yeah, same shirt.
Some of the most minor things can crack a case wide open just because it doesn't mean a whole lot to you. Somebody else looking at it, you know, you have to understand that it's not usually just two detectives working on something. There's just multiple people that would be doing that.
Another hour or two, and it'll be nap time for Elvira.
Oh, yeah.
I
don't think she's napped at all. I really don't think she's napped at all.
Why do you think
that she is? I think that she has been playing because they've never said anything about her being drugged out. You know, that's all speculation.
Yeah.
And then whenever she's there at the end of the day, she's just sort of, I think, over it with the hour.
Yeah. But what about the third DNA? Is there any speculation about this at all yet?
Just there's no adverse inference to either
I mean, I think it might be AJ, but I have no idea.
But if it was AJ, don't you think he'd be charged? They wouldn't just hopefully get him on the stand?
Right. Maybe it's just unknown.
Yeah.
She had a boyfriend and male roommates.
She had a male roommate, right? And a boyfriend, right? Her husband, she actually had a husband who's in jail during this time.
She has a husband that's in jail.
I'm fairly certain it was her husband.
I know her father is in jail.
If it's not her husband, then it's her boyfriend that's in jail. But I think it's her husband that was in jail at this time. When she's fucking around with Shad. She's on meds for bipolar and psychosis. So she's on something for sure.
She just does not look like she's on anything right now.
Because I think they probably get her to the level, right? Like they make her seem sane.
Yeah. Ballstorm says she has a husband.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay.
Is or was in jail.
Was in jail. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear and view.
You guys probably going, lucky me.
The state, the defense, and the court have agreed on relevant portions of law enforcement's interview of Ms. Schabusiness.
He's on the path.
Oh, I'm gonna have to take off here any minute. I'm gonna listen to
No,
this.
that's fine.
First
Thank you for
couple,
coming
my show
by.
starts at 9. I wish I could stay.
What do you got going on today?
We're gonna play with the AI and do some training to get to pick better lotto numbers.
The state is about to play what has been marked as Exhibit 110.
Well, everybody check out
On
Div.
Exhibit 110, there are a number of files. The files are
What's happening, y'all?
both the individual clips from the videos, but then also one continuous video. The state intends to play the continuous video. I think there's about a 2-second break of a black screen in between the respective clips that are going to be played. For the record, the actual name of the file is
Thank you, White Rabbit. Appreciate
February 23 interview hyphen trial, and then there will be another clip played for the second interview, and that file name is February 28th interview hyphen trial. So those are the specific files from Exhibit 110 that will be played for the jury at this point.
She have her hair pulled back in one of those man buns.
Does she?
Oof.
Man
Yeah,
mullet?
blast my ears out.
Okay.
Good.
Careful, chat. If you're a headphone user, this might be rough for us. Oh, man.
I hate this fucking outfit. Never in my life. I'd rather be fucking naked than not.
She'd rather be naked?
Yeah.
Just clean the fuck up. What are you doing?
Oh, it's that bag that's just
Plastic suit. Yeah.
So if you don't understand anything, please let me know. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning, to have a lawyer present with you during questioning. And if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one who would kindly represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you do wish. And if you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent anytime you wish, including during questioning. Do you understand each of these rights? Yes. Realizing that you have these rights, you now want to answer questions or make a statement?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, get the Miranda rights in there. Oof.
Well, a few hours ago, police were dispatched to an address on Stone Interrupted. The parents' house, Shad Thyrion. Do you know Shad? And how do you know Shad?
He's my ex.
Your ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
Well, they found a kind of disturbing stuff at the house there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of blood.
It's
Basically
not
Shad's
legal.
head. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Mm.
And then, so we know you were there at one point
Yeah.
with Shad.
Yeah.
But we also know you left. Now that van, is that your van?
No, that's my neighbor's.
Your neighbor's van?
Oh, the guy I was staying at?
Okay, so this, where did you go? Which place where did the police get you? Was that on Eastman? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that where you live?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm staying there right now.
Okay, is that your apartment?
No,
No. Whose apartment is it?
that man.
And who is that man?
Got phones.
Scott?
Phones.
Okay. So, that's his van?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you leave from Shad's house and go to Scott's house sometime today?
Yeah.
Well, they found part of Shad at his house, his mom's house. Found his head. Where's the rest of his body?
It's there, inside his house.
It is in the house?
It's inside his house.
Okay. Can you tell me what happened?
It's a good question because I blacked out during that time. But, alright. I need time to, think.
No problem. Take your
He's
time, have some
naked
water.
under that yellow jumpsuit, guys, just so you know.
Hmm.
So you think the body is still there?
I don't see why not, unless it's just up and move, which it could, you know.
Where do you think the body would be?
I was right there by the bed.
By the bed, you think?
Yeah, I was cuddling it by the bed.
You were what?
I was cuddling it by the bed.
You were cuddling the body with the bed? Oh, okay. Was it just you and Shad down in the basement?
Yeah.
Was anybody else down there at any point in time? When do you think you went to Shad's house?
Shit. What was it, like 2 days ago?
Okay. Did you stay there the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
You start to remember now what happened with Shad? A little bit, what do you remember so far?
Shit. Oh, I don't know. There's this chain. There was this chain thing, right? And then yeah, like I was playing around with it.
Okay.
And like we were smoking the bitch, right?
Okay.
And then I'm terrible at explaining things, so let's see here.
Meth.
And then here comes the chain, right? And then he put it around his neck. Well, we were like playing around and shit, and then I don't know, I was tugging on it. And then, I don't know.
You say you're smoking a bitch, what would that be?
Ice.
Ice. Oh.
Have you taken any other drugs tonight?
No, this is still from 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Were you smoking the ice?
Yeah.
And how, on a pipe or someplace else?
The one that's on the counter, or on the table. I left the baggie there.
Did?
I did.
Where?
Green baggie, and it should be right on.
But where exactly, Eastman or Story?
At the left, at Shad's.
At Shad's. And you say, where was this place? Where would it be? In the basement or on the first floor or second floor?
Basement.
The basement. And it was ice in it, and it was a plastic, basically a window bag, a little small plastic bag.
Crushed up.
Crushed up. And just you and Jack. And so there was a chain. You know what kind of chain?
It's the one that's on the same place as where the bitch and
And where would that be again, please?
I think it's on a dresser.
On a dresser?
Is it? Oh, is it on a dresser? I don't know.
I don't know either. I haven't been there. I mean, as best as you can remember. So you think that there could be a chain and the ice on a dresser down in the basement?
There's just no remorse
It's
at
weird.
all.
I got like a weird flashback from it.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, it's short. It was real short.
What did you see?
It's just I don't even know anymore. Like it was weird. I was riding him like a donkey, okay? And then like I think so. I think that's what was happening. I was pulling and then like I don't know.
Were you two being intimate, having sex?
It was getting there.
Just getting there. Okay. So will this be considered foreplay?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I don't know. And then I just didn't stop. I don't know why. I didn't stop.
Okay.
Take care, Cake.
You guys done something like this in the past?
Not like that.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all?
No.
Is Shad like that?
A manual strangulation? Yes.
He likes strangulation?
I don't know.
You know what I'm
Yes, he
talking
does.
about?
Yes, he does. Yeah,
Different kind of donkey show. Different kind
And
of
you
donkey.
do too, or just him?
both of us.
So when's the last time you guys had sex besides potentially sworn?
A lot.
I mean, but like we didn't even get it. Like I'm sorry, but we didn't even get it.
Okay, so you didn't, all right, but when's the last time you did do
I
it?
mean, I played with him though after. But I have no idea. Like August.
Oh, shit.
And what would you
Hadn't had
guys like
sex?
to do? Is there a certain role playing
5
that you
months?
did with Chad? Or was it just some sort of strangulation? How would you guys Do your, basically have sex.
It's like, I just want you just go, yeah, and we, go at it.
But does anybody like strangle the other person?
I like doing that alone.
All right, so you like being strangled, like having your airway, or do you like doing it to somebody else?
I like doing it to somebody else.
Does Shad like to be strangled during sex?
I think so.
Have you done it before?
You have no idea.
I think
Put
so.
the damn choke collar on.
Jeez.
Have you used what we call props in the past?
Yes.
What?
Well, like dildo?
That or rope or chain or underwear or anything?
Just don't give me
Yeah.
any ideas.
I shoved a dildo in ass and mouth.
In the past or just recently?
When he was there, when he was on the bed. Yeah.
So you're right. It was
So
still-
obviously you say you smoked some mice. Do you take any prescription medications?
No.
You have any mental health
Yes,
issues
no.
you should be aware of?
I don't know yet. I think.
Have you been diagnosed with anything officially? Because I know that Shad has some mental health issues. It's according to his mother.
Oh,
Since high school.
Yeah.
Where do you guys go to school together?
Skateboard.
Skateboard? Okay. Did you graduate the same class or?
Yes. Even.
You graduated.
mm.
So then you guys were boyfriend, girlfriend at one point? For how long?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
And this is right after high school or
No, during high school.
during? And what year did you graduate?
16.
2016?
Yeah.
So you and Shad date after high school?
We seen each other.
Okay.
We definitely seen each other.
Seeing each other? Were you officially
I like that.
couple, so to speak, or was it just, did you still have sex with him?
I did it once.
Just once?
Yeah.
After high school?
Yeah.
So when did you start seeing him again? Recently?
He's like
He's
a
my
donkey.
buddy. You know what I mean? So
You
like,
never know.
you know.
So you've always been friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you get over to Shad's?
The minivan.
The minivan? When do you think you went there? Do you remember?
2 days ago.
2 days ago? Okay. Did you stay there all the time, or did you ever pick him up and go someplace, or then come back? Or
Stayed there.
how did you get it? Was Shad there when you got there, or Shad let you in? Or did you just walk in on your own?
He was there, we went in, got some shit, we came back, and then, methamphetamine. You know,
I see.
and then, yeah, ice, and then we came back.
Okay, so you showed up at his place. Then you and him left, and
Yeah,
you went and got some meth.
yeah, so then, we went and, I picked him up, went and got some ice, and then after that, we went to, back to Scott's, we smoked.
What do you think? AJ might be the dealer?
Yeah, and then,
I
I
don't
did
know.
his hair, did his haircut.
You did Shad's hair
Yeah, I dated him all.
She did his-
at Scott's?
Yeah, and then,
Catching bits and pieces.
and then after that, I, trimmed his face, you know,
Mhm.
feeling good, we left, we went back to his mom.
Okay.
I was looking for some crack, I never got none.
Crack?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you went back, it was just you and Shad going back to his mom's? Or did Steve come?
Steve?
Or Scott?
Scott, yeah.
I'm gonna do that occasionally, and I apologize if I do get names sometimes. So.
Alright, yeah.
Did Scott, they come with you?
Scott stayed at home the whole time at Eastman, that's his residence.
Alright, so you and Shad.
He is not involved at all.
Okay. So you and Shad went back to Shad's mom's house. How'd you get in? Was anybody home?
Not involved at all. Never says that about AJ when they ask about that.
Right.
What time do you think this was? Was anybody home? Did you encounter anybody? I understand his mom lives there.
Sarah?
Taylor?
I don't know, is that the mom's name?
Yes.
Damn, the head.
And then,
Yeah, I can't believe I left the head there.
Oh my God, she's thinking. Oh
where'd
my
you do the
God.
body?
The body's there.
Did you hear her? Oh my God, the head. I can't believe I left the head
So we're
there.
gonna take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it?
What? What the fuck?
Well, you're gonna have fun trying to look for all the organs, but yeah, they're all dismembered. Yeah,
So you dismembered the body too?
yeah.
And what did you do with the body parts?
They're in the house.
Somewhere?
They're like,
Basement, upstairs, downstairs?
absolutely in the basement. I was gonna bring them with them. And then, I know I forgot the head. I wanted the head.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, it's in the van.
What?
It's in the van. It's, what is it? I don't know, a foot maybe.
The what?
I think it's a foot.
A foot
leg,
in the van?
a leg maybe.
Foot,
I
leg, maybe.
I'm like,
God.
I'm gonna bring it all in.
Jesus.
It's messy, so then I just left it. I got lazy.
I am. All
I
right,
got
I'll take care.
lazy and that's what
Bye,
I did.
guys.
So.
All right. See you soon, Dev. Have a good stream.
So there's gonna be maybe a foot or a leg in the van. And then,
It's just you and me now.
Yeah.
Jim.
what did you do with the head?
I forgot that was in the van, so, yeah.
What did you do with the head?
The head, I put it in that bucket, that black bucket
Black bucket?
with the blanket on top.
Okay.
I should have it.
And then where'd you leave it?
Leave the head? The head's still in the bucket, it's right by the stairs.
Upstairs? Okay. How did you dismember his body then?
Knives,
With what?
knives.
Knives? Just more than one knife? Where'd you get those from?
Kitchen. Just couldn't find mine, and I wasn't sharp enough.
You weren't sharp?
No, it was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good, yeah.
Really?
I had to use what I used, so like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so
Where would these knives be now?
they're in with all the organs and all
Well, that's
the
just the
body
dismemberment.
parts.
Saying she blacked
Where
out
was that?
when the
In the black bag, it's in the black bag
In the basement?
it's in the basement, they're all in the basement, I never left the basement, I just went up the stairs.
So all the body parts and knives will be in a black bag. What kind of bag?
Black zipper bag next to a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That Shad gave me, but I left it there.
Is it a big bag?
Me,
What kind of stuff would you normally put in this bag?
put anything in the bag.
Well, I mean, is it a trash bag or is it
maybe a
garbage
hand
bag?
or two.
You know what I mean? Kind of bag.
Backpack.
No, the bag that has the body.
But the back in the backpack.
It's a backpack? Is it a big one?
Yeah, the other one's like a little duffel, black duffel.
Okay. So you, at one point, did you bring these bags with you? Or were they already there?
I was gonna, but I got lazy and.
Right, you're gonna bring them with you when you left. But were the bags there when you used them, or did you bring them when you was Shad? Or did you just find them there?
They were there, I found them there, and I emptied them out and put them in there, and I was gonna bring it, and I was like, fuck, I I got paranoid and then I got lazy. And I never get paranoid, but this time was just like, I think it was the dope. I think it was the dope.
Wow.
So,
Yes.
did you want Shad to be dead?
No,
Miami.
no, it was out of random. Like I wasn't expecting that, and it kind of threw me off guard. And it was in an open place, you know, like you went in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty open.
Well, I haven't been down there, but is it?
Yeah, so like it was weird. It was really weird, and you open the door to the outside, and you go down the stairs, and it's right there. Like you can see everything, like right as you go down the stairs. Yeah.
And so, where did you get the chain?
Oh, he pulled it out of his pocket.
He pulled it off.
He had two of them, one for me, one for him.
And can you describe them to me?
Some choking and mutual masturbation.
Chain
There you
link?
go.
Chain link and silver.
Good job.
Over. Okay. And what size? Was it like a dog chain or a large lock type of chain? You know
They're
what I'm
like
saying?
this big. And, you know, and then it has O-rings.
Talking business.
So silver chains.
Yes.
And he had two of them. What'd you guys do with them?
We put them around their neck.
That he died. Yes.
And then what were you doing while they were around their necks?
I was strangling them.
You were strangling them.
I was having fun with them, and then,
Was their clothes on or off?
he had his shorts on.
You had shorts on. How about you?
I don't know, I didn't really care. But,
Did he ever put the chain around you? Was the chain ever around your neck?
I put it on.
Do you have any marks or anything?
He didn't get the chance to strangle him.
Yeah, just he didn't get a chance to strangle you? Was that, he was going to though? Or was that part of the?
I thought that was the thing, and then like, I don't know, I just went.
Okay. So when did you realize that Shad was not alive anymore?
You know, his face turned purple.
Oh,
He was coughing
man.
up blood, and he was pissed.
He was pissing himself. His face was all purple.
I still didn't stop, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what, and then
So his blood was coming out of his
I kept on
mouth?
feeling his heartbeat. Hearing his heartbeat.
I'm sorry?
Hearing his heartbeat start.
Okay. Did you hear it stop?
No, heartbeat, no.
Okay.
No.
So
I'm gonna try to do that.
did you figure he was dead then?
Yeah,
And what did you do?
played with him a little bit.
Did you try to call his mom or dad or anybody else in the house? You try to call an ambulance? Why not?
Happened before. So, yeah.
So do you want him? You want him to die or he did? I'm trying to understand.
I didn't want him to die, actually.
But he did.
He's my buddy, but like it happened.
Happen again, but then did you feel a need to try to help him? Stop choking him or get an ambulance? You didn't feel a need to do that?
I don't know why, I just, it happened so fast.
So then after you realized he was no longer, he was dead, his face was purple, he said his blood was going out of his mouth. What'd you do?
Clean him up a little bit. And then, I just played with him like that.
You said play with him, what do you mean?
Played with his dick.
Okay.
Like I put him up over the, bed, and then, slept with it.
Yeah, there she goes.
And you had him on the bed? What kind of bed? Was it an actual bed or just a mattress or what? So then you had sex with him?
Yes.
Wow.
And I had a dildo.
Okay.
I played with him too.
What'd you do with the
And
dildo?
I just cuddled him and hugged him.
What'd you do with the dildo?
I put it in his mouth, put it in his ass,
There's
put it back. Put it back.
Where was this bed? Where'd you put it back?
Oh,
Um, It's like it's like on the wall, next to the body, right, and then,
Is it in a bed or on a shelf or?
it's in a wooden, box.
Wooden box? Okay.
It's
And what color was the dildo?
yeah, legal girl, I agree. Also, watch your ears. It may get very loud at some point. So if you got your
So-
headphones cranked up.
pink.
You had sex with him. You said dildo on. You said you cuddled for a while. And then like, you cuddled him. Where were you, on the bed with him?
Yeah,
So you cuddled his body. And then what did you decide to do?
oh, because like before, like I felt for his, heartbeat, but then I still felt his heartbeat, right?
You did?
I did,
You felt it?
yeah, so I kept on pulling more and more and more, and I went back in. It's almost like he wouldn't die. And then he was like rebuilding in the muscle, and I don't even know, it was crazy. And then, I don't know.
Just before you had sex with him?
That's what I was.
While you were having sex with him?
We never had sex, but when we were getting there, I was just stroking him.
I understand that. You said that she played with his penis after he was dead.
I mean, is it really
What
sex
is
if
erect?
they are not participating?
It was half.
Did you,
Even.
what did you do with
after,
this penis?
I cut it off.
Did you ever place it in your vagina or any of your body parts?
Cut it off.
No, I just.
You didn't use it as a dildo or anything? Okay. So you're saying then you're like choking on and stuff. And, was he struggling at all?
He has big neck muscles.
Okay.
He was good.
Were you trying to fight you? Sometimes people have a flight or fight, you know what I mean? The reaction that something happens, so they try to grab.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, she's remembering it now.
He didn't, or
No, he did.
did you get hurt at all? I see, you had that cut on your thumb. How do you think you got that?
Oh, that was dismemberment.
That was just not.
That was a lot. Yeah, I got lazy during that process.
Oh,
Did you, use any other devices besides knives? Just, okay. Those scratches on your arms and stuff, were they from him?
Oh, no. I was,
And how did you get them?
so this one, I did by myself.
Oh,
This one, I probably did by myself. This one, probably did by myself.
so they weren't him trying to grab you or anything? Did he try to grab you at all with his hands? That. So the blood on your hands, would that be Shad's blood?
Oh, probably. I'm telling you, I got super lazy tonight.
How come?
I really don't know.
lazy. God.
I blame it being on drugs and then the come down that I'm coming down off of.
How many times do you think you've done this?
I never do drugs. Like, I barely do drugs. I do drugs, but then like once in like
Welcome, JC.
few, like not even like that, like months go by and then I'll do drugs.
I see.
All right, watch your ears.
And where did you dismember this? In the basement, right?
Because I was looking for Donna, yeah.
You do anything particular with the head or the body? What did you do with the blood? What happened to all the blood?
It's still in there, still in the tote. I mean, with the, you know,
The pill.
there's a shower in the basement. You go in the next side over and you just dump it out after the drain. There's probably still blood there.
Where did you go? The bucket?
Yeah, well, I drained his head. Well, like, after I sucked his blood, I put it in the bucket, but then there's still blood in this bucket because it's coming out of the head. Should've took the brains out, but I didn't do that. And then
So you cleaned his head in the shower and then dumped the bucket?
I should've cleaned his head in the shower. I should've polished it up, but,
Okay.
I like that.
And what did you use to discover that heading?
And I
Maybe he shouldn't have put his head in the shower. Maybe you should not killed him and chopped him up a little
Right,
bit.
what kind of knives were they then? Big knives or
We'll
knives?
start with that.
Butcher knives?
Maybe the kitchen knife, everybody just.
Butcher block?
There was two like little knives there.
Unless you say she
And
should
then, they
have.
were like probably 4 inches. And then the other ones, they were probably like 6-inch knives.
Where were they in the
One was
kitchen?
a steak knife, one was a bread knife.
When you
And
say
one
bread
was a
knife, is that
knife,
like a serrated edge on it, or is it a flat edge on the bread knife? You know what I mean by serrated? And where were these knives in the kitchen?
They were in, shit. They were right next to the oven.
Were they in, like a knife holder thing, or in a drawer, or where?
They were in, if you know what I'm talking about, in the,
Yeah, some holder that put the
Yeah.
knives
that's the one right there, like it was in the,
by the oven.
idea. I really like that.
What kind of thing?
That's how messed up my head was. Like I was really messed up. Like I don't know what was going on. I was just going crazy. And then I don't know what was going on at all because this. I think it was the open area. I wasn't in a room by myself. There was no door. It's an open area.
Mm-hmm.
It was an open area. I didn't like it. It was different. At all.
Or was there anybody else there?
Maybe upstairs.
Upstairs? And how come why did you leave? Was anything causing you to leave the house?
I kept on hearing footsteps,
Okay.
gunshots. So
Where else, I'm sorry?
gunshots.
Gunshots? Why did you think you heard those?
I have no idea.
Do you have a gun with you?
No, I did not.
Did you hear a gun in the house?
No, I think it was outside.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
You afraid someone was coming
it
there?
was weird. I'm never paranoid, but then out of nowhere, like I got
Yeah, paranoid.
first like for a couple of seconds, and then I go away, and then like slowly come back. It was weird. It was really. It was a weird night. Like,
Yeah, I would
I
imagine.
don't even know. Like, this one was weird. I didn't like the openness.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Too much room.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Michelle has some questions for you. I'll take a break. Maybe drink some water.
Oof.
And did you tell them what happened or no? You tell them what happened to Shad?
Yeah, he's got body parts in his hand, so he's gotta get that out.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I've been off of it right now. I blame the plastic drugs.
Just a minute. Are you supposed to take any prescription medications?
Nope.
Okay. All right. I want to look into a couple other things and we'll be with you and if you need anything, you knock on the door. Okay?
Just watch your ears.
How you doing? Good. Doing okay?
She just does not give two shits about anything.
That's great. I need stitches.
You're gonna need some
I'm
stitches.
gonna need stitches.
The thing is, I don't know how soon you get there for us.
Usually you're good. They would say, I think it's stitches, you got 24 hours. Do you think you cut yourself over 24 hours ago?
Oh, yeah, I just did it like, 4 hours ago.
You did it 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's actually one of the things that we want to kind of do is we call it timeline, just to kind of get an idea of what you were doing since you first had contact with Shad. How did you call him up? Did he call you up, or did you just show up at his house, or how did you decide to go over to his place?
Hey. I said, hey, come over here. And I went and got him.
You called him, or he called you, or
Yeah.
how? Do you have a phone?
No, it was actually from my friend AJ, our friend AJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where were you?
That's Scott's.
Okay, was AJ there too?
Yeah.
So you're at Scott's, and your friend AJ was there?
Yeah.
What's AJ's, any other, his last name or first
Big
name?
Gannon.
Huh?
He's Gannon.
Cannon?
Big Gannon, yeah.
What do you spell that,
GANNON.
Would Scott know who he is?
Yeah.
Was Scott there?
He's referenced as Black AJ.
Is he a black guy?
He's a black guy.
Okay.
He's got Jew throats.
Was
AJ.
Scott there then when you and AJ were at the
Black
apartment?
Asian.
Yes.
Okay.
We walked over there.
So you called Shad using AJ's phone?
Good to see you, MG.
AJ
Okay.
talked to Shad.
AJ talked to Shad.
Yeah. And he
Yes.
said, hey man, I want where is Scott? And then Shad was like, I might have gone a ride, but can you come get me? And so then
Did
I
you
went.
text him?
Yeah. So then he's like, wait, never mind, I'm all right. So then we went and got him.
Okay. And then who went?
We did, I took him in.
Did you go by yourself or somebody else?
I grabbed it, I took AJ and I put him in the seat. And then,
So you and AJ went to Shad? To Shad?
yeah.
What time do you think this was? So you and AJ were at Scott's. And AJ contacted Shad by text message probably, saying come over, something like that. Were you and AJ using drugs at that time?
No, we were smoking the yield, Mary Jane. But that was about it.
Just smoking marijuana? Okay. So then who went and picked up Shad?
We grabbed, I put AJ in the front seat and then we went over to Shad.
Okay. And so how did you get there?
Via van.
Did Scott know you were taking the van?
I said, hey Scott, I'm taking the van, I'm picking up Shad. And then
Okay.
he was just like, no. And then I'm like, okay. And I took it. Yeah.
Oh man.
So you didn't want you to take it, but you took it
So I
anyway?
took it anyway.
Okay, and where did you go?
To Shad's house.
His dad's house, mom's house, where?
Mom's house.
Did you go inside the house at all?
I knocked on the door and said, hey, Shad, come here. And then like, you came here? And then like, you came here.
All right, so then Shad got into the van, and AJ was in the van, and you, and then where'd you go?
And then we went to, so me and AJ and Shad, we went to his dad's house, right?
Whose house?
We went to his dad's house.
Shad's dad?
Shad's dad, we went from his mom's to his dad's.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I don't even know. And then, from there, we went and picked up some dope.
So was anybody at Shad's dad's house? Was Shad's dad there?
Yeah, Shad's dad was there.
Okay. Did you talk to him or have contact with him?
Go Michael B, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Volstorm, she definitely.
How long were you think you were at Shad's dad's house?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay. And where'd you go to store dope?
I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even know where it was. Like, I was like, put it in the attic. And he's like, oh. And then he went and got it. And then.
So who made arrangements to get that?
I have no idea. Maybe Shad?
Shad, maybe?
Yeah.
So, do you remember, was it a business, a house, or a car? You met somebody in a car? What did it happen?
No, he was just like, hey, you got any pretty girls inside? I'm like, hell no, I'm gonna knock his ass out. But he says that, right? And then, like, for me to go in and get the dope, I'm gonna knock in the dope. I'm like, Shad, go get the dope. So Shad went and got the dope, and then he came back with the dope.
Okay, and where was this, do you think?
This was, I don't know, I have no idea. I just.
Was it a house or apartment or?
You said put the Addy in, did somebody use their cell phone to find the house address?
Could have been.
You know, who might have looked it up.
I have no idea.
AJ or Shad?
I have no idea.
But Shad's the one that went in to get the dope. How much did he buy?
Oh, that was all me. I gave him $100.
Okay, so you bought $100 worth of meth?
That's what I did.
All right, and is the three of you still in the van?
Yeah. Yeah, when he got back in.
And where'd you guys go?
We went back to Sky.
All right, went back to Scott's. Who's all there then?
Scott, AJ, Shad, and me.
And what'd you guys do?
We smoked.
Smoke what?
The reefer.
Marijuana?
We smoked
Reefer.
the reefer. I didn't smoke the reefer. You know,
She didn't smoke out a reefer.
They smoked the reefer.
Who had that, the reefer? Someone bring it with them, or is that already there?
It was, the reefer was there. The reefer was there. And then after that, me and Shad, we were talking on the bench. And then after that,
So you and Shad smoked some meth at Scott's?
yeah, just somebody.
Where were you guys located?
That was in Eastman. That's
Right, were you in an
Scott's.
apartment, but were you in a bedroom, in a living room, in the kitchen?
Bedroom.
Was Scott using any of it?
He was chilling on the chair, rocking back and forth.
Did he see you guys smoking meth or marijuana?
No, that's all behind him. He can't see. He can't see it, no.
Why not?
Because that's behind him.
Okay.
He's facing this way, we're this way.
Okay. So then the three of you smoking marijuana, and you and Shad smoked meth. And so then what happened then? Who went where?
I started cutting Shad's hair.
That's right, you said you
Yeah,
gave him a haircut.
give him the haircut and everything, and then right after that, AJ was just like, you don't let him go. So then I'm like, all right, see it.
Did you left on his own? Okay.
And then he tried it on foot. And me and Shad, we took it out. I
We're
shot
not
him up,
sure.
and I took him out.
Yeah.
I did, I had one shot too.
Then where
Seemed
did
to
you
be
get
very
that stuff from?
promiscuous, but no
That's the
guarantee.
same place.
I know, but, well, oh, so you bought it with the meth, you bought the other stuff too? Where did you shoot him up with?
Same shit, the trazodone,
Yeah.
I crushed it. I crushed it up,
And where did you get the trazodone from?
the table.
There's some
The
trazodone
table,
just sitting
where's the
there.
table located?
No, it's right by Scott's,
Was it Scott's trazodone?
yeah, he is,
Are you sure it's trazodone?
it says it on the bottle.
So you took some pills from where? You said on a
From
table?
the counter.
On a counter? And it says trazodone on the label?
Yep,
And
Yes,
was it
those
Scott's
drugs are
pills?
bad.
Was
Okay.
Scott's name on there too?
yeah,
And you crushed them up, and then what did you do with them?
I put it in the syringe, I pulled it back, and then I shot him.
Jeez.
And you said you took a shot too?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Where did you get the injection? Where did you inject them at?
I got it from a friend.
No, but I mean, when you shot,
Where did I shoot him up?
yeah,
Shit, probably in the arm.
in the army then?
Yeah, there.
You said you got the hypo from a friend? Indeed. Have you used drugs, they call it intravenously through needles before?
Yeah.
Alright, so were you guys in a bedroom, in a living room, or someplace else where, bedroom? Okay.
Scott is one of her
And then
roommates.
what do you guys do?
And then, we just took off.
This just seems like a very depressing life.
We just
Man.
headed over to his mom's house. We got cozy on the bed and we drove into the driveway, right? Opened the door, we went down the stairs. We chilled on the bed, and right after we chilled on the bed, he put the collar on.
So you and Shad left, Scott's band. Did Scott know you were leaving?
I said, hey, I don't know, actually. I don't know.
Do you remember what time that was, or was it day, dark out, light out? Night, you know what I mean? What time of day was it, you think?
Scott was a guy at the apartment
12 a.m. is gonna get-
where she got
I
picked up.
really had no idea. I don't know
Yeah.
the clocks, I don't know the clock.
Was it dark out?
Yeah,
Okay. So you went to Shad's parents' house, Shad's mom's house. Did you meet anybody as you were arriving?
no. He didn't.
All right, and then you went into the basement.
Yep,
Oh, yes, that's true.
open the door and
Going
then
to
into the
Scott on the
basement,
van.
on the stairs, and then
Yeah.
onto the bed where he put on the collar.
Was it right away you started doing that?
I don't know.
Isn't Scott
This is what I
the
thought.
father also? So
How long
confusing.
do you think you were in the basement?
Until I left. I really don't know.
Was it during the day at all?
I really don't know.
Did you sleep
Yes.
at all?
I mean, I was playing with him all night.
It's so confusing.
Because you're playing with him all night.
Yeah.
What about during the day?
He kind of went into the day. I still was playing with him.
She lived with Scott.
But, like,
Okay.
are you talking about the choking session?
Well,
Scott Thome.
from the time you got to Shad's mom's, how long do you think you were there before you left?
Thank you, Yaya.
like
So much help. Really.
until he like died or like
No, until you actually left.
until I
And went
left?
back east. Yeah, so from the time you first got there to the time you actually left,
I don't know. I don't do times. Like I really don't do this.
was it overnight?
Yeah.
So I'm asking because
Yes, AJ was on the stand yesterday.
it was the time when it's the boyfriend see.
So this Scott
At some
Thome,
point, the boyfriend had
is
to let
he
you
a
in,
black Asian
into the house.
or is that AJ?
He unlocked the door and opened it for you guys? Okay, so when you guys got there after shooting up the first time and coming back from Eastman, he did open the door for you guys? Okay.
So then, from then till the time you left, how long do you think it was? A whole day? An hour? You know what I mean?
It was shit. I don't even know. Like he was
So you got there and Chad's mom's boyfriend let you in.
Mhm.
And you went to the basement. Did you start getting together right away or did you sleep for a while or what do you think you remember you did?
We went there. 5 minutes in, I was already choking him.
All right, so it happened pretty quick.
Yeah.
And you talk about you were playing with him.
Thanks, Yaya.
Oh yeah, I was playing with his dick and with his corpse.
Was it light out at some point? Was the sun up?
I mean, when I looked out the little window, I seen it.
You could see light?
I could see the light.
So you were playing with him when it was light out?
Yep.
All right, so particularly within, you said within 5 minutes of just getting there, you guys started, he pulled off the chains, I guess you were saying? And he put it around his neck.
Yeah.
Did you put one around, you never put one around yours, or did you put one
I
around?
did.
You
I
did?
did. It was tiny. I finally got it around and I put it on my neck and I took it off. After he was gone, but like,
So you started choking him, and when you were choking him, what did he do? What were you guys doing, I guess, is to try to explain it as best as you can.
he was coughing up the blood right and I was just waiting for him to die and then like I was looking at his purple face.
Well, did he
During his
did he expect to have sex with you?
Because I felt like it was fucked up. I'm like, damn, I'm already this far. So then I just like, yeah.
I understand, but why would he put the chain around his neck?
Because he's a kinky out there.
So was he expecting to have sex with you then? Kinky sex? Kinky sex?
I would assume so.
But you said that he just started choking. How long did it take for him to die?
Like 3 to 5 minutes maybe. But I don't know. I have no idea.
You said that when you were choking, he started coughing up blood.
Oh yeah. I was
But
like, damn.
and you just decided that.
I just like I like to see what happens.
So you just kept going harder and.
I
So you wanna see what happened when he died?
I just watched it. Yeah. Well, this one was different. This one was common.
Blood.
So when he put the chain around his neck, he thought that you guys were going to have kinky sex, right? You think that's what Chad was thinking, maybe?
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I was gonna do the same thing. You know, I was going in, and I did, and I went in. But then he was like, choke me, but he didn't really say it, so I'm like, he put it on his neck. I already know I'm gonna choke him, and I did. So.
All right, so before that, was there any foreplay?
We launched onto the bed. We went from the stairs to the bed, and then, yeah.
Were clothes on or off?
Yeah, and now the.
But before the chain went around his neck, were you and Chad like kissing or any foreplay or anything?
No, we were chilling at home.
You just chilling. So all of a sudden, the chain went around his neck? How come? I'm just trying to get it.
He likes it. I was gonna walk him like a dog.
And he wanted that?
I have no idea what I was gonna do it anyway.
Okay. And you claim it was his idea? Was the change?
Obviously not. No, it was his idea. It was all him.
Right, so you're on the bed, the chain goes around his neck and you start choking him. And you just realized that he was gonna die or what?
I'm just like, shit. I think I went a little too far because I was blacking out while I was doing it, right? And then and then I look at him, I'm like, shit, he's already purple. I'm like, fuck, I'm like, I don't know if he's fucking, is he good? Is he good? But then when I woke up, during the blackout moment, I'm like, shit. Like he was coughing up blood. I'm like, I don't know. I just kept on going.
Not shit. And
You
then,
made the comment, you said that when you were choking, you was coughing up blood, you kind of were like, well, going this far, I'm just gonna keep going. Did you realize that by continuing that made you home?
Like, yeah, because I felt bad because I'm like, damn, he's gonna be losing that business. I'm like, might as well just kill it.
Okay. So you realize that by continuing that you may actually kill him.
I swear to God, he was telling me just do it. So I'm like, wow. And I did it.
Okay.
I swear to God, I'm like, fuck. I accidentally fucked up and then I'm like, fuck. And yeah, that's exactly what happened.
oh, that's not an accident.
You also said that you enjoyed it, right? And I enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Yeah. What you enjoyed about that? Was it kind of thrilling, a rush, exciting? What was the feeling that you got out of it?
That's all it is. I don't know.
Okay. I'm just trying. Happy? Was it just kind of exciting? Like opening Christmas presents or?
I don't know. This is the thing that I have, I've always had, you ever love something so much that you kill it? It happens to me. That's the feeling that I have. I love something so much that I kill it. I love it so much and then I kill it. That's what happens to me. So,
All right, so he dies, he's dead. And then you just kept playing with his body? Okay. And when did you decide to, how long did you play with his body? Is that when you thought it was booked outside and might have been light out too?
I don't know, it's still dark.
Still dark?
Yeah. Oh, it's gotta be like 2-3 hours.
2 or 3 hours.
Is that also when you used the dildo?
Yeah.
Yes, Beagle Girl.
Did you
Is
have sex with his body at all? Okay, like, is there any type of sexual contact? Obviously the dildo and stuff, but.
I grind it on him, I put the
What it sounds like, White Rabbit.
You grinding on?
Yeah, I listen.
Did you ever put his penis in your vagina? Or you just grind on him?
Did you see before that you performed a role on him?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was after he was dead?
Yeah. And then he got happy. He was half hard while I was still sucking while he was dead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And was that part of playing with him? Or?
That is part of playing with him.
That was part of playing with him.
Did you?
Actually, I was severing his head while I was doing that too.
You were stopping.
Yeah.
It was only a couple hours before you severed his head? Or did you fall asleep at any point in time? Or? So how long do you think you were in that basement? because you didn't leave until like 3 or 4 this morning, right? But what about during the day? What did you do during the day?
I don't know, like, I was kind of like dozing off, like, you know, nodding out.
He was dead already?
She was getting
Was his head
crazy.
still on?
No, I took that off. That was the first thing I took off.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
What about the rest of his body?
I didn't even take it. And then,
She seems
the
disappointed
rest
she
of
didn't
his
take his
body,
head.
it's, like, I was fucking, I don't even know what it is. It's in a big blue container, you know? And
Just a
it's big
container?
Tupperware. It's like a big Tupperware, but it's not Tupperware, but it's a Tupperware container, like a,
The big storage code.
yeah, one of those. And then,
So that's where the body parts are in? Or are they, I thought just they were in a black bag.
they're scattered around.
Okay, so both probably. But when did you start, cutting up his body?
Like almost right away. I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
Then what about the rest of his body parts? Did that take all day to do?
Wait,
I
did
was
she say
getting
she
pissed
was
off at
effing
the
him
December.
and cutting him up at the same
It
time?
took a while.
Yeah, because like I was nodding out. So I
Okay, so you're kind of sleeping, kind of nodding in and out. Have you taken any other drugs?
should have took drugs. I probably would have helped, but I didn't.
Jeez.
And I just sat there. Yeah.
Do you remember it being daylight at all?
Yeah, when I looked at the window and I seen the daylight.
And was his body together still then?
My
Or?
body was never together. It's just like I had fun with him for that 2 hours and then boom.
So, but it took a while to cut the rest of the body up? Okay.
All messed up too.
So I'm just trying to, so I understand the rules. So you said you were cutting and then you got a knot off, kind of wake up and start cutting again.
Yeah.
So it took you a little while to cut the body apart. There were times where when I napped or whatever, you didn't work nonstop to dismember his body, right?
I mean, I probably did. Well, in my sleep, I do things in my
You
sleep.
do things in your sleep.
But yeah, but like, that's probably it right there.
Did anybody ever come downstairs at all?
Tara came, she came downstairs and then, with the kitty cat, and then she stuck the kitty cat down. Stuck the kitty cat and then the cat was walking around. And I threw the kitty cat, and then, yeah.
Did you talk to her?
I'm like, hey Tara. I don't know, it's just weird. Cause like it was an open space, like there's no closed door, and I'm like,
Did
it was weird.
she saw anything?
I have no idea.
Apparently not. Jesus.
So you think she came down at one point and dropped the kitty cat off downstairs in the basement? Nice.
So she's already started dismembering him when the
Yeah,
mom
she
comes
just came
down
down
to
there,
get the cat.
dropped the cat off, to go use the kitty litter,
Drops the
the
cat.
box, and then she went right back upstairs.
So she never came around the corner, I guess, and saw what was happening. Oh man.
No.
Hey, enchiladas. Good to see you. Good to see you.
All right, so then
Thank you.
throughout this process, you would cut off a body part with one of the knives, and you would put it in the bag or the tote or something like that.
Yeah, I was still tweaking out, so like, I don't want to get on that, and then I'm like, wow, it's getting dull. So I grabbed another one, and then I was cutting it, and it was getting dull. And I was tweaking, so like, I'm like, oh shoot. I haven't done that. I didn't mean for all this to happen, and I'm like, I fucked up, I know I fucked up, and I'm like, shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what happened.
No, it's feelings, got a mom and a sister and a dad and family, and more than being sorry, you know.
Man.
You killed them.
You're gonna tell the sister sorry. Didn't mean for that to happen. I
But you didn't
didn't.
try to help them?
No, I didn't, no. It works both ways, like I have no idea, like it.
You was gonna
Gotta
die.
be put into change.
Right, you was gonna die, so.
I mean, I didn't, but at the same time, I woke up like, fuck, that's bad. I didn't know what to do, cause like, you was gonna like,
Yeah,
fuck,
that's
I don't know.
funny.
You know what I mean? Cause like, I don't know.
But you liked it?
I liked it. I'm like, fuck, like, it was, like, I didn't know what to do, but like, I liked it, so.
Well, you knew and that you didn't want to call the police or ambulance or anything, so.
Actually, I thought about it. And then, I was getting angry at myself, very angry at myself because I didn't have that.
Yeah.
Sucks not having that.
Was it sexual side to you when you were choking, Shad?
Oh, yeah, very.
Was it exciting when you were sucking on his penis after he was dead?
It was very exciting. Everything was we should check on my panties. Boom.
Hey, can you see something? I gotta ask you a question. I just want to kind of clarify some things quick.
Out of that awful yellow suit.
Oh, I believe it's next step. It won't take long. So
She grinning? She's laughing.
after the incident where you choked him out, can you describe how you placed him before? Because you said you cut his head off first, correct?
Yeah.
Can you describe where was he laying on the bed?
She thinks this is funny.
I pulled him,
Okay.
like, say this is the bed.
Okay, so this is the top of the bed.
Yeah. And, I pulled him, and then, his head was hanging off.
So you're probably laying face out. So
Yeah.
his back was on the bed.
The bag was on the
His
bed.
head's
Yes, White Rabbit, she
partially
was
off the
laughing.
bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, the tub was like right
Not
there.
for this part.
The pail
In
that
the
you had,
corner, she's laughing.
Yeah.
head before. Okay. So basically his head's here and the bucket's right here.
Yeah, and then, from
Yes,
there,
Ballstorm, it is a game.
I severed his.
You cut his head off.
Yeah.
After you cut his head off, I know you said you dumped the pail at one point into the shower.
In the shower, yeah.
Did you leave the body there for a while to drain into the pail or what? How?
It's all in the tub, in the blue tub. You found the blue tub, right?
I don't know if they're slowly going through the scene, so there's a lot of his blood. Did you pull the tub under there then?
Oh no, I moved the tub like real fast.
Oh, so you cut the head and then pulled the tub under there.
No, when I was dismembering the
Yeah.
body,
Yep.
there was, I mean, I'm going like this with a knife, so there's blood fucking going everywhere, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, and then,
But initially when you cut his head off, there was a pail underneath, correct? Okay, so the head went into the pail.
Yeah.
The blood went into the pail. Did the blood bucket fill all the way up with blood?
no,
No? Okay.
No.
Then, did you move them again when you started with the pail? Because you're talking about that blue Tupperware thing.
so I think there's a black pail, and then there's a blue Tupperware thing, right, and then his head was hanging off. And then I cut the head off, and then, I moved it over, and I brought it back, and then I put it in the pail.
Okay, so initially the head went into the blue
I'm going to switch
Tupperware
feed
thing.
so you can see.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I switched feed over to
Hey, how you
your
doing?
reactions.
I'm good, how are yourself?
All right. Can we talk a few minutes again?
Yeah.
So, out at the house right now, there's, you know what a medical examiner is? They're the ones that kind of like take care of people that die and see how they die. And so, you know, they have a bunch of questions for us that we really can't answer. And the biggest questions that they have is exactly how did you dismember Shad? Did you cut arms, or I mean, or was it just
internal organs or?
So you started on the head, right?
Yeah, and then I don't know around from there. I just want to.
Did you cut it, where, did you remove his arms? Okay, can you show me where you were cut on the arms?
Right there.
Right, the elbows, was this part of the arm left on?
You guys go in that blue bed.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
But you know that you cut off at the elbows? Okay, you cut both arms off at the elbows?
I would hope so. Because like, I was saying that dismemberment process I did was like really messed up because like I was nodding out. And then I was like sawing it off.
Did his
Did you
legs,
use just a knife?
Just the knife, so like,
did you remove any part of his, did you dismember his legs at all? What was your on the legs?
I think there's one leg that's actually intact.
Okay.
And then, maybe. I have no idea.
And where was his body located when you did this dismembering? Was it in one spot or?
Yeah. It was all in the same spot.
And where's that again?
Blue tub.
So the body was in the blue tub as you were cutting it up? Okay, now did you empty the tub at points or?
Judge seems to be paying attention to
You know what I
her.
mean?
Was there a bed down there or just a mattress or?
There was a mattress that was laid down. There should be blood on the sheets. Like a lot of blood, but I tried to get it out. But I can't fucking think right now. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm fucking nuts.
Yeah, you know, because like I said, just
Later.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a pretty vivid
you
imagination.
know, probably figure it out eventually. But
I think you can fix her.
they just had some questions about like where blood might have went or most of it went. I mean, you said a
Down the
bucket or down the drain or like that. But when you took off his head, was he lying on a mattress or was he someplace else?
I had his head hanging off,
The mattress.
and then I was sawing it.
But was a bucket underneath his head?
Yeah.
So it was high enough?
I don't know, it just dropped in there.
What's that?
It just dropped in there after I got the bone.
But it was high enough that it could stand up underneath the body, you know what I mean? So let's say the body sits in the bed, the bucket was able to fit underneath there. Was that bed was high enough for a bucket to fit there? Or would it have to be outside or something, bucket?
No, the book was just fine where it's at, on the edge of the bed.
On the floor or on the bed?
7
On
minutes
the
more
floor.
left in this.
So there's a box spring and then there's a mattress.
You know, what do you think should happen if somebody does something like this to somebody else?
I don't know, they obviously get prison time, I don't know. Whole lot, like, I don't know, this was out of random.
Think it was the right thing to do?
No, I did it anyway.
And I just want to clarify, when he had the chain around his neck, were you behind him
Yeah,
and kind of with just one end or two ends or the chain or?
there
And just want if you hold it, how to, you know, I mean, because if you wrap a chain around someone's head, you just hold one end of the chain, the other end is going to go loose.
no, so if you've seen, there was a ring, and there's two rings, and then like you can pull the chain from under the ring and then pull it back.
All right, so then a loop at the end of the chain that could go around, kind of like a dog choke collar.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, do you think it was a dog choke collar?
Could have been, very much so.
Was it that size?
It was that size, very large dog.
All right, and so then you would have been, was he laying on the bed? Or kneeling or something else?
He would have been, on his stomach.
Make sure you hit that subscribe on the expert.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Poker chain? Okay. And there were two of those, correct? You said there was one for you, one for, that was on him, yours was
Yeah.
smaller?
Yeah.
Does this guy look familiar to you at all?
Mr. Gannon?
My
Thank you.
exactly, Miami.
That's the one.
So he was lying face down on the bed? Or was he just on his hands and knees?
He was
Or,
lying face down on the bed.
okay, you're on top of him. On his
Yeah,
back,
I was on his back.
pulling the chain back.
Ah,
Hopefully hope that,
Did you guys find all the parts here?
so
Yeah, there's.
going through the process of looking. So, did you remove any other, you said you had the heart and the liver, how about the lungs? Did you remove all that from the chest cavity? Or did you leave them in there, or
It could be in there.
do you remember, or
They're all in plastic bags.
separate bags, or one big bag?
They're all in separate bags of Walmart bags.
Oh.
Walmart bags. Jeez.
They'll find.
No, it should be low.
Like no regard for Walmart.
Okay. Are you doing all right? You need anything, or hungry or anything, or
One thing.
what?
Just one thing.
Well, you're right, I mean,
And my little slaw. I love it.
food, or he got water, obviously, so if you need anything, or use the restroom, knock on the door, and then, you realize, you're probably going to jail after this when we're done, so.
I didn't know that.
I'm just, tell them what it is, and I'll make screw around with it anyway, so.
All right. Yeah.
You've been forthcoming with us, so we're gonna be forthcoming with you.
Walmart
Yeah, we
bags
appreciate
really
it.
well built, I guess.
I mean, like Dave said, if
Not those
somebody
cheap
kills somebody,
grocery store ones.
dismembers and dehumanizes that person, probably should go to jail.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So is she crying or
this
is
shit
she
was fucked
laughing?
up, so, like, I don't even know. Like, I'm like, goddamn. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you see where we're coming from and what we got to do. Nothing personal.
Sucks.
Right.
You need something, you said knock on the door.
Thank you.
Watch your ears, guys. It's going to come back pretty loud. Just watch your ears.
Detective Graff, the video that we all just watched, is that video accurate and consistent with what you recall from your in-person meeting with Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Just want to address one thing. At the beginning of the video, she's wearing a yellow outfit. Toward the end, she's wearing a blue outfit. Can you explain that for the jury?
When she went to the hospital to have her
That's what I thought, White Rabbit.
thumb checked, the hospital changed her into the blue scrubs.
And then you indicated there was also the recorded interview from the 28th. I intend to play a much shorter portion of the interview from the 28th.
Oh, boy. God, I hope it's much shorter. It's erratic. Hey, Jamie. Good to see you.
So you took the ring fingers, is that why you hit Shad's head? And you kept mentioning that you liked it.
I was gonna take it and then I just left it. I was staring at it, I was looking at it right as I was looking. And right as I was gonna go up the stairs, and I just like, I left it there. Like I was gonna come back, I was gonna come back, and I left it there. And I had his foot.
Yeah. But you were gonna eventually take all the parts, you think, did you?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know.
Did something spooky?
Oh, I kept on hearing like footsteps up and down the stairs, down the stairs, down the stairs.
That's your question would be given.
You remember wiping up the concrete floor and then you remember wiping up the
Yeah, with the floor and speech, they were right there.
Okay. And then you put those in the bags, remember that? What do you do with the swap speech? You put them in?
I think, I had no idea what happened.
Okay, would you use that
Hey,
as the
Eliza.
backup of that?
Good to see you.
Yes,
Can you move to that,
yes, it is.
to cover that?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember, thinking like you know how the stand-up showers and then there's probably basement? There's that shower.
Be sure to give some thumbs up for
In
the
that
expert
area?
here.
Obviously, that's my ability.
Like the water or
And that speech.
you used to speak, that's right, we were speaking. And so, that, you know, you saw. You're feeling, were you anxious, angry, excited?
Well, when I woke up and I seen that this happened and there was like, the environment around me, and I'm just like, it feels like I'm on a hidden camera TV show right now. And I was like, what the, yeah, I was going crazy. So, I was really pissed off and freaking out a little bit.
So,
Yeah, very much so. One, the victim was like my friend, right? And, two, it's, it was an open area.
I'm saying,
Very open area. I didn't like that one bit. The dismemberment process was awful.
yeah. Can you go into that on that?
Dismemberment process is awful. Yeah, I imagine so.
Did you, were you cleaned up so that you would help?
Well, not to the best of my ability. I almost like called on myself like 4 times, but I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's people upstairs.
Sure.
There's people upstairs. I'm like, how am I gonna get away with this at all?
No one of your thoughts when you're
Yeah.
chopping them up.
Yeah, I was just like, there's no way I'm gonna get away with this, and now I'm fucking screwed.
And that's part of the
Obviously, you
reason
didn't
put it
get
in
away
the
with
bags or cleaning up, is that correct?
I was cleaning up, but then like when I said I was tripping out on the body, it was like it was rebuilding itself because I already cut off his arm and his arm came back on. I'm looking at this, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way, you know? And then and I'm like, am I that high?
Would you cut it off again?
Yeah.
So,
It took forever. Oh,
yeah, I know Sean, when one of his arms had where you cut it, we never cut it.
yeah. That's weird because I cut it all the way off. And then that's, I'm just saying that, like, I don't know.
Was it easily moved then? Because was it there a guy than you?
Because I'm looking at this, I'm like, how do I get Shad out of here? Can't just leave Shad here and be like, hey mom, Shad's dead. So, yeah.
Oh, God.
And Detective Graff, the portion of the video that we just watched from the February 28th, 2022 interview, does that accurately reflect a portion of your interview with Ms. Schabusiness on that date, February 28th?
Yes, it does.
And I would formally move for the admission of Exhibit 110.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can I confer with Mr. Lassay for 1 minute?
Oh, yeah. I would want to confer. Man. This is rough. Rough. All the women in the experts chat have passed a basic
That'll be
sanity
received.
test.
Detective Graff is not in the portion of the video that was recorded, but do you recall in the February 28th, 2022 interview, whether Ms.
Here's the mic.
Schabusiness mentioned having any contact with Stephen Hendricks during this incident?
I recall that, if I recall correctly, I think at first she didn't mention that, but then later on she did.
And the contact relative to the eyeglasses?
Oh, yes. She did mention that at one point she did go up into the kitchen and had contact with Mr. Hendricks and borrowed some glasses. Yes.
Wow.
I have no further questions for Detective Graff. I don't know if the court wishes to take a break before cross-examination.
We will. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 minutes to 12. I'm going to ask you to be back here in the jury room. We'll take an hour and 15 minutes. So try to be back
Hour
shortly
and
after
15 minutes.
So then we'll get underway promptly. Right? And all rise for the jury.
All right. So that's pretty rough. Pretty damn rough. A little bit of choppy, and no remorse shown whatsoever, with her talking about it being just this matter of fact, not really concerned with it. Not concerned with it in the slightest. Green lunch today, steamed asparagus. Oh, well, let's hear what the essay.
Do you have a sense of how many more witnesses do you have? Is this the last witness?
This is,
Yes, it's our last witness.
Oh, this is the last witness? Okay.
Distribute a draft of proposed jury instructions.
Hey, Caitlin. Good to see you.
Look at that. My judicial assistant is out, but I'll try to have those on your desks by the time you return.
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
About 2 o'clock Eastern. It'll be about 2:15 Eastern Standard Time.
The defense then would have
But
Scott Holmes.
I think I would
as a witness,
smash the
but,
defense. Well, you can always
he's
reach down and
unavailable.
smash the like button.
I
Subscribe
have
if
him
you're
under
not.
subpoena. The timing of his unavailability is suspect for me, but I conferred with the prosecutors and they've advised that he is simply not available. So what we talked about was talking about potentially some agreed facts that could be presented to the jury. It's an unusual situation for me to be in, but as a lawyer, when you issue a subpoena, people are expected to appear. So I'm caught in a difficult spot.
Okay. Well, you can address it to me when you come back at 1 o'clock. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Speaking of slaw. Okay, well. So they'll be back after a short bit, and I'll pull up the court TV stream just because it's a little easier to stomach. But so yeah, the court TV stream is running just a little bit slower than what do you call it? The Law and Crime. So it's a suspected subpoenaed witness. It is suspected that a subpoenaed witness fails to show. So that's what he was trying to do, is make get some sort of concession that certain facts would be brought in. So yeah, that's where they're at with that particular one. But if this subpoenaed witness makes it there, then that could change a lot of what's going on. I want to know just exactly how he is unavailable. I mean, he could be in jail. Shizzy, plug yourself. Okay. I am Shizzy Wisnut. I have my own channel. It is it's completely random. I cover some court stuff, a little bit of that, a little bit of news. I also have a series that I do on the Federalist Papers, and another one that I do on cults. Currently, I'm doing the wonderful John Wayne Todd tapes, which can be quite entertaining, I guess, at times. He's John Wayne Todd is a little bit of a freak in his own rights. I don't know, strange and unusual characters and sayings and goings ons, and you'll find me wandering around the interwebs, probably on other people's chats and giving people a hard time. But you also got my channel, which people come over and give me a hard time just as much. So it's fun. I enjoy this space. I'm actually a paralegal, a failed musician, and a retired mechanic. So I've been around for quite some time. Just the YouTubes are a little new for me, so I tend to mess up quite a bit. Yes, with intermittent photos of fabulous Italy. I do like to travel. I'm a certified diver. Sounds like I'm asking, a woman for a date now. Have you missed the salacious bit? Yes, Jody, you've missed the salacious bits, or slicing bits, or bits and pieces, something like that. Yes, so there's of course we've got the expert, which is stepped away for a little bit. He had to take someone to a doctor's appointment, which was so nice of him to be that thoughtful to do that for family. That's why we're over here, because we Shizzy West reads romance stories also. Yes, sometimes. Last night I had Audra that had wanted me to read a Les Claypool or Primus song. Found it quite interesting, I guess. The expert may be being probed. Well, I don't know about his kind heart. I'm cruel. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thanks, White Rabbit. Yeah, I mean, I stream on Rumble, stream on the Twitters, and I've recently added Kick to it, but I don't have enough like slots to like stream to all of them at the same time. So I'll probably get that straightened out at some point. You never know. It's a weird thing. Great musician. I'm okay. The hands don't work like they used to. Therefore, that's why I don't mechanic anymore. I still have the knowledge and know how to do it, but it doesn't start a smoker again. Oh yeah, see, I can't fire up the smoker. My wife actually worked a shorter day. She's at the tennis tournament that's happening in Atlanta today. They're having some open tournament, and so she sent me a message and asked if I wanted to go, and I said no, not today. I'm happy, but no buts. Well, I actually smoked a butt over the weekend, and I've been working on doing what is it? What do you call it? Oh, a deck for my wife's shed. It's come along pretty good. This past weekend, I got all the deck boards put in, the stairs put in, and an awning. She wanted an awning over the top of it, cut down. Oh, thanks, White Rabbit. I'm doing the best I can. I normally don't stream throughout the day because, well, I have a day job. So, but I wanted to make sure that the expert, got this stuff on his channel, because I know that he's going to be coming back and want to probably finish out the stream. But he's been up at 9 o'clock in the morning streaming these for the past few days since Monday. So this is expert show here. I'm just filling in where I can. Oh, it's good. And when your wife asks you that question, it is always yes. No, it's she knows I'm not really big into tennis, and she enjoys tennis quite a bit, and I also don't do really well in crowds, so it's fine by me. Yes, Murph, you missed the interrogation video, but you can always do a quick rewind and 2 times it. So it's pretty good. And according to some of my wonderful chat there, they said that the sound was the best out of all of the channels that they've been sniping. So kudos to that. So way to go, expert. He's got his sound going good. Always miss the best parts. Damn packing. Well, Jody, it's okay. It's okay. That's why YouTube has that wonderful rewind. You can go back, pull it up, and there it is. Shizzy is not the second DNA sample. No, I would not be the second DNA sample. Not my thing. MLS Law Show. I'll be back. Yes. I still like that ML Slaw Show. I like it. Speaking of slaw, I made a slaw last night, and my wife and we don't really do the mayonnaise, so I had to figure out something that I could do with the cabbage. So I made a nice slaw last night with some cayenne pepper, jalapeno, slaw, carrot, or cabbage, carrots, some vinegar, some oil, some nuts. Not those kind of nuts. It was almonds. Oh, I know, Jody. But the interview portion of it is pretty harrowing. Just listening to her talk about how she was a little worried about getting caught, that she felt it was an accident by choking him out, and just, I guess, getting a little kinky. And then after she did that, she continued to have sex with the body. And at one point it was hard to hear, but it sounded like she was effing him while she was cutting him apart. But she said she took the head off first. It was the first part that she took off. As one does. But that was, and I may have just misheard it, but for certain she said when people were saying that she had cut his junk off and was using that to pleasure herself. That's not what I heard on her interview. Or on her interview, it sounded more like she was with the body, and then I guess at some point cut it off. But I don't know. It just seems really weird. I think she was disappointed that she did not take the bucket with her, because that was what she wanted to keep. So she wanted to have her trophy. Planet the Best to have been watching and listening to my little one in the room. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about that, Jody. I'm trying to keep it a little bit clean. It's hard. And keep my earbuds. Yeah, sorry, Jen. I mean, it is very disturbing that yeah, I think it's more disturbing that she has no feeling of sadness or remorse except for her getting caught. I mean, at what point did she think that she was going to get away with this? I mean, the blood, the missing body, being the last person that was with him. I don't know. Oh, she wanted to keep the pickle. Wanted to keep the pickle. I mean, as one, I guess, does. I don't know. That makes no sense to me. Makes me shrink a little bit every time just thinking about it. You know, a little chop down there now. But unfortunately, I don't know how you would put that. He was not alive to know. That would be pretty disturbing. I just had to mute during the MEU's testimony when he said deflesh. Yeah, I understand. That's fine, Text Jen. That's fine. Everybody, make sure you take a little bit of a break, grab a little bit of water, pop out the earbuds, put those on charge, whatever you've got to do to find that little peace and solitude after that testimony. She wasn't alive. She's not a monster. Well, at least she didn't do any cutting while he was still alive that we know of. But listening to her, I would go clean my shower right now if I was completely disturbed by it. It's hard to listen to, especially out of the person that did it. Just the lack of remorse, I think is what's really going to put a deciding factor on the jury and the judge. Because I had that on the court TV stream, and then I switched it over to the law and crimes stream. So it was a little bit faster, not faster. It was just a little bit further along. And she at some point looked like she was crying or laughing. But you could see that the judge was looking at her the whole time, unless they had it mirrored and he was looking at a different screen. It looked like he was looking at her and watching her reactions. I think the judge has already seen this interview. I think the judge has seen the entire 7-hour interview. So she's clearly disturbed. Said she didn't mean to kill him, was disappointed he died, but it didn't seem to moral thing to her one way or the other. That is correct, Squad Bob. I would agree with that. It did not seem like it was a moral thing to her one way or the other. It was just, for her, it was just an unfortunate part of what happened. Hey, Black Eagle, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Make sure you guys have reached down there and hit the like button and subscribe to the expert. You can also subscribe to me. I'm over at Shizzy Wiznut. You can just type it in, same as my name. Pretty easy to find. I cover different things, and you'll find me on some court streams every so often with other people. Not as much as some, but I'm a little chill. Miami Spice, they cut it down to 5 hours. I think they cut it down even less than that, unless there's more of this going to be coming in. Because from what I understand, my channel is just search the YouTube portion of it, and it is Shizzy Wiznut, SHIZZY Shizzy Wiznut. Yeah, see, Jen has it right there. Shizzy Wiznut. Pretty easy. Been doing this for a little bit. Not as long as the expert. The expert's got it down. He's got the angels. He normally will do an evening show, but he's streaming this currently. And he had a doctor's appointment that he had to handle, and so we wanted to make sure that this came up on his stream, and whenever he comes back, he'll take over the video portion. That's why I haven't pulled the video down, because as soon as I pull the video down, I can't get it back up. So I'm keeping the video up there so that way we can make sure that he's able to get his pulled up and have it going. Gorgeous day on the southern coast of Maine. Oh, nice. Southern coast of Maine. Okay. Yeah, I got that. I went to Maine with my wife for my 40th birthday. It was pretty neat. In September, of all times to go, it was chilly at night, but pretty nice during the day. And you get the changing of the leaves. The roads were a little disheartening, and our rental car was shot to hell, like its suspension was gone. So it was an interesting trip nonetheless. But they did not have any hotels. It's all Airbnbs that we stayed in. So it was fun. Yes, I like to travel, in case you haven't noticed. I do also do some stuff on yeah, that's something I've been meaning to do is my Italy trip. I've got a lot of pictures I just have to go through and make sure that none of the kiddos are on there. Not my kiddos, that I don't have any children. I do have a niece and a nephew, and my sister-in-law said that she would Taylor Schabusiness me if I showed their pictures on stream. So I have to make sure those are gone. No, she would not do that to me. She would be very angry and disappointed if I did. Hey, Sean, good to see you. Sean D. is sarcasm. He's got a channel also. Oh, thanks, Jen. I appreciate it. I also did a live stream, if you're able to find that, with that I did while I was in Italy one night. I think it was in the afternoon or something like that here in the States. But it was good. It was pretty good. I enjoyed the the trip and the time spent with the wife and the family. And I've only shown Venice so far, and I was on stream with Cool Frog. I think he was on in the morning or something like that. I don't remember when it was, but he was kind enough to bring me on. And I showed a little bit around Italy. It was afternoon for me. We were getting ready to go on a train out of Venice to what was it? Let's see, went from Venice to Bordeaux. No, that's France. The Tuscany region. Yes, we were heading to the Tuscany Chianti. Yeah, around the Chianti region. Sorry. Long trip. Have you ever been in a gold-colored van? Have I ever been in a gold-colored van? No. Been in a few vans that, the windows were darkened on, but that was in my musician days. And the best way to get a drummer out of a locked van is get the bass player. He'll get him out. Yes, John D. Tuscany is beautiful. We did the Chianti region. Then we went to, well, that is Tuscany, I believe. Yeah, we were in Tuscany. Sorry, we were in Tuscany and then went to Umbria. So we went from Venice, Tuscany, Umbria, and Rome, and then finished our trip up in Rome, and flew on back to the great old US of A. German steel knives stay sharp longer. Well, interesting story. The place where we stayed, the sister-in-law wanted to do a cooking class, and the owner of the place, he's a cook. He says, "I'm not a chef, I'm a cook." And part of the class was, everybody was in there cutting up, food, cutting up the vegetables to make some of the dishes that we were going to have that night. And he handed me a knife, and it was so dull that I just was basically crushing whatever. And And I understood why he did it, because he didn't want anybody that was using them to, cut their finger and be held liable for it. But it was pretty awful. And did I pick up a nice pepper grinder in Tuscany? No, but what I did pick up was a olive tree, olive wood cutting board for my wife, which was pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Yeah, and we got some Murano glass in Murano, which is one of the islands around Venice, which is pretty cool. Actually, I got a shot glass from Murano. See, and it's got the little stamp on it. So hand blown shot glass, and I got some other stuff. VW makes clean diesel. And German knives stay sharp longer. Yeah, yes. The what are the best kitchen carving knives? I don't know. Best kitchen carving knives, Squad Bob. I mean, my wife and I have a set of Wusthof, right? Hey, is that right? Wusthof knives that we got for our wedding. No weed pipe, Shizzy. That's not a weed pipe. That is a shot glass. See? Shot glass cup. Not a weed pipe. I wouldn't do that. So yeah, that's it's good. It's really interesting. We did a tour of the glass factory, or where they would blow the glass, and there was a crew of 3 guys. They were making a chandelier, and it's amazing that it looks like complete chaos, but these 3 guys have this system, and they just move in like this sort of dance. We got one guy that's forming the glass, other guys that are blowing portions of it, or twisting it out into the shape that it's going to be. And then this other guy is taking a pair of tongs and he's twisting it and cutting it. Another guy comes and wraps it, and then it's just slow cooling down. It's very once they get the sand heated up to that point, and they start working, because they would have 5 or 6 of these metal rods they would use, and they would just move in this perfect dance with really hot things. What's the best cleaner for Taylor? Knows the best carving knives. I bet she does. What's the best cleaner for removing blood stains? I don't know. I've never had to try to remove blood stains. I don't know. Wine away, maybe. I don't know. Anything, I guess, that would be protein based would help remove blood. But I don't know. I'm not good at removing blood stains. It's a good question, I guess. Bleach, you think? I don't know. Would bleach be the best? I would think that it would smear around all over the place. But I don't really have to remove blood stains. Definitely don't use Shout. We found that out. It leaves bloody fingerprints all over it. Please use Coca-Cola, and I'm not making that up. Well, that's pretty cool. Whenever I was what I would do when I was working as a mechanic, if you get like a really corroded battery, you can pour Coca-Cola over the corrosion. It helps break it down. Does Georgia have a helpful psychological hotline for getting mental help on short notice? Well, you would know, Squad Bob. You live here in Georgia. Muriatic acid. Okay. Yeah. See, MG Law knows muriatic acid is what he suggests. I hadn't really thought about it. But yeah, there's hydrogen peroxide works on clothes. Yeah, I mean, back in my young days. I want to say, what, 17, 18, somewhere 19? No, it would have been about 19. One of my friends wanted to bleach my hair blonde. And so they poured, used hydrogen peroxide. That's really weird. Best way to remove pen mark is hairspray. Spray on the hairspray and rub vigorously. Huh. Borax. Borax works really good on keeping roaches out of your house. Yeah, you put a little bit of borax in front of doorways, and it'll help keep those out. Mm-hmm. That's why you remove and to remove peanut butter. I mean, not peanut butter, but remove gum out of someone's hair is peanut butter. The oil in it really breaks it down. And if you're looking to get those horrible stickers, like you get those stickers on your window and you can't get those off, get some WD-40 and spray that on there. WD-40 on a sticker, and then you just let it soak in for a little bit, and then take a paper towel or regular cloth, and it breaks down the stickiness to it really good. And then spray it down with some Windex, and you got a clean window. Remove stickers really awesome. It's really, really quick. Also works on just about anything that can handle WD-40. Brake cleaner will remove your license plate sticker, like the paint on it, the ink. It'll remove the ink on it. It's pretty messed up. Olive oil is better than peanut butter for combing hair. Oh, okay. It's good to know. I had never thought about that. We actually did a olive oil tasting. It's weird. Goo Gone is not as good as the WD-40 for removing stickers. I guarantee you. Doesn't leave as big of a mess. Oh, Kaiser is in here. Good to see you, Kaiser. Rust and pipe threads when soaked. There's actually something better that we used to use for finding cracks and welds. It's a much more viscous product, and what we would do is we'd spray it on the welds. It would actually soak in this red dye, and then you would spray over it with this other chemical that was more of a white, and if there was a crack in it, it would actually draw it up, and you could see if there was a crack in a weld. So that stuff would work much better, much better than the WD-40. Is Walmart running a sale on buckets? Well, apparently their bags are pretty sturdy enough to hold like body parts. That's what I understand. Walmart running a sale on buckets. So Kaiser Pineapple, what do you got going on? Finished your stream on the UAP press conference. Holy moly, guys, we live in a different world. UAP press conference. What is that? See, I would pull that up right there, but I don't know what it is. The UAP press conference. Universal something. What is UAP? Kaiser, what is UAP? See, I'm so out of the loop on a lot of news. That's why we have people like Kaiser Pineapple. He can give you some really good news. UFO. Okay. Oh, it's UFO. Okay. Hey, expert. Hello. I see expert over on Discord, and nice. Double hellos. New name for UFO. Okay. Oh, let's see. Unidentified aerial phenomenon. Maybe is that what the UFO is supposed to be? Yeah, that would make sense. UAP. I still like UFO. Just because you change the name of it does not change the unidentified flying object. I guess phenomena is what it would be. Oh no! Wow. Oh, I see. It came in there. I see. I guessed. I didn't even see you put it in there. I was guessing. We're doing a poll of whether or not ST will be wearing something different after lunch. I mean, I could probably do a poll on my channel. I can't do anything on the experts channel except for.
I can't either, so it doesn't matter. I haven't.
How did everything go? Is everybody
I haven't
doing?
been able to do anything on my channel since I started.
Well, you're welcome to take over control, and I'm going to go grab myself some lunch.
Dude, how you doing, you beautiful man? You?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Dude, I owe you so much, man. Hey, guys, please go over there and make sure you're subbed to Shizzy, and please go out to your other social medias and relay his awesomeness for me. I come in, White Rabbit says, Shizzy's got 276. We've got to get him to 300. I'm like, he doesn't have 300. Like, dude, that's like, that's a shame, man. We got to work on that.
Hey, we'll get it. We'll get it going on. I also got to get the kick up and running. See, I've got YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter that I stream to now. But for me to do another one, I've got to add like more money into the StreamYards or whatever, so I can stream to 4 or something like that. So
wait a second, are you able to stream? Is Kick easy to stream to?
Yes, from what I
Easier
can
than
tell,
Rumble?
it is super easy. It's got you've got a specialized RMTP. You go into the settings, you pull it up, and you punch it in there, and it's no different than like YouTube or Twitter. You can just automatically goes to it. I don't think it changes the stream key every time.
Okay.
So
Are
it was pretty easy.
Is this? Hold on, are you now this here real quick? Because you said you're gonna get lunch. I want to make sure I don't script stuff.
Oh yeah, you can. This
So
one
that
here is. Yeah, that
is
is.
live and it's gonna come back.
Yeah, if you want to take over, that one is Court TV stream. But if you
Okay.
want to take over,
Yeah.
so that way you can pause it if you need to.
Yeah, and then
I'll-
you just
I'll-
leave your avatar up, and we'll keep those stuff going over there.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Sounds
And-
awesome,
and
man. Sounds awesome.
I have-
But yeah,
I have-
dude, I appreciate you, man. It was
Hey, no, it's fine.
wild
It's
day.
fine.
Wild day.
Hey, all day, and then you've got the. Did you hear any of her interview?
No, man. No, I wasn't. The return at 2:15. Volstorm says. No, I didn't hear. So, what? Anything good that you can remember? I'll be honest with you. If you don't remember anything, no, this is just between you and me. I don't either when I listen to these things. So I'm like,
well,
I
the
don't know
good
this
the good stuff that I can remember, it sounded like because everybody had been talking about her removing his member and utilizing it, and apparently, from what I could gather during that interview, because some of the things she would say were hard to understand, it sounded like the first thing that she removed was the head, this one. And that was the first thing that she removed, but she was doing all of her fun stuff with the body itself, and then removed the head and was more concerned about getting caught. And that's why she was getting ready to move all the parts, but she couldn't move the body because it was too heavy by itself.
wow.
Yes, admitted to everything in pretty gruesome detail.
So that's why she started doing the choppy chop? Was because he's too
Yeah.
heavy?
Yeah, too heavy, needed to move the body. Because she
Well, that's
was
nice
afraid
of
of
her.
getting caught. Huh?
That's nice of her.
Yeah, I guess.
You know,
I
she
guess
was
you could
like,
say that.
well, you know, I don't want to leave a mess.
Well, and she said, that she was doing the little foreplay, sex play, and said that she blacked out a couple of times while she was standing on his back pulling, and she noticed that his face had turned purple and sort of got a little bit of a thrill out of it and just kept going. So
I'm so disappointed that I haven't seen dominatrix boots.
well, maybe she's wearing them. They haven't shown her feet.
Oh, well,
She
I
might
think
be wearing them in
maybe she was
court.
wearing those though that night.
I did notice that the law and crime feed, they are showing the witnesses, her and the judge, all on the same feed on the, and it's also ahead by about, let's say, 5 minutes, or at least 2 to 3 minutes. It's ahead of court TV stream.
So I need to check that one out. And then there's also a local place there. I found it, of course, last night. Ooh, hey, watch live. Jury hears Taylor Schabusiness. WBAY.com. It's local to Green Bay. They
Green
have
Bay,
a lot
yeah.
of that stuff. Yeah. They were the one. Did you see the tweet where the reporter got her doing to the judge or somebody or a witness?
Now, see, I think it was Jen with No Filter actually sent me something last night and said she hadn't had a chance to see it, and it was from somebody else's stream. And what I saw was whenever AJ had finished up his testimony after the defense pretty much said, yeah, we're done for the day with him. She sort of gave this little like this to AJ, like what's up kind of thing. And that's what I saw. But I guess if you were looking at it from a different view, it could have looked like she was, doing something else.
Yeah,
But that's what I saw. So I don't
yeah,
know if
maybe
that's
it
what it
was.
was. I don't know if that's
Maybe
what
it
it was or anything. But
Well, she's definitely not a gunplay girl. She likes knives.
yeah, she didn't
chains.
appear that she would do that. Like I said, it looked like she was just doing this, kind of like
throwing out
what's up?
gang signs.
Yeah, gang signs.
I got to work on my gang signs. I'm not up with all the hip stuff.
I'm not either. But we also did find that Walmart bags are pretty sturdy to hold body parts in.
See, I'm very proud of the Walmart bag. White Rabbit will sometimes be like, "No, we have enough. We don't need to keep them." I'm like, but I always feel like we never do have enough.
Right.
So, well, wait a
Well, it
second.
depends
maybe,
on how many bodies you got to cut up. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, 1 or 2, maybe, but whenever you get into the like 50 and 60 bodies, it's a little more difficult.
Dude, I just can't believe she's like, that was the thing she was worried about. I was like, oh, well, he's too heavy. Not that his mom and stepdad are upstairs. And
Oh no,
sister.
that was part of it. Like, I guess in the middle of this, she actually went upstairs and got some glasses and then came back down to complete the deed. Like after she had killed him, and I think she was in the middle of like cutting him to pieces, the mom actually let the cat that come down the stairs to use the litter box and then called the cat back up.
Okay, so that was the first day of testimony. Was the stepdad said, "Yeah, she got my cheaters." That's what he calls his readers.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, buy them by the case. And it's like, yeah, she just like reading glasses. She needed those. Oh, dude.
Yeah, so the mom actually could have like walked in at any point in time, and she just was so amazed that nobody had caught her at this point.
She's gonna be
And she
insane.
said she said she kept getting sleepy, like tired, like this is exhausting work.
Oh, I can imagine it's not easy. Hefty cinch sack. I love that.
Hefty.
Oh, she heard gunshots, apparently?
Yeah. Too many footsteps, gunshots.
She's like, you know what? Screw it, man. They can clean him up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm out.
Dude, that's so...
Yeah, but just her lack of remorse for this was amazing to me.
So, after that, I mean, the way it sounds, she's going to go for the. I mean, she's insane, which
Yeah,
it doesn't. In
but there was no.
Wisconsin,
She's going to have a hard time pleading temporary insanity because she described in full detail that she was fully aware that she was choking him, and then she would black out every so often, and then just kept going, and started getting pleasure out of it.
There was a case in Green Bay like 3 years ago where a guy, he got the insane deal, but Green Bay has a thing that you are so criminally insane, Green Bay, Wisconsin, that you never are to be allowed back out in public. So it's the same thing. So whatever she gets is going to be a life term, I figure, because they don't have the death penalty.
Yeah, and definitely get Yaya on here because she was pointing some things out because we were trying to figure out if Scott was black. What did she say? Black, Asian, and then another one, or if it was AJ she was talking about. So apparently AJ was with her at the get-go, and then they went and picked up Scott, or not Scott, but they were using Scott's van. They were using Scott's van. She just basically took the van and then picked up AJ.
AJ's the guy with the
was on testimony yesterday.
Yeah.
In the red shirt. And then from AJ, they went and picked up Shad, and they were at Shad's mom's, and then they went to Shad's dad's, hung out there for a bit, and then went back over to Shad's mom's and were smoking weed and doing some meth with AJ. AJ, I guess, was just smoking weed.
Yeah,
according
he has
to her.
anxiety. That's what.
And then it wasn't too clear when AJ left, but at some point AJ left, and that's whenever the kinky sex started.
Well, at least
At
AJ
some
left.
point. Huh?
At least he
or
left.
maybe they
before-
took AJ back, took AJ and dropped him off at some point in time. I think that's
Well,
what it was.
yesterday they were talking about like there might have been like a couple of males on the phallic.
Right.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
but
oh,
I would think that if his DNA was on there, they probably would have mentioned that. I mean, that would make sense. I mean,
Jim No Filter
she was-
says AJ's a cutie pie.
okay.
Miami has a dog, AJ.
Oh, okay. I was like, okay, I guess.
I just wanted to get her because you know how you are. You're sitting there, you're not paying attention. Then like you have me come across, and go, oh yeah, you know, just totally take something out of context. That's the quality entertainment they get around here.
Yes,
It's
it's
just
always
it's awful.
quality entertainment with the
But
expert.
whatever, man.
This is what you're looking at. It's quality.
Oh gosh, you,
entertainment.
well, oh man. Well, hey, I don't want to keep you for lunch. Are you gonna come back later on?
Yeah.
Because we're doing your stream. Okay, yeah, man.
Yeah,
we're here
I'll
till
just
we're not.
let this play in the background, and I'm going to remove my screen. So make sure you get your court TV or the
Oh, yeah,
other
that
one
one.
up.
Okay. I'm
So
glad you said that.
it's saying on Law and Crime, it's
Mhm.
saying 21 minutes and 6 seconds. So, yeah, I'll probably jump back in. I do have a couple of things to do for work, so I've got to get those taken care of, and then
Dude, man, I appreciate you.
I'll jump back in. Hey,
I appreciate you. And
anything I can do to help you, brother.
dude, man, I didn't realize I think you had like 576. 500's easy to see. It seems like to get subs too. I don't know why I
Yeah.
said that because it was the hardest thing in the world for me to get was 500.
Yeah,
It
I think
was-
once you hit the 500, you're just like, okay, now I can.
Well, after the 500, White Rabbit will tell you, I was moping. I was mopey. It was I got that like in April or May, and then nothing, not a single sub or anything until like the July 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and some stuff had broken, but like in June, like a week before, I was like, I'm just never gonna get to 1,000. I might as well just stop. I suck, you know. And I'm joking around about it because I don't. I was like, I'm not stopping. I put way too much time in it already.
Yeah.
But just it's this heartening. And so she's like, oh, the poor little baby has to work hard for what he wants. Oh, that's how she talks to me. She makes fun of me. She's like this. I'm like, no, that's not how I sound at all. She said, I knew you sound more like this. You have a much higher pitched voice. And I'm like, for better or worse, right, babe? Better or worse. And you can see her doing this, can't you? You can see. You know, I'm not making it
Because
up.
my wife does the same thing.
Yeah, and that's what's great about these sort of things. Is like people, they think I make this stuff up, and you know I'm not. You're the same way. You're like, no, that's she gets you. But anyway, it's then it's like it just hit. I was like, oh, well, that was cool. And she's like, oh, do you remember last week you were so upset? I was like, thanks, babe. You don't have to remind me.
I love you, dear.
I know. I was like, can you just be happy? Oh, look at that. Look. I love this one. False Star. I can hear it in her voice. Oh, geez. All right, man. Go get your work done. And thank you so much. And we'll see you later on. All right.
Well, I'll just hide my cam here.
All right. Yeah. I mean, later
and mute
on.
myself, of course. You like my beautiful sunrise?
I like sunrises. Those are, a sunrise is a rare thing. I don't see many sunrises. Actually, I hate to say it. Usually when I see a sunrise, I'm very upset. I'm like, damn, I haven't gone to bed yet.
Well, that's how it was playing music. Oh, we'll get it. We'll talk later. I'll be back in a bit.
All right. Guys, thanks Shizzy for us. Make sure you're subscribed to him. He didn't have to do that. And I am very grateful for that too. So, oh, wait a second here. I got the wrong thing on. You guys liked, wait, that's the wrong button. I'll remember how to do this in a second. Let's see here. Oh, I had a dog. They left. Let's see here. Edge. And then. I think that's it. And then we'll do that to full screen. I love talking to myself. That's best conversations, really. Now, let's see here. If I remove Shizzy, I can bring him back, right? We'll figure it out. Yeah, he can come right back. All right, yeah, I can see. Look, I can add him back. Boom. Shizzy. All right. Now, I'm going to do this. Boom. Hang on a second. Oh. Sorry. Trying to move my chair around. Seems like I was in a hurry and everything's messed up when I came back. How did that happen? Uh-oh. Let's see here. Sun over grapes. Is that what that is? Oh, wait, I just about removed myself. That would have been bad. All right. So, Venti was here. Hey, Kaiser, what's up, bud? Devendi was here. MG Law was here. I want to thank both of them. I know that Yaya was in the chat, and I sent her a message. I said, I'm back. If you guys see Yaya anywhere. Oh, that's cool. I get that. Let's see here. Checking my messages. No. All right. So, what's been going on? You guys, anything good happening today? I know I left the house and had the air vent turned off up here, and it's hot. What's the temperature now? 87. We're at 87 degrees. Back to packing. Are you going somewhere? Are you on a trip? I like trips. Especially when they get us out of here. Anyway, yeah, guys, thanks so much about today. I had bounced that one. We all became vegetarian for lunch. Oh, did she nibble on him? Did she admit to that? Was there a nibble nibble? Oh, hang on a second here. Something's happening. Oh, there she is. Oh, she has not. I read this is out of the country. I'm like, oh, well, that's cool. Hey, you know what, Kaiser? I found out that there was a crane in New York caught fire and fell. That's supposed to be exciting news. That's all I know. Everyone but Yamaha, he got extra meat. Well, Yamaha's a cool guy. You know, big American. He's got to have the extra meat. So let's see. I want to go back up here. Oh yeah, now this is my stream now. What we got here? What does it say? Let's do this. It says 14 minutes. All right. So we got 14 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop that. I'm going to do this. Share screen. And show you guys. All right. Did you guys? This is what I was talking about earlier. As soon as I can share it. Because I'm an idiot. Right. Add to stream. All right. So this is what I was talking about. Did you guys see this? So this was yesterday. I thought it looked like she was doing boom, boom. But evidently, oh, hey, more ribs and spreading the joy. Do you make your own barbecue sauce? Or just dry rub? Merv Starves, what's up? How did George and Jeremy get front row tickets? Who are George and Jeremy? Anyway, so yeah, this right here. Now, Shizzy's saying it was more like a, sup, brother. It's like, You know, if that's a, what's up? And this guy was with them right before, the ordeal, the event, the happening. Doesn't that seem weird? Maybe that's what her attorney's going for when he's like, what about the side door? Could you get into the side door? I do not know who George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are. I've heard of Art Bell, though. How you doing, John D? What is that? Is that... I had to check out your avatar. No, I cheat and mix. We're at the UAP hearing. I heard we missed an awesome interrogation. Well, you know what? It sounds like another stream. Let me see here. Let me look that up. Okay, hang on a second. Let me get her off the thing. So anyway, that's the deal there. There's our chick from yes. Oh, look, we got an update here. Investigators continue to interview Taylor Schabusiness about, this is an hour ago, strangling Shad. She said, this is a thing I've always had. You ever love something so much, you kill it, like it happens. That is the feeling I have. No, that's not supposed to be what happens. You're not supposed to have that feeling. And please, if there's any females out there, do not get that feeling. No, please don't. Please don't. As bad as you think your husbands are, they do love you in their own special way. Now, let's see here. Where is this one here? Let's see what this is. All right, WBAY. They said they were going to have it live stream, but I don't see it. I thought it'd be cool to check out the local people for a while. Holy heck, guys. Hang on a second. I'm going to... I have to do what I always say don't do. Oh, wait, I can't move. I got socks on. Oh. So there we go. I am ruining everything now with a fan. And what I'm going to do is, let's see how this works. Go settings. There's a new audio setting for StreamYards. This has reduce mic background noise. So I just did that. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. Everything works out fine. And it doesn't do all that bad stuff. She said she kills things she loves. That's a whole new meaning to the words, I love you to death. Wait a second here. I just like, you guys, besides the white rabbit, y'all know I love rabbit, right? I call her Iron Rabbit. Look at that right there. Memphis style rub is awesome. I rub my butts. You don't do celery seed. You know what's funny? The celery seed's pretty good. It's a weird thing. Celery seed's great in slaw. What is awesome? I do not know. Cindy J. You guys can tell I'm getting back into my stuff with whatever. Please hit that like and be sure you're subscribed. Please subscribe to me, and not only me. The important person is Shizzy Wiznut. He really saved the day today for me. I didn't know how that was going to work out. All right, let me go back. Oh, I'm missing the thing. I bet. Share screen. This is my continual. Oh, here we go. Just came back into the courtroom. Boom. And looky here. Volstorm, how you doing, sir?
Oh my gosh, what a morning. What a morning.
I do not know, man. You got to tell me.
Dude, first of all, big thank you to Shizzy for holding down the fort. He did an incredible job this morning.
I heard him on the way back. And it's funny because I had my stuff ready to put a mic on and stuff. And
yeah,
I started listening. I was like, hey, you know what? He's got a really good voice. When you listen to him in the car, it's like, he sounds like a DJ.
Yeah, he's got a sexy radio voice is exactly what he has.
Yeah, we're going to have to do a thing on his deal. Give him a bunch of hours and start getting him some subs and stuff, man.
Well, he did the job. I had him on while I was running errands today.
That's awesome.
It was wonderful.
That's all. Hey, hang on real quick. Why is the bailiff standing right over her?
Wouldn't you?
I don't know. What did I miss? Do you remember any of it?
Yeah, I remember quite a bit of it. The interrogate, basically everything that had been rumored that she had said during the interviews, it all came out, every single bit of it. You know, as far as, you know, her admitting to, you know, doing everything with the body parts, her admitting to, you know, what she did with the body parts after he was dead, what led up to him dying. I mean, it was all there, man.
So, you know, I think it's, I think we're interested in this because we don't understand this. Like, you know, your normal psyche.
Yeah.
And I don't want to understand it. I don't want to be able to be like, oh, well, I can see what she did.
Yeah, it's kind of like, she, of course, both of them apparently had the, propensity towards certain sexual activities.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of got the impression that, you know, hey, it went too far. Oh, well, I guess I'll just continue on and then chop up the body and get it out of there so I don't get caught.
Does that work out for a lot of people?
Well, not normally, but
you know,
I thought the funniest part was her going upstairs to get the raiders to finish the job.
Oh my gosh, dude. Like it so struck me when the stepdad said that the first day, and I was just like, you know, what's going on here? Like, why is he so obsessed? Like, she kept coming up there asking for that, and then it's
right.
Well, she was downstairs chopping up the kid.
Murph's Turfs, to answer your question, how was she behaving during the interrogation? She was pretty matter of fact. You know, she wasn't erratic. She didn't act like she was stoned. She was just pretty much, yeah, this is what I did.
Yeah, this is what happened.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. Don't you do this? You know, it's like a.
I don't know.
It's like look, she said thank you to the bailiff. He brought her water, and she looked up and said thank you.
She's got a grin on her face.
Look at that. You know, the broken baker thinks she might be fixable.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he
he's
can have
broken.
the opportunity while she's in jail.
Yeah. Now, here's a question. Do we pen pal her? Send her a letter afterwards, say, hey, you know, thank you. We were able to watch you on stream.
Get Baker too. Hey,
that'd be
thanks
great.
for all the views. Oh my gosh, expert just yeeted himself.
Did I?
Oh, okay,
Did
okay.
I?
There you
Okay,
go.
no. Dude, that's so great, man.
I was like, oh no, you pushed the button.
Dude, man, I wouldn't know, dude. I was like, oh. Watch out, she'll be flashing him next. Oh, great.
Oh yeah. I thought the most interesting part though was how much AJ, the guy yesterday that I kind of thought was useless on the stand, apparently he knows a lot more than what he said. Cause they have named him, or she named him during the interrogation as being with him quite a bit.
Like, what do you mean?
Like hanging out with him before everything happened. I think that's why the attorney keeps asking about the side door and keep asking about, you know, well, could there be other male DNA?
Oh.
I think he's alluding to AJ being part of this.
Well, Jesus, I mean, he was so sketchy on the stand. He's like,
yes.
Well, he's like, oh, you know, I'm sorry, I get nervous. And, you know, everybody wants to say, well, nervous means you're guilty.
Exactly, MG Law. AJ was with them a lot that night.
Oh, that's crazy.
He's.
Okay, so
I have a feeling the defense is going to bring him back up.
Is there no sound on any of these? I will make sure.
I don't hear any.
Yeah, I just want. I got a court TV on. I've got this one.
I don't hear anything.
So we're gonna have to get MG on after all this stuff. So, well, I mean, hello, he can come on if he has time.
He can come on now.
And Yaya said she's gonna come over in a little bit. And you know, it's just weird for me because I don't know what was said, but of course I kind of do know what was said.
Right,
you know,
right.
'cause we all heard this before, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see, like, you know, like how MG's saying that AJ was with them a lot that night. It's like
he was.
Like
that,
what
at least according to her.
Yeah.
And the was it the dad or stepdad? Somebody that they had. I was in a store when I was listening to this, but one of the dads was talking about that AJ was with them that day. They like come over to the house and they were there for a little while and then they left.
Okay, here's one, and I don't know how criminal law works on this, especially Wisconsin because it's screwed up. Look what Texas Jen says. I think AJ was the dealer.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
If he was the dealer, is there any type of do they? I don't know, Wisconsin, I don't know anywhere if they can attach any type of liability to him.
I don't know. There it is. Thank
Or
you,
they
Rabbit. It was Shad's father when he was on the stand.
Okay, yeah, I heard him as I was leaving.
Yep. Miami Spice. Shad's dad confirmed that AJ was around.
The nail chewer is back.
Oh, good. All right, they're standing up.
He's wearing the same shirt too.
They'll probably cut the sound back on because the judge is back on.
I hope they do. Wait, hold on. That's him saying. Oh, is that
the nail chewer? Yeah,
okay.
off her back shoulder. Yeah.
All right, come on. Where's the sound? I don't have this muted, do I? No,
I wouldn't think so.
I can't.
Volume turned up, mute's off.
I mean, it's cranked.
Huh?
The concerns on
Here
the
we go.
part of the juror that the jury was getting
Do you guys want the subtitles on?
videoed, which of course violates my order. So then the bailiff approached my judicial assistant, who's here, and I've indicated to the bailiffs in the future they need to bring these issues to me, not to my judicial assistant. My judicial assistant, hearing this issue, went to the videographers from Law and Crime, who were in the back, and
busted
indicated
again.
this is being reported. They apparently indicated that we need to know when it was in order to look to see if it happened. My judicial assistant then went back, spoke to the juror to try to nail that down. Again, I've indicated to my judicial assistant that I want all those things to go through the bailiffs to me, but this is how it occurred. And I don't think on the part of anybody involved that there was any malice involved in how this unfolded. The juror then apparently was able to give some detail as to when this occurred. I think it was around or later in the afternoon yesterday, but I don't know that for sure. Some of the details I don't have. And that'll be part of what we'll talk about here in a minute.
Thank you, Susan.
Then my understanding is that the video has been completely scanned, and there has been no occasion when the jury has been shown across the live stream or any other place. And that's the state of affairs. This has been developing this morning, and so
Hey,
it would
Yaya.
appear, assuming that to be the case.
Well,
in
look
other
who's
words,
all pretty in front of the
never was
camera.
Yeah, she is.
Information is flowing
I can
into
do it
the
once in a
jury.
while.
And I don't know if information is flowing out from the jury, but clearly I gave the jury instructions as to dealing with information that's coming in.
Oops.
That's the current state of affairs. And so the
painting,
real
so.
question, I think I'm going to turn it over to each side and see if they have a thought about what to do. I have some thoughts about what to do, but I'm going to turn it over to the state first. Is there anything you'd like to address me on with regard to taking this issue up?
I brought all the
all
purple
those-
people over here.
I was gonna say I see a lot of purple hearts
Nice.
here. Oh,
Hello,
hey,
everybody.
hey, purple. Yeah.
So
Well, I
what's
always
going
say
on
I'm like
here?
her avatar. She looks so beautiful and stuff. I was expecting to see her there with the camera turned. I was like, oh my gosh, we'll get some views now.
I'm not. I'm just an old lady.
Oh, hush.
That's
Hush.
called.
Judge, there's
I'm
thank
just
you.
an old
Judge,
lady.
a couple of concerns I think come to mind. First, I'd be interested in knowing, I understand that there's the live stream,
That's a fetish.
but I
you know?
understand there may also be other sources of media that are here or potentially other individuals who
Yes,
may have
look
done
at
some
this.
filming or photography within the courtroom,
Yeah.
which I think would violate the court's order, but I don't know that that's not
Somebody's
happened.
Streaming.
I think it would be helpful to voir dire that particular juror to understand better who informed him of this information. Is that person potentially have other people who could be, do other people know that he has jury duty and they might be in the courtroom and then texting him? So for example, there are a number of just citizen members in the gallery. Maybe someone in the gallery also knows this juror and then sent a message to a friend of theirs or something like that. So voir diring, I think, the individual juror to know what was shared, how it was shared, by whom it was shared, might give us a better idea of how the information is coming in and going out from the jury.
Sure. Before I turn to Mr. Freilich, there's your comments have raised a few other pieces of information. First of all, my understanding is in the conversation that occurred between my judicial assistant and the juror, there were other jurors nearby and they heard that that might be happening. And so I think there may need to be some kind of a statement made to the jury as a whole. To some of your other points, we also considered the fact that it could have been a member of the public who's using their cell phone.
Oh.
I've asked security to look at the security cameras to see if they
oops.
can track down if that's the case. I don't have any feedback from that search yet. But what I can tell you is, my understanding is that the juror indicated the feed came across YouTube. Anything can come across.
Wasn't us. Promise.
But the feed is, my order is very specific. There are 3 cameras.
I'm not in the
this courtroom,
courtroom.
and there's to be no other cameras. So unless YouTube picked up on a video that was illicitly obtained and then posted it, I doubt that that's the source of the concern. The concern, of course, then is potentially false information's coming in to the jury. In any event, the
Fake
state
news.
is suggesting that I voir dire or we voir dire that juror. And I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is big.
All of this
Yes.
raises a question, I believe, of whether my client, Taylor Schabusiness, can get a fair and impartial jury
Yeah.
with.
Yep, news, go push that.
It's concerning. I know that my client has some concerns about this. I'd ask the court to consider a motion for mistrial.
Well,
Oh,
what I can
mistrial.
tell you is,
I knew it.
I anticipated this
I
kind
was
of
just gonna
argument.
say
In
that.
other words, I know I denied a motion for change of venue or to bring in an outside jury. I'm absolutely convinced that there's nothing about this event that couldn't occur in any other jury situation, including had I brought in a jury from the opposite side of the state and sequestered them the entire time.
Grounds for appeal.
So that
Possibly,
is,
yeah.
everyone has cell phones that they have. Everyone gets text messages.
You can take those.
And I expect the
Yeah, I
jurors are
figured
going
they
to
would.
follow my instruction, which is, if someone tries to talk to you about this case, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. So the implication in there is, you're not prohibited from receiving a text message from a friend about this trial. What you are prohibited from doing is discussing the case, and that your first step is tell them to stop doing that. And if they continue to do that, they're to report that to me. So I'm not going to grant your motion for mistrial because quite honestly,
So
the
yeah, if
issue
you
is-
send
is the
stuff
same.
in,
We need a fair and impartial jury.
they could be in
All these
contempt.
jurors during
even
voir
though they're
dire
not
have
there.
indicated we
Well,
can do
what
that.
he's saying is you
This
can
is
receive text messages all day long.
I'm
You
not even
just
sure
can't
if there's been an
discuss it.
infraction, because quite frankly, if this juror tells us, I got that text message and I said, don't talk to me anymore about this case, and then he reported it to the bailiff, that'd be precisely what I would want him to do. The problem is it spun a little bit, and it was, frankly, it was investigated, so we actually have
Right, Jen.
more information than we did before. But I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial because I frankly don't see the basis for it at this point. But I think I'm going to avail myself of the opportunity to bring the juror in. Either of you want to, either side want to hear from either the bailiff or my judicial assistant about the steps they took or the things they heard.
This is big.
Mr. Saunders?
Yeah.
I think what I'd be interested in knowing is to the extent that the judicial assistant or the bailiff is aware that other jurors partook in this process or were aware of this process, that's the information I'd be concerned about from either the bailiff or the judicial assistant.
Let me just indicate, again, I've spoken to both of them. My judicial assistant is here. I'm going to recite what, because she's not near a microphone, but I'm going to ask her to indicate whether I'm reciting accurately. My understanding is when the juror shared this with her, there were jurors sitting there nearby who said, "Are we on TV?" And they were assured that they're not. Is that accurate, Ms. Pigeon? Okay. She indicates, because she's not near a microphone, she told them not to worry, they would not be on any video, which I think frankly was an accurate recitation, because from my understanding is they haven't been on, that my order has been followed precisely by the media, which is
I
what
haven't seen
I
'em.
expect them to do.
Except
Not
for
on
that-
here.
The witness. the
Anything
first
else,
day was,
Mr.
remember?
Jose,
Yeah.
from either of the two, the bailiff or my JA?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor,
They
thank you.
can't handle
I'm
the
going to excuse my
truth.
JA. She can go back and take up her tasks. But I am going to ask if you could invite that juror in to, please bring him in. Actually, before we do that, I would expect we would just bring the juror right in here. Is there a request that we do it some other place? I don't know why this would be an inappropriate venue as long as they're not video. Mr. Saunders?
No, that's fine.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, at least for me, I find this kind of to be a little unusual. And
Well, it is unusual.
I'm concerned that if the juror has to answer some questions in front of a large crowd, it may be more uncomfortable, whereas if we're in a more private space with the lawyers in the court, the judge might be a little easier.
Well, I've indicated to the jurors, and they've taken an oath to you know, follow the law, to
It's not like we know who
uphold
the
their
juror is
oath
by
as
their
a
voice.
juror. I don't think
Yeah.
I've noticed anybody on that jury who seems disinterested or
Did I see the
unconcerned
what
or
police interview? I
upset
saw
in any
part of
way
it.
about what they're doing. They also
I
seem
haven't
very
seen it. I gotta
Interrogation
go back.
interview?
intent and very interested in
Yeah, it was.
serving
that's
in their
Bob
role.
was asking.
So I'm satisfied that if I brought him in here, they'd answer that is, this individual would answer the questions
I
appropriately.
missed a lot of it.
And then once, so I'm going to bring the juror
Pretty much
here.
everything you had
After
heard,
the juror is done,
she
then we'll
said.
need to talk briefly about whether or not, and I'm inclined to indicate to all the jurors the circumstance, but we can also determine, once we've questioned this juror,
Oh,
the
she is
extent of the
not
issue
the same
involved. So
person,
we're gonna bring the
Swaba.
juror in now, right
Not,
here?
no,
All rise for the
not at
juror.
all. And actually, I had a little meltdown this morning.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry.
You know, just thinking, you know, hearing what she was saying, and I did go back and listen to some of the
testimony.
autopsy stuff, and it
Yeah.
just, you know, it's just what it breaks my heart that, I mean, how did that, I mean, yes, I know she had a hard life, you know, but how did that young girl become this monster? You know, it's kind of like a death.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. This isn't the same person, and that's
Yeah.
what I was trying to say when I was like, you know, it's like she's possessed yesterday or the day before, whenever I said that. It's like, I don't mean that she is possessed, but it's like she doesn't seem like who she was, even in that picture that with her husband.
So
Yeah, it's
the reason
completely
we are in
different.
here is because we are responding to a concern.
And Gene
that
knows
we
that
raised early this morning.
someone was
You know,
taking video in the
and-
courtroom where I was.
Well,
Potentially
and you know, it's so hard because
while
it's
you're
like
serving on the jury.
hearing these
And I'm really
god awful
interested in
things
knowing
that she did.
What you heard,
Yeah.
because
And,
we're
you know, it's
trying
like-
to get to the bottom of the issue.
It's scary. It's scary. It's, I don't even know how to explain it. It's,
I think I know.
yes,
what you
Clumsy,
mean.
thank you. It is totally like you're grieving who she was, yes, or who she could have been. Exactly, right.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd be okay through it all, but then it's like it hits you, and it's like, ah. I don't know this Taylor.
And of course, they're not putting the mic
No, you
on the
don't at all.
juror.
I can tell you that.
No.
As far as I know, I don't know if she's
and
ever been in
when, when
any accident or
did you
sustained head
indicate-
injuries.
maybe you
I
said
have
at
no
what time?
clue.
He texted me yesterday at 3 o'clock sharp.
Okay.
So 4 here.
Okay.
So this juror got a text message saying somebody saw something on YouTube.
Questions
Oh
from
boy.
the state?
Just curious whether he texted you a screenshot or a link, or was it just a text?
Mr. Freilich, any questions?
Did you save the text?
Yeah.
It's on my phone.
So it's on your phone?
Yes,
Did you respond back?
I did.
Okay.
What'd you say?
What did you tell him?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah. All right, anything else that you feel you want to tell me about that event or issue?
No, other than you're free to look at my phone. I'm happy to show it to you. I'm happy to inquire further with him. I consider him a friend as well as a coworker. Whatever.
Oh wait, I think that's my dad talking. Just kidding.
Okay, I am gonna.
It's Bob in accounting.
It's Bob. Yeah, it's Bob in accounting. Oh wait. I think that
Perhaps
person works at.
going forward, if you
Well,
receive
you know,
any
I'm
messages
surprised
from
that they don't
orders or
mute
friends
this.
that you
But you're
advise
not
them
going to
you
know
can't
by
speak about
voice.
this case at all until it's
Everybody
concluded.
here sounds alike.
Okay?
I love Yaya.
Boy, that defense attorney's just squirming in his seat,
Okay.
isn't he?
I think I'm
That
gonna
jury,
close it then. Thank you.
Jen said that juror wants to be disqualified. Oh, could be.
Could be.
I mean, would you want to sit and listen to this shit?
Well, here's the thing: is you're going from seeing all this, and you have to make a decision about the rest of their life.
Did he say they sent a clip of him, the picture, or just said that they saw him?
Your Honor, I guess I don't have any concerns about how this
solved.
impacts the integrity of the jury in any way. It seems like a very limited conversation. I think it is probably a good idea for the court to reiterate to the jury that you have given instructions that they aren't being filmed, just to potentially alleviate any concerns that they might have, and that you're confident that those orders are going to be followed.
They're not being filmed.
Your Honor, I inquire, how is it possible that a juror in a case like this, or any case, is seen on TV? And that's concerning to me. I believe that, this juror, even by responding back, which he shouldn't have done, causes an issue for the defense, at least for the integrity of the jury.
You don't know what he said
My
back.
client and I are concerned about, this jury, can it be fair and impartial? So I, again, based on what's been discussed here, make a motion for mistrial.
Okay, well, I'm going to deny your motion for mistrial.
Again.
A couple
I'm
of
sorry
things.
for
First
swearing.
of all, I agree that the juror shouldn't have replied. First of all, the juror also indicated that he's not really concerned about it. And I think one of the main reasons that we enter orders that jurors are not to be videoed is so that there's,
Hey, Caitlin.
juror security.
Hi, how is everybody? I'm going cam off. I think it'll work better.
All right.
Okay.
This individual apparently wasn't concerned with that information. Secondly, I'm not even certain that it happened. It's hard to drill into why he would get a video from, or a message from a friend in Indiana about being on this case.
Yeah, this whole thing's weird.
And
Yeah.
if he wasn't, I can't explain it, but I'm satisfied that that the cameras over which I have control in this courtroom, that being the media cameras, aren't filming the jury. It's possible, I suppose, that someone in the audience used their phone to make that video. I don't have the results of the efforts by security to try to track that down. Hopefully I will get something. But I'm not satisfied that this juror has indicated in any way that this is going to make it more difficult for him to serve on this jury. He indicated he wasn't concerned. So I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. I intend to just indicate, I intend frankly to do two things. I'm going to again read the jurors the instruction that I've been giving them regarding communication. I think it's important to reiterate that for them. I'm also going to advise them that I've made a specific order that they're not to be videoed. And
Oh my God,
that
I just
from
thought
my
of something.
investigation,
Yeah.
as a result
Conspiracy
of this
theory?
issue,
No,
that they
yeah,
haven't
well, a YouTube conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
You know what's going to
as part
happen?
of that, I think I'm going to need
I'm
to
going to
relate
get blamed
them
for being in the courthouse and doing
concern
this.
has been raised. Only because
I will
beyond
bet
that,
you
they'll wonder,
$100
why are you
bucks.
telling us all of
Wait a
this?
Someone's
second.
going to put out a video saying
but
I was in the courthouse,
that's what I intend to
courthouse and I
relate
did this.
Mr. Lozay, any
I
objection?
hate to tell you, yeah, but you've already been beat to the punch.
No, Your Honor, but I have a concern.
Or did MG's thing go?
So,
Look where his
I'm
post.
not in
would
the
the court
courthouse.
consider
Hang on.
striking that
Hang
particular
on.
juror? Because we have alternates. The other thing I'm worried about is there going to be discussion about, well, why did the court want to talk to you, to this male juror?
Tom's not
I have some
happy.
concerns about that as well. So would the court, consider maybe striking this juror? We've got several alternates.
Sure.
There you go.
Well, first of all,
Yep.
regarding a conversation the jury might have about why did the court want to talk to you, that's why I indicated I would tell them that
I
a
would
concern
strike
has
him
been
just to
raised.
prove a point.
And they'll get it, oh, it was the guy you brought out here. So, and I don't think the jury will in any way look on him disfavorably because he was simply reporting to the court something that occurred, which is what I want people to do. So that's that. But let me turn to the state. Mr. Freilich has asked that I strike that juror.
And I don't think there's a basis to do that at this time based on the nature of the voir dire with that juror.
I don't either. I frankly think this juror has perhaps skirted a
If
little
the
close to
juror's
my
not
rule
worried
instead of
about it, why should he
responding
be worried
thank you
about it?
or asking when it occurred.
Well, you have
He should have
alternates.
said something along the lines of,
Well, I figured
"Thank
that's what
you,
they were
but
going to
please
do
don't
is
talk to me
strike him
until
and bring
this
in an
trial is
alternate.
over." On the other hand, friends might feel that's a bit terse to reply, but I'm
Blah,
going
he's
to
the
reinforce
experts
that.
in Wisconsin, Green Bay.
I
he
think the
didn't
point
tell
is
me?
that the reply that he made
He can set up that
was so
studio
innocuous
anywhere, yeah.
that I'm not satisfied.
You see
he
this?
violated
MG
my
Lawson.
order,
So someone was taking
to the
video in the
point
courtroom.
where
Yes,
Now we
yes.
know where expert went this morning.
Again,
I told you I already got you
the
beat.
notion
It's my fault.
that nobody on this
That's what I
jury
just
is gonna
said.
get any
I
text
said,
messages
you're
from
here in
anybody
Green Bay and you didn't tell
while
me?
this trial is
Oh,
pending
yeah.
is something
Oh,
I simply can't
oops.
I didn't see
control.
that one,
So
yes.
I can't find that in
Not
any
going
way
to your house. I
would
got a
cause me
feeling
to strike him.
you'd be
And,
like,
again,
we're
he's
gonna get something
indicated
good to eat.
He wasn't concerned with being shown as a
Get some
juror.
brats.
So he hasn't formulated any sort of bias or prejudice as a result of that event. He's just simply reporting what happened, which is what I expect
But Your
the
Honor,
juror
yeah,
to do.
Yamaha.
So I'm going to
It's
deny the
devastating to
motion.
my
The motion
case.
is noted, Mr. Freilich. I'm going to
What
deny
if somebody
the
connected? What if somebody
and
connected
that's
to the
what I
defense sent the text just to get a
Thank you.
mistrial?
Yeah. Well, that's a
I'm sure that's been
Anything else,
done before, I
Mr.
bet.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Freilich,
No, you are.
Wasn't me?
we'll bring the jury.
Caitlin. What do you think about all this?
I mean, we've seen a lot of jurors do and say things that have happened. If the juror in the Ghislaine Maxwell case didn't get, yeeted and that case didn't have a mistrial, then why would this one, I guess, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing. Green Bay, Wisconsin is it's not a big area. Green Bay has 70,000, did I say, or 7,000 people in it. I don't know if they went outside of the Green Bay area to get the jurors, but who? I mean, this is kind of like a national case here.
Welcome back,
Yeah,
ladies
it
and
is.
gentlemen of the
It's-
jury.
Yeah.
No matter where you go, they're not going to get.
And I need to take up an
It
issue with
just-
you before we get
I don't
started.
get
A concern has been raised by one of your number that perhaps at some point in time, perhaps yesterday, that the jury
defense, you
may
can
have
hear
been
him whisper.
videotaped and
Uh-huh.
put out on a live stream.
Talking to her.
And a couple of things I want to advise you about that situation. First of all, I appreciate the fact that,
Yes, Papa.
that it was
Lots
reported
of
right to the
badgers up
bailiff,
here. You
and that's what I
betcha,
need
eh?
you to do. As a result of the report, the matter has been looked into by scouring the videos that have been taken of this trial. And at no point in the videos that I have authorized to be taken have you been videoed. Just to give you a little more detail about that. In this trial, I've allowed 3 cameras to be utilized.
What? Why are you
Those
Oh,
cameras
dear
are
Lord.
situated
died?
in such a
What happened?
location
Sinead
that
O'Connor died.
you're not being videoed
Wow.
by them.
She's young.
When I need to, I
Isn't
look at
she?
the media room and I can stop the video feed at any particular time
let me
for a
look.
particular witness. Perhaps you've seen me do that and heard me do that. I've entered an order that no one in the audience is allowed to use a cell
56.
phone to take photos or videos. At this time, security is scouring the videos of this entire trial to see if anybody in the audience has been
She's
doing
born in
it. I can
'66.
tell you that I can see
the
everything
same
from
age
up
as
here,
I
and
am
I
then.
haven't noticed it.
Yeah.
56 years
57.
old.
And in case you wonder,
She's born in
this
66.
courtroom is
Yeah.
also being monitored in
Yeah,
very
I was telling
different
expert.
locations.
Oh,
So
I was born in
we're being
'66 in
watched
January.
while we're being watched, okay?
Well, yeah, you look a lot better than her.
The people that
No
are
joke.
that
I
are videoing it are
don't
being
know what she
watched
looks
by the
like
people
now.
that are sitting in the
Well,
security
she's dead.
office downstairs. So I want to assure you, that order was entered by me. I'm endeavoring
I'm sorry.
great
I'm
lengths
sorry. I
to
should
make
just
sure
quit.
it's abided by. And as far as I know, right up until this very minute, my orders have been
So much for
followed to a T.
professionalism.
It doesn't mean I'll stop looking into it, and I would encourage any of you, if you have a
When have you
concern
guys
about
ever
that,
been professional
as we
up
go
here?
forward,
Oh, excuse me.
report it to the bailiff.
Well, I mean, you're not saying anything is not true.
There's one
So,
other thing I want to do, because it's important. I'm going to again give you this instruction. You've heard it before, and you'll hear it again. Do not communicate with
Yeah, yeah,
anyone
since
about
you,
this trial or
this
your
guy was your
experience
divorce
as a
attorney.
juror while
You-
you are
Huh?
serving on this jury.
Since you know this guy, he was
Do
your
not
divorce
use
attorney.
computer,
Do you
Yes.
think
cell phone, or other
is this the
electronic
type of
device with
behavior you were
communication
used to? Because he
capabilities
seems right
share
now to
any
be very,
information
very fair.
about this case.
Yes,
For example,
this is how he was in
do
my
not
divorce.
communicate by blog, email,
oh, see, Miami, now I
text
feel
message,
bad.
Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate
bring us
with
all
you
down,
about this case. And if anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based upon the evidence presented in the
Okay, so
courtroom.
we're going to go back to trial.
People not serving on this jury have
Yeah,
not
MG
heard
losses
the
his
evidence, and it is
judgment very
improper
good.
for them to influence your deliberations and decisions in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. That's all I'm going to have to
Exactly.
say about that for right now. I believe the case is still with the state.
Miami.
Actually, we're at cross-examination.
I mean,
however.
this is exactly how he would
If you want
talk
the
like to
witness
me.
stand, I'll have you come
He's
back,
just, this is the way he is,
and I will just remind you,
straight to the
Detective,
point.
you're still
You
on.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I tried to describe his demeanor, is
he-
he's, says it like
I'm
it
also gonna
is.
remind everyone to
To the
please
point.
use their microphone. As you can see, we've switched court reporters. We are now using the DAR system, which is an excellent electronic system, but I want to make sure everybody's using their microphones.
What is
Having said
that?
that, Mr. Freilich, you've got a few
DAR?
complaints, so try to.
Caitlin,
do
what
it
is
on your
that?
phone, But I'm probably the worst offender.
Yeah.
DAR,
So
I don't
go
know. Is that the one
you,
that
Hart.
looks like a oxygen mask?
Detective
that they hold in
Groff, good
front of their
afternoon.
face and they
Good
speak
afternoon.
into?
So
No.
on
I don't know.
February 23rd of 2022, were you called down to the police department?
Yes,
What time did you get there?
I probably arrived about 4:45 in the morning, I think.
Okay, is that kind of a
This guy
normal
remember
shift
the
for you, sir?
KGB?
No,
What's a normal shift?
7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Thanks, bud. That makes
And
sense.
why were you contacted to get down there at 4:45 a.m.?
As far as my duties as a detective, we can get called after hours for major crimes, and in this case, I was called by a supervisor to ask if I would assist in a homicide investigation.
And were you told that there was a minivan that was found parked at the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
Initially, my initial phone call, no.
Okay. At some point then you were told that there was a minivan that was of interest, correct?
Yes,
And that was parked over at the Eastman Avenue apartments?
yes,
You interviewed several people, correct?
Real quick
Yes.
while we're going through this, I want to ask
one
Caitlin,
being,
what have you,
Tara
because this is the
Package,
first time we've gotten to
correct?
talk to
Correct.
you, what have you seen in this trial
did you
so
also
far
talk to,
that
Stephen
you think
Hendricks?
is different, or is there anything that just pops out at you?
Did you talk to
I
Taylor
mean,
Schabusiness as well?
the facts
Yes.
of the case are
You
obviously
talked to
very
Ms.
different than
Packenage
what
and Ms.
we've,
Schabusiness on
you
the
know,
same
gone
day,
through
fair?
before in
Yes.
the past couple
Did
of
you
years
talk
that
to
I've been
Ms.
watching
Packenage
trials.
first?
yes.
But no, nothing.
And
and
was it
it's
such
been really
that,
hard, you know,
they were
working
down
while
at the
trying to
police
listen.
department when you arrived?
I did notice
No.
that the first couple of days
got
dragged
there
on
first?
with all of the, you know,
I don't
evidentiary
recall
stuff.
if I got there
The,
first or if Miss Package was there first.
interrogation videos
But
are
Miss Schabusiness
much
was
more
not there when I
surprising
first arrived.
to watch than I had first
So you took
anticipated them being.
Tara Pakinich into
And I'm
a
definitely going to
room,
go back
correct?
and watch those again because I need
And,
to see those in full.
What did you talk about?
But
The fact that
I'm surprised at how
she found
well the
something in a
judge is
bucket
doing
in the
because
basement of her
I
house?
feel like we've seen a lot of
Yes, of course.
judges that have not acted
And you
very
followed
well
up with
throughout
further
trials. I
questions
mean,
with
the
regards to
Murdaugh
that?
judge I don't think did well.
Yes, I did some preliminary.
Well,
But
y'all
no, I-
trained him to be.
Did she
this
indicate
good.
to you that
Oh, give me a break.
Taylor Schabusiness and her son were friends?
Yes.
That they went to
Thank
school
you,
together?
Yes.
After
to high
dealing
school
with my
together at
divorce,
Bayport?
yeah, okay, no kidding.
Yes.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm chill about everything
And did
now.
she indicate
This
to
is
you
easy.
that
I'm done with the case.
how she came upon the bucket in the basement?
Judge, I'm not concerned any of this is particularly prejudicial, but it is all hearsay. Ms. Package testified, and he can and did ask these questions to Ms. Package. The statement that the detective took from a witness who is not a party is hearsay information.
Well, it's really not offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. It's just to get some background information. But I can move on.
When you move on, so the questions would,
So after you finished
move
talking
on.
to Tara Pakinich, then was Taylor Schabusiness brought in?
Yes.
Okay. And initially you introduced yourself, correct?
Yes.
And Detective Kemp was there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Were you sort of the lead detective on this?
Well, initially I was one of many detectives who
Give her a
came
coloring
in to
book
do
and some
initial
crayons.
investigation, but throughout the course
she doesn't have
of
one
the investigation, it took a more of a lead role.
Okay. So in the interview room, you swabbed your hands, correct?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures?
I did not.
You offered her some water, correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And then you told her that a few hours ago, officers went to a residence on Stony Brook Lane and a bucket
Probably
was
before
found with a
hands.
human head in it, correct?
Correct.
And what was her response, do you remember?
Something to the fact of, oh, really, or something to that.
Did she say that it's pretty effed up?
Yes, that would be correct.
Pretty fucked up, correct? That's what she said?
Yes.
And did she indicate to you that Shad was her ex-boyfriend?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And then did you confirm that she lived on Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
Apartment 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue? She indicated that she lived there with
I didn't mean to do
Scott
that.
Combs.
I did not mean to do that.
And then you had further
Unplug
questions,
the
correct?
buttons.
Of course.
You asked her questions about things that may be in the basement, is that fair?
Yes.
And did she give you comments like, well, that's a good question?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Did she say that she blacked out at some point?
Yes.
And did she tell you that she needed time to think?
Yes.
And you said, that's not a problem, take your time, correct?
That's correct.
When you were talking to her, was she smiling inappropriately?
I did not observe that, no.
Did you hear her laugh sometimes during the interview?
I believe so.
Her mood, did it kind of go up and down during your interview with her on March 23rd?
No.
Now, there were 2 detectives in the interview room with her, correct?
Correct.
And was there any sort of intimidation towards her at all?
Nothing.
During the time that you talked with her, did she say things that were sort of bizarre?
Well, some of the acts that she described that she did, were something that, was not common, but bizarre. I wouldn't say bizarre.
Unusual? How about that?
Sure.
Thank goodness.
And you told her that
Not normal?
this was kind of an ongoing investigation, and the detectives and the officers and law enforcement personnel on the
Hey,
scene were
Shiz.
trying to figure out what was going on. Is that fair?
Yes.
Because law enforcement really didn't know what was going on, correct?
Absolutely not.
It was, would you say it was a situation that was unfolding and developing?
Yes.
She did indicate to you that, did she exhibit responses that were kind of short and snippy?
No.
Did she say that she did not know what was going on?
Well, she did make a comment that at one point she had blacked out. And again, I assured her that she could take her time, and she had plenty of time to remember what she did.
Now, you've been on the force,
Clumsy, I told
you've
my
been an
boys that
officer
all the
for
time.
27 years, correct? You've got a lot of experience, is that fair?
37 years.
37 years, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, 30 years, and yes.
30 years, okay. So, and you've been a detective for 17, yes?
Yes,
You've worked with people that have used meth, correct?
I have.
Meth is a very powerful drug, isn't it?
It can be, yes.
It can cause people
There is
to act
officers who
and
do
react
meth
in an
in the
unusual way, is that fair?
Yes.
I see working with officers doing meth. It makes no sense.
When you were talking to
You gotta do
her,
what you gotta do, Shiz.
she had
Just gotta
some
stay awake
problems
sometime.
answering questions, correct?
No.
She would mumble and trail off when you would ask her a question, is that fair?
No.
She said a few times, damn, my head. Didn't she say that during the interview?
I don't know if she's referring to her head or Mr. Thyrion's head.
You know what she was talking about, correct?
Oh!
I don't recall.
Ouch!
Did she tell you that she was coming off a high or a buzz?
No.
She did say that she was paranoid, correct?
She did mention the word paranoid in terms of why she had left the residence.
And she said it was really weird. She made that comment, correct?
Wow.
I don't recall.
Boy, he's reaching.
And she said, I think it was the dope. Didn't she say that to you?
She did make those comments, yes.
What'd she say?
As far as the investigation was concerned, there were no human remains found at the Eastman Avenue apartment. Is that fair?
Correct. Not inside the apartment.
Correct.
Yeah, there it is.
There was a
There it is.
minivan, well, strike that. At the apartment, Scott Tomes lived there, correct?
Yes.
And he also owned a gold-colored Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
When you were talking to Ms. Schabusiness, she did say something about she heard gunshots, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear any gunshots
When?
when you were either at Stony Brook or at Eastman Avenue?
I was never at Eastman, but when I was at Stonebrook, very briefly, it was much later in the day, and I did not hear any gunshots.
You reviewed a lot of different reports and talked to a lot of different detectives, including Detective Scanlon, Detective Kemp, Lieutenant Buckman, a lot of the other officers involved, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the officers provide any details or reports about any gunshots being fired at either Stony Brook or Eastman Avenue on or about February 23rd of 2022?
I don't recall who said, but I do recall that during the time that officers were called to the Stony Brook residence, that there was another call that officers were on that might have involved gunshots.
At some other location though, correct?
I'm sorry?
At some other location, not Stony Brook or Eastman Avenue, correct?
Correct.
During the interview that you had with Taylor Schabusiness, did it go on for about 6 hours?
That's an estimate on my part. I'm not sure.
That's fair. That's fair. So you started in the morning, and then at some point you took a break because she had to go over to St. Vincent's Hospital?
Yes,
And then you came back and then resumed the interview, correct?
yes,
All at the Green Bay Police Department?
yes.
You had a chance to look at her hands, her thumbs, and her fingers, correct?
Yes.
She had some scratches and some deep cuts on her thumbs and fingers, is that fair?
She
Yeah,
had
she's
a
back at
cut on
MLS.
her thumb and some scratches, yes.
And she got medical treatment for that?
Yes.
Were there, when you asked Ms. Schabusiness some questions,
And she's wearing a
sometimes
tank top.
she was non-responsive, is that fair?
No,
She did not answer your question every time you asked one, is that fair?
I would not say that is correct.
She said some odd or weird things though, correct? During the interview? Specifically, well, the arm or something like that would rebuild into muscle?
But yes, she made several comments of, when she was strangling Mr. Thyrion that, his muscle would rebuild, and made several comments about, that she forgot to leave the head behind in the bucket in the basement. Those types of comments in terms of describing her actions and what she was doing. But in terms of those being bizarre, I did not find that to be in any way, shape, or form.
You found it to be odd though, especially when she laughed about it, correct?
Well, I did not feel that way.
But she did laugh about it when you talked about it, correct?
I think there would, maybe at one point, there was kind of a smirk or something, but it was in the context of just how she replied back to me.
And she did tell you that on some date before February 23rd of 2022, that her and Mr. Thyrion were smoking ice, correct?
Smoking, yes, ice, or methamphetamine.
Yeah, she used the word bitch, correct?
Initially,
And then it changed from ice to methamphetamine, yes?
yes.
And then she indicated that a meth pipe and a plastic bindle would be in the basement.
She said that.
MLS, Yaya told us before that the.
She told you
she
that it was
lost
a weird
custody
night,
of her kid.
is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Did
that?
she say that it was a weird night?
That's possible.
What did I say?
That
And then she did
Taylor
talk
lost
about
custody
drugs,
of her
and
kid?
she talked about the fact that
can't hear you.
she's been off drugs, and then she's on drugs. She said words to that effect, is that right?
We did talk about her drug use in the days previous to the interview. I believe she did make comments of using drugs in the past. As term of her, how much, I don't recall that.
Okay. And fair to say that during the interview, oftentimes Ms. Schabusiness would say, I don't know. She didn't know the answer to your question?
I'm sure that she probably had some of those answers.
She would say, I have no idea, correct?
I guess I would have to know specifically what I was asking her.
And is it fair to say that some of the things that she said just didn't make sense?
No.
You sort of had a narrative and she kind of went along with it, correct?
I would not say that, no. I did repeat several of things that she would say to clarify, but I would not say that I led her in any way.
When you were talking to her, oftentimes she'd have her hand over her mouth, correct?
It's possible.
And she would talk very softly, correct?
I was able to hear her.
But she did talk softly, correct?
I don't know.
She said something about that she was tweaking out, or that she was tweaking. Do you know what she meant by that?
I do not recall those specific words. I would know what she would mean by tweaking out, though, yes. And I don't recall as to what time period she was talking about either.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the first part of your interview was about 3 hours and then you went to the hospital?
That's fair.
You came back and then the second part, was that about 3 hours or how long was it?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Couple hours though?
Sure.
Took a while to ask questions and try to figure out what was going on. Fair?
Right. As I was interviewing her, there are investigators who were at the house, and so it was an ongoing and continuing investigation to determine what happened.
Right. During the interview that you had with her, she said, "I didn't mean for all this to happen. I'm sorry." Is that fair?
I think that she did make a comment as to initially that she did not mean to kill Mr. Schabusiness. I'm sorry, Mr. Thyrion.
You had cases involving asphyxiation, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me what we mean by that? Is it choking?
Asphyxiation?
Yes.
Choking is another word. Is when someone's windpipe or has been blocked and breathing has been obstructed.
Is it a situation where people that maybe are into this kind of thing choke each other to get some euphoria or pleasure out of it?
I have heard of that practice.
Okay. With regards to this case, law enforcement did find 2 dog collars or 2 chains. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the interview, Ms. Schabusiness said something about, "I can't think right now." Remember that?
No.
She said, "I'm fucking nuts." Remember that?
Sounds like she's a
No.
YouTuber.
Yeah. She's. Do you remember
Were
that?
you surprised by some of the things that she said to you?
Well, you know what he's pushing for.
Overall, in the context of what we were discussing and the information that had been provided to me,
Yes. And did
Is it
she
bad
tell
that I
you that
take
the
notes
body
to
can
ask
rebuild
these
itself?
guys?
she made that comment, yes.
What'd you say?
I want to know what he thinks about the defense.
Oh,
But that's not. But that's an easy one. He's going to expect me to ask that. So I
Yeah.
had to think of a hard way to ask the
right,
same thing.
right, exactly.
There was a second interview on February 28th of 2022 back at the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes,
And Detective Scanlon was there for that.
he was.
Did he kind of ask most of the questions for that interview?
I think it was 50-50 in both our parts.
And did Ms. Schabusiness indicate to you or to Detective Scanlon that she was freaking out?
I do not recall those exact words. It's possible.
Okay. Do you recall, though, that she talked about having a lot of issues with open areas? Remember that?
But she was talking specifically about the basement area that she was in.
She didn't like the open area, though, correct?
No.
I'm correct on that?
I'm sorry?
I'm correct that she did not like the open area, is that right?
She did not like the open area of the basement at Stony Brook
Okay.
in Green Bay.
Thanks, that clears that up for me.
Yeah, I'm glad he asked because I was confused too.
When she does her beheading, she likes a more complaint.
I like it cozy when I killed my victim.
Her emotions came out during the interview, is that correct?
It's possible.
Did she tell you that she got very angry at herself?
Once again, it was quite a lengthy interview. I do not recall every single comment that she made.
Okay. She did say during the interview that there were some times where she nodded out, correct?
Yes, I do recall that.
And she indicated to you that her and Shad went in the basement and within about 5 minutes got to it, correct?
got to it,
Yes.
The nasty.
she stated that Chad produced a couple chains. Yes.
Yeah. Within 5 minutes of being down there, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, why take your time? Let's
When you
get
gotta
that-
go, you gotta go.
Dog collars.
Yeah, I mean,
She told you there was no kissing, correct?
I
Do everything but kiss on the
lips.
And she told you there was no sex, correct?
well, she didn't have a
She
chance.
said
to.
that it was starting to lead that way, but there was no sex while
He was alive.
Shad was alive.
There was no.
Oh gosh, that's what he
penis
said.
to vagina sexual intercourse going on, correct? Is that fair?
Penis to vagina, no.
I'm correct about that,
While he
right?
was alive.
She never stated that that occurred.
Okay.
While he was alive.
Holy cow! And I feel even worse for the guy.
I know, right?
You missed out on the good stuff.
Well, I mean that's subjective.
Well, I guess you did
But
get
still.
choking.
Yeah, subjective.
And did she indicate that her and Shad Thyrion had took
how
a toke
stoic
off
she
of
is.
some meth at the Eastman Avenue apartment in the bedroom?
She hit the bitch.
Yes.
That's what she said.
Okay, I have nothing further.
But who was the bitch? Was that
Very
AJ?
briefly,
Oh, it's the
you were
drug.
asked about
I know.
a couple of terms, nodding out and tweaking. Are those terms that you have encountered in your experience as a detective or as a narcotics investigator?
Yes.
What do those terms mean to you, starting with nodding out?
Nodding out is a term typically heroin users would describe when they would become drowsy
As a result of the drug use?
as a result of the drug use.
And how about tweaking?
Tweaking it can refer to methamphetamine users. It's a stimulant, so it could cause them to be hyper or sudden body movements, and that is a result of the use of methamphetamine.
No further questions.
Anything on that, Mr. Frick?
No.
Okay, thank you. You can step down.
You know what? Like I keep seeing everybody
State
saying,
have any other witnesses?
like what Clump says here. I'm confused.
No, Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
Oh, the state rest.
Ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen.
Oh, wow.
The state has now
Oh, this-
rested their case. We're going to take a brief recess and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. All rise for the jury.
Oh, well, this ought to be interesting. Stay tuned,
Yeah.
folks.
It's gonna really get
So
interesting.
we're gonna get possibly a verdict today. Is
No,
this,
no, because the defense hasn't brought up any witnesses, have they?
Not yet.
No, the,
Yeah, I
yeah,
didn't
they're
think
up
so.
next.
Yeah.
Hey, expert, can you
Yes, ma'am.
turn your mic up a little bit?
Yeah, you are a little
sorry.
quiet.
Can you
Yeah, I can't
sit
hear you.
in front of your mic?
I am. Look at the screen. I'm right here. I am 6 inches away.
There you go. Much better.
I don't know.
Oh, you know
Women
what? I've
think
got that
that's
new
6
thing.
inches. It's not.
It's Susie. I was gonna say men have been telling us
State
what
has
6
rested
inches
and,
is for our whole
Mr.
lives.
Taylor,
I
the
still
case
don't
would,
believe them.
then turn to the
Yeah,
defense.
women know the truth.
Do you intend to
7.
call witnesses?
I mean, how many
or
women do you
want to
know
address
carry
me
around a
on
tape
the,
measure?
Stipulated facts.
Yes, before I do that, Your Honor, I'd like to make a.
It's the reason when somebody says 6 inches, I say a man's or a
He's
woman's.
gonna ask.
There's
He's
a
gonna
difference.
ask for mistrial again. Watch.
Use the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Use the
Has
microphone.
the court consider that as it relates to the first-degree intentional homicide count, I would argue that there is insufficient evidence to support that particular charge.
What?
There's
He's
insufficient
gonna
evidence
piss
to
this
show
judge
What's the
off.
defense he has to say?
my client,
Yes.
Taylor Denise
He has
Schabusiness,
to.
had
This happens
any
in
intent
every
to
single
kill
trial, regardless.
ST Shad Thyrion.
True.
What we have here is some testimony from a number of law enforcement officers. We also have some video footage from an interview between my client and Detective Groff and Detective Kemp.
I'm not even touching this one.
It's clear that my client
It's all right. You can measure it
likely
anytime, Rabbit.
did consume and ingest methamphetamine with
It's
Mr.
not an excuse.
Thyrion prior to his death. My client provided commentary and answered questions from Detective Groff. I would submit that what she indicated that was that she had no intent to kill. The question is, did my client do it or not? That's another question. There are a lot of different issues here going on, but
A lot of issues. Who knows?
based on what she said to the detective, I'd ask that the court consider
Doesn't sound like it to me, right?
dismissal of the first-degree intentional homicide charge on the grounds that there was no intent to kill. Also, there are really no eyewitnesses to whatever went on in the basement.
No witness, no murder.
At 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green
At
Bay.
least there's a body.
When
Sorta.
Terry Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks went downstairs, they didn't find anybody down there. They found body parts.
All right, I'm really sorry. I
Unfortunately,
have
but
to
they
go
did
back
not
to
find my
work, guys.
client
It
there.
was so
My
much
client
fun.
was at
I will try to catch the rest.
2353.
Oh no, I'm
Okay,
losing my
take
only
care.
estrogen up
Have fun,
here.
That's where she
Caitlin.
was arrested.
Take care,
No
Caitlin.
body
See you
parts
soon.
over there.
Bye.
There were body parts in a van that was owned by Scott Tomes. That's not my client's minivan, that
Oh,
gold
look at
Town and
Tom's
Country
eyes.
Chrysler minivan
Oh,
belonged
she
to
already
Mr. Tomes.
borrowed it.
Look
So
at
there
him.
are a lot of issues here. As to the third-degree sexual assault charge, the state's got to prove that my client had sexual intercourse with Shad Thyrion. I believe, based on this record, in the video, there's no evidence to show that my client had any kind of penis to vagina contact with Mr. Thyrion. We
While he was
have
alive.
testimony from
So he's saying the only way that
a
there's
DNA
sex
expert that
is
indicated
intercourse.
It was uninformative.
Everything else is
as
fair.
to,
Oh,
the
okay.
dildo. And I don't know that my client claimed that
I mean, that would still be
the dildo was
penetration if
used
she
on
was
Try
using
that
the
with your
dildo on
try that
him.
with your
There's no
spouse and
DNA
see if that
evidence on
worked.
Hey, babe, this
And
isn't
so I would ask
sex.
that the court consider dismissal of the third-degree sexual assault charge as well for those reasons.
I'm still a virgin. I don't know what they're
Finally,
talking about.
as to the mutilated.
Of course you are.
corpse, count
You're
two.
like
Believe
you're just
you,
like
Bob.
Mary.
You know, again, there are no eyewitnesses to
That's right.
observe what really happened.
what do you
in-
say about
in
the dildo
basement
there?
on the dating question. So for all these reasons, I'd ask that the court consider the motion for a directed verdict and dismiss these charges.
Mr. Saunders?
A reasonable juror viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state could convict. The state's met its burden. His motion should be denied.
Okay, well, these motions are fairly common in cases like this, and the court does have to, in these circumstances, look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. This is by no way the court making a decision about what the ultimate verdict in the case will be. That's up to the jury, not up to me. But the court's task at this point is to take a look at the four corners of the record, the evidence, to see whether the state has satisfied
Somebody did good in
their burden of proof, at least to this point, such that the matter can move forward and be given to a jury. Each of these counts has two elements. The homicide count has two elements. The mutilating a corpse count has two elements, and the third-degree sexual assault count also has two elements. And the court is satisfied when considering the entire record in this case that a reasonable jury could conclude that the state has met its burden and convict based upon the evidence that has been offered thus far. Again, I'm to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to
have
the
all the body
non-moving
parts?
party.
Did they ever
That
say
isn't
that?
necessarily how a jury will look at it in
I don't
their
know.
deliberations.
'Cause she
but
said,
that's
"Good
what I
luck
have to
finding
do
them all."
at this
Yeah.
particular point.
That was the
And in doing
organs.
so, I'm satisfied
Oh.
that
The
these
tasty parts.
motions for directed verdict should be denied, and that's what the court does at this time. So those motions are denied. And so I'm going to turn
So the
back to
non-moving
you,
party,
Mr.
who
Freilich.
is that?
My
Is that
understanding
the
is as a result of
the
Mr.
victim?
Tomes not being here due to some, I guess, some health issues,
Yeah.
that there's been a set of stipulated facts.
And because he was
Yes,
in
Your Honor, but
smaller
before I
pieces, would
before
he
I do that,
parties or party?
I know that my investigator had made attempts to contact Scott Tomes as part of the defense investigation in this case, and there was my investigator was not successful in making contact.
He skipped town.
But we did get a subpoena out, and the Brown County Sheriff's Department, I believe, subpoenaed Scott Tomes for court as a defense witness.
We're talking about him the other
The
day. Who was
prosecutors
he?
did inform me promptly that he is not going to be available. Maybe he's got health problems or hospitalized, but they told me that he is not available. I've advised my client of this. I find that, and I'm not blaming the state, but I'm blaming him, that the timing of this seems suspect to me, that he's not available. I haven't seen any report, doctor's note, anything like that. So before I answer the court's question, I'd ask that the court consider a motion for mistrial because this witness is not here, has been properly subpoenaed, and I really have no recourse to call him and question him about the issues in this case. So I'd ask that you consider that motion.
Well, before I turn to the state and ask for their response, Mr. Freilich, what can you tell me? What was your expectation of what he was going to testify to?
Well, I have some highlighted sections from his statement that the state and I agreed on as to what his testimony would be about. But, you know, when you call a witness, there may be other things that come up. But I'm working off a statement. I've highlighted the yellow parts that would be told to the jury if the court felt that was appropriate. But I felt the need, because I'm at this kind of crossroads with this kind of problem, that I would make this motion first.
Okay, sure. But I don't think you have my question, because the question is, you've asked for a mistrial based upon the unavailability of this witness. So the question is, what was he going to testify to so that I can assess the gravity of his not being here?
Oh, I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Look.
I believe that he would testify that on that Monday night, I believe that would have been February 21st of 2022, that that Mr. Thyrion and Ms. Schabusiness came over, that he did not know Shad's last name, but he saw him before, and that he believed that they hooked up to get some meth or do meth. That would have been about 9 p.m. on Monday night, and that he had this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, and his keys were on a lanyard which hangs on a hook by his front door, and that he indicated that Taylor Schabusiness has used his vehicle in the past, but with his permission, and that she's always asked to use it.
Right now, because you
And he
can
said
see
she
me
did
flying over
not
the
ask to use
benches
the
and
vehicle
smacking
last
the shit
night,
out of this.
and that he did not give her permission to take the vehicle.
Maybe you shouldn't go to court.
He said he
Yeah,
did
yeah.
not call the police
Probably
to
not a good
report
idea.
the vehicle missing.
Right.
And then he indicated
That's
that he
why
was
I'm here
drinking
with you
some
guys.
whiskey and cranberry juice, and
I love it too.
that he sometimes gets drunk, but not inebriated. He indicated around midnight, Ms. Schabusiness returned home with his vehicle, and she went basically directly to her bedroom, that he had a suspicion she may be high on drugs, and that he believed the police arrived 15 or 20 minutes after Ms. Schabusiness got home. And then he
Her
talked about the
bedroom?
living arrangements in the apartment, and that Ms. Schabusiness stays in the bedroom and he sleeps in
Okay.
his chair in the living room.
Yeah,
So
okay.
he gives up his bed for
Okay.
her?
So the first thing I want to take up is Mr. Freilich's motion for a mistrial based upon the unavailability of Mr. Tomes.
I think the motion should be denied. Essentially, everything counsel stated, the state is willing and has prepared a stipulation to that effect. So obviously, I don't think that the drastic remedy of a mistrial is necessary. I do want to be quite clear. The state does not control Mr. Tomes. We in no way told him to disregard a defense subpoena as part of our
Yeah, if
case.
you could get a mistrial
We
for
chose
that,
not to call him.
people would be
We
getting this all the
advised
time.
about the medical issue, and we passed that information along to defense counsel. So I don't want it to be this record that we are influencing his unavailability in any way.
So
Obviously,
he's got a medical
counsel
condition?
can still attempt to
Or
have him here
something.
and still attempt to produce him. It's an issue the state deals with fairly regularly in trials. That isn't being done, so I don't think the defense failing to produce a defense witness is grounds for a mistrial. particularly when the state's willing to stipulate to everything the defense seeks to elicit, essentially.
Your Honor, I want to let the court know that Mr. Saunders promptly let me know of this situation as soon as he found out about it, so that was appreciated.
Okay, I don't want all the details, but as far as a medical issue, I mean, if you have a bad cold, that's a medical issue. If you are in the hospital for serious surgery, that's a medical issue too. Is he
What's going on with this guy?
incapacitated? Is he just staying at home because he doesn't feel like getting out? Do we have a sense of that?
He's
I think
high.
the latter. The information we received is that he was in hospital and would be for several weeks.
Several
That was the
weeks?
information we received from
No
the
way.
relative.
Not with the insurance.
Okay, well, so in front of me then is a motion for a mistrial. A number of things. First of all, when I listened to the recitation of the information that Mr. Tomes was going to testify to, first of all, I'm satisfied that a lot of that information has already been testified to by other witnesses, particularly the individual, the mutual friend of Mr. Thyrion's and Ms. Schabusiness's, who was here yesterday, testified to some of the events that occurred at Mr. Tomes' apartment. Frankly, some of the other information that Mr. Tomes was going to be testifying to that was referenced by Mr. Freilich, I think was brought in through some other of the witnesses. The information about what Ms. Schabusiness did with Mr. Thyrion while they were at Mr. Tomes' apartment. There was reference to potentially utilizing controlled substances there, that perhaps Mr. Tomes was in either a different part of the house or had his gaze focused somewhere else while they utilized controlled substances behind his back, so he didn't see.
You might be right, Miami.
That kind of information has come in other areas. Really, the only piece of information that I heard that doesn't sound like it came in any other fashion, except by indirect statements from Ms. Schabusiness in her interview with law enforcement, was the comment that, when she used his van in the past, she asked permission, and that she didn't ask for permission that night to use his van. And there's a couple of things about that particular piece of information. I remember the information in the video where the detective was asking her questions, and she indicated in response to her question, I don't know if he knew that I was leaving or not. I don't know. I think she was uncertain whether Mr. Tomes actually knew that she was leaving. And the reality of it is, if she was utilizing his van and she was uncertain whether or not she even knew about it, whether or not he even knew about it, then that might confirm a statement whereby Mr. Tomes says, yeah, she usually asked for permission, but that night she didn't. That would be very consistent with what she reported in her interview. Beyond that, I'm not really sure the extent to which that piece of information is so relevant, that his presence is needed here, as opposed to stipulating to the facts that are outlined. For all those reasons, I'm satisfied that the fact that he hasn't responded and arrived here today due to medical reasons, I'm not going to grant a mistrial for that reason. I am then going to turn to the parties to determine if there's anything else that needs to be recited regarding that stipulated set of facts, or whether, Mr. Freilich, you've actually gone through and recited it there. Is that what you would intend to have recited?
Mr. Saunders has it, Your Honor. So I'm just going to take another look at it real quick.
Yeah, I could see a Saturday Night Live skit that would get very absurd with defense counsel constantly trying to get a mistrial, and no matter what it is, the
What I
judge
did
tells
was,
them no.
highlighted in yellow the relevant sections from the statement he gave to police, and then Mr. Saunders' office had it typed out, so it's in proper order.
Okay. Gentlemen, how do you want that submitted into the record?
I can mark it, and then perhaps the court can just read it at some point during the defense case.
You want the court to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sure, well then we'll mark it as exhibit 111.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's a good question, Purple. How many times did they try to get a mistrial?
All right.
Less times
So,
than they said crockpot box,
Then just
but
for
more
my own
than you
edification,
would
Mr. Freilich.
expect.
Oh, are we
Yeah.
changing the
I
drinking
would
game
intend
to
read this the jury
mistrial?
as soon as they're brought back in.
Okay.
Other than potentially your client
Might have to.
testifying, do you have any other witnesses that you, because then we're going to move right into other witnesses. But if you said, well, that's the only one, and then the only issue is whether your client's going to testify, then how we'll proceed is I'll bring in the jury, I'll read in the
please do.
stipulated facts, I'll excuse the jury again, and then I'll have the colloquy with your client about her testimony. So can you give me a sense, do you have other witnesses?
What do you guys think?
Your Honor, I've looked at my list here. A lot of the witnesses I was going to call have already been called, so I think we're good. I will need some additional time to confer with my client on whether she wishes to testify or not.
Well, please testify.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
All right, well then,
You ain't gonna
Can
testify.
I just quick, I know some of the defense, some of the law enforcement officers had defense subpoenas. Is it okay to cancel them then?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
okay, it sounds like all the other subpoenas that are out there are now canceled, okay?
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Anything else before bringing in the jury, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Okay, so I'll bring in the jury, folks. I'll read them this stipulated facts. I'm going to excuse them again.
So
We'll break for a little more so you can speak with your client about testifying, and then we'll come back and I'll have that colloquy with her and go from there, okay?
testifying is the only.
So everybody the prosecution brought up, the defense had subpoenaed to.
Yes.
Week.
Yeah.
Okay, so I had to run real quick because my mom called. What happened? He was trying to get another mistrial.
He tried to get a mistrial because of the one witness of his wasn't there. And then decided, yeah, well, that's it. I don't need to ask anybody else. I would like to confer with my client, see if she wants to speak on her behalf. And, yeah, MG Law just put it in here. It's completely up to the defendant whether she testifies. Counsel cannot stop if she wants to take a stand. And that happened in a case before there was law tubes type stuff and all that, you know, when people were addicted to these things online. And I know the attorneys for the guy asked to withdraw. So it's against our
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state of Wisconsin, the attorney for the defendant, and the defendant have stipulated or agreed that if Scott Tomes had been called as a witness, he would have testified as follows. Scott Tomes was interviewed by a Green Bay Police Department detective on February 23rd, 2022, and stated that on Monday night, the defendant had a friend over named Shad.
I think MG.
Mr. Tomes did not know Shad's last name,
evidence.
but had seen him before.
So we call
Mr.
him the
Tomes
professor.
indicated he believed Ms. Schabusiness hooked up with Shad to get and do meth.
Or
He
procedure.
believed this was about 9 p.m. on Monday night. Mr. Tomes stated that he had his car keys on a lanyard which hangs on a hook next to the front door. Tomes stated his vehicle is a gold Chrysler Town & Country with Wisconsin tag 580ZJZ. Mr. Tomes stated Taylor has used his vehicle in the past, but with his permission, and that she always asked him to use it. She stated Ms. Schabusiness did not ask him to use his car last night, and that he did not give her permission to take his vehicle. Not report the vehicle missing. Mr. Tomes stated he was drinking last night and indicated he gets drunk but not
Not unless he pressed charges.
He indicated that around midnight, Taylor returned home with his vehicle. He stated she basically went directly into her bedroom. Mr. Tomes suspected Taylor was high on drugs. Mr. Tomes believed the police arrived 15 to 20 minutes after Taylor got home. Mr. Tomes was also asked about the living arrangements in his apartment and stated that Taylor stays in the bedroom and he sleeps in his chair in the living room. Mr. Tomes was later interviewed by a Green Bay Police Department detective on March 9, 2022. Mr. Tomes stated that
Oh, I'm
A.J.
sure he would if
Gannon
he was
and
here.
Taylor Schabusiness were at the Eastman Avenue apartment on Monday, February 21, 2022, before they left and came back with Shad Thyrion. Mr. Tomes stated that Gannon did leave on his own, leaving Taylor and Shad still at the residence. You will consider that testimony in the same manner as if it had been given under oath here in court. I have marked that as Exhibit 111, and that's being offered, Mr. Freilich.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Exhibit 111 will be received.
Your Honor, could that be published to the jury?
Um,
Probably not necessary, I guess.
I'm
I'll
not going to
withdraw
publish it to the jury because that would involve either putting it up on the screen or passing it through there, and I'm not going to have them read it. But it is Exhibit 111.
that. Thank you.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you briefly again, so all rise for the jury.
So, no.
Be seated. Well, Mr. Freilich, my understanding is you'd like to speak with your client for a little bit about her decision as to whether or not to testify. Is that correct?
That's correct, whether she's going to testify or not testify.
My understanding is you can do that right back there to the side door. So we'll be in recess then. I'm going to be checking in on you, Mr. Freilich, by 25 after. But if you need a little more time than that, you need to let us know. But I'm going to check in with you.
You got
about that
7
time.
minutes.
Okay, can you just give me till 2:30, Your Honor?
Sure.
Okay.
2:30.
I think she
All right,
wants
we're
to
in recess.
testify. He
Yeah.
doesn't want her to.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
What's that?
I think she wants to testify and he doesn't want her to. She thinks if she
Yeah.
testifies that she can make herself sound crazy, and he's like, this is a bad idea, but I have to do what my client wishes.
Yeah, because if she gets up there and she's straight laced and matter of the fact, just like she was in the interview, that's not going to help the insanity plea.
Yeah, so there was that trial years ago, and the attorneys, they asked to be recused because their defendant. This happened. This was in Knoxville. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Bellstorm?
Yeah. I remember. I remember.
They asked to be recused because they're like, if you go in and try to testify, they're gonna persecute you.
Yeah.
You know what? The chick who covered all that, that'd be a good one to get on.
Uh-huh.
You know, we know somebody. Oh wait, I don't know. But actually, we used to know somebody that knew her.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm still thinking back to the Saturday Night Live skit. I can picture the defense attorney going, Your Honor, the guy behind me says he did it. He's holding up a sign that says he did it. He has the murder weapon. Please give me a mistrial. And the judge goes, denied.
Well, think about this, Miami. How does she benefit from insanity plea when what she did was so heinous? That if she can show that she's crazy enough to do something like this again, has no regrets, no remorse.
Which she is absolutely shown not.
Just. They could think that she's absolutely just like
insane,
so
possibly
batty crazy, and just say, you know what, this is so horrible and so outrageous and just absolutely crazy that only a crazy person could do something this horrible.
Let's face it, y'all. If I was on in trial, y'all would want me to be on the stand because then I would get, I get insane.
I would not put
insanity.
you on the stand. No,
Yeah, I'd be insane in a second.
No, no.
I'm like, anybody? I want a cupcake. Anybody got one?
No.
under no circumstances would I put you on the stand. You talk too much.
Oh, I know.
Exactly.
You be flirting with the jurors. Oh my God, will you stop?
And basically, what it comes down, if they
That's it right
say
there.
she's guilty due to insanity or whatever,
that's what
she'll
she
go,
wants.
She'll go into the mental institute,
right,
instead of a jail.
Right. But you get some really good drugs in the mental institution.
Where's the food better though?
Well,
yeah, it is.
Michigan
Also, you're
I was wondering
less
which one
violent.
had better food.
Well, the
Yeah,
mental
so,
institution is
I
going to
mean-
have much better food, and for one, and two, you're not going to have to worry about getting shanked as easily.
Yeah,
you're going to be a little bit more confined and have a lot more freedom in that mental
They're
institution.
going to send her
More
ass
so.
to Chatita Women's Prison, man. Just kidding.
That's what I'm saying.
She will never see a McDonald's again. Either way.
Think about all you don't get to make rib for a limited time.
She ain't gonna get it. You're gonna get it before she does.
Well, I guarantee you, she'll be picking some bones clean.
Oh,
She's already done that.
Ah, shizzy.
Yeah, Michigan was talking about. He had a client in a mental hospital, and he said, "If I had my choice, he said I'd rather be in general population." Yeah. See. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Look. MG law says the asylum won't be easier than prison. I mean, you don't realize
Yeah, those
you
asylums
realize,
drive
but
you crazy.
Don't. Yeah. Yeah, they drive you crazy.
It's true.
If you're not, whenever you get there, you will be after a while, because you could have an outburst in a general population or in any sort of prison. You could have an outburst and they would just lock you up into solitary. Now, if you do that in a mental institution, they will strap you to a bed and inject you with some really quality drugs.
At least you won't care.
And I mean, some of it's as close to a lobotomy as you could possibly get. So, yeah, everyone is crazy in both places. Just, choose your meal plan, I guess.
Choose your meal plan.
You probably don't get yard time in the asylum.
Oh, yeah, you would. But you might be like drooling upon your slides.
Yeah.
I want to go.
Wow,
go,
Crystal.
What was it?
Do you know what she was arrested for? She said my colleague was arrested at work on Monday, cuffed and everything, 7 months pregnant.
Wow, Crystal.
Dang.
That's in what, South America, South Africa. Yeah,
South Africa.
Yes, thank you.
MG law. The choice is either a room with pads or a room with brick and bars. Yeah, but I'm thinking that the one with pads doesn't have a guy that wants to put a tattoo on you that says "my bitch."
Yeah, but
that'd be a chick.
I don't think they have the men and women in the same area in the
I
institute.
forgot that Taylor was a girl for a second.
Well, and
I was thinking about
also
myself. I was thinking about myself. Honestly, I was like, yeah, I think I'd take the padded room.
No, because then you couldn't make your toilet bowl
hooch
wine. Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't even. I've heard
Have you
those
made some?
stories. Holy shit!
Oh, she's heard the stories. The way Yaya
Of
started
course.
talking about it, I was like, did you? Because you
All right, so I did, like I was telling you, I did a documentary. Well, this guy I know did a documentary on Taylor, and I was in it.
So it's
and
prison.
then we started doing documentaries together for a little while, and one of them was we had a correctional officer come on and talk about what goes on in the prisons.
Oh.
That's all I gotta
Well,
say.
yeah. Have you ever looked? Because White Rabbit found this one night. She came in and she had this like really weird look on her face, and she said, "Tell me what this is." And she like hands me her phone. And I'm like, "Okay." And it was a jail somewhere. I hope. Oh, maybe it was prison. And they had snuck cell phones in, and they were doing a live stream on TikTok, and it was the most crazy thing in the world. And since then, I've noticed that there's a lot of on YouTube, a lot of shorts about people that do what I did, what I still do in everyday life that I learned in prison. And like one I just saw was like this chick. She was like, "I use candy as coffee sweetener."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But Squabba, which has a better internet service?
Yeah. Which one could expert do the show from?
Well, she's got to do her OnlyFans from somewhere. Might as well, be drooling on something.
That's what. Did you hear that? The big announcement from MG Law. He's going to start covering OnlyFans cases.
Nice.
Yes, he's going to. Because there's so many women that are currently in the system.
So I'm wondering if is it the OnlyFans that turns them that way, or do they turn that way from OnlyFans?
It's OnlyFans that makes them popular. So you wouldn't know that they were stabbing their boyfriends.
So they would have been stabbing their boyfriends anyway. They were already cray-cray.
Yeah.
So make sure you sub to MG Law so you can see those.
Actually, what's funny? I can see he start covering that. These are some good stories. They're actually because there actually really was it's like
MG
a
Law
British
says
tabloid.
that may have been MLS Law Show.
Oh, I believe that.
ML Slaw, as someone put in there earlier.
It
ML
was
Slaw Show.
Feral Housewife was gonna help him with that.
Nice. Hey, just think. He could get grandma on there as his first one.
Yeah.
Some of the prisons you can get tablets and stuff now.
Grandma, just
That's
kidding.
so crazy.
That was Shizzy that said that, Grandma, not us.
I'm
I don't
kidding,
think they don't have direct access to the internet.
Well, could you imagine how it'd have to be locked down, right? The internet access? Because, first thing popped to my mind is you don't want them to be able to find the plans to the prison, find out where the escape routes are.
Restricted.
Well, they would just restrict it through their firewall. Anything you can just restrict entire IP addresses through a firewall. So
you can tell we've been here for a long time. Everybody's laughing at remedial jokes.
What? That was fun.
And I keep pulling them up. That's what I'm just saying. I pull them up and
it's MG. He's making me laugh. I can't help it.
No, it's the glasses.
Yeah.
Care the content. Yes, I understand it now.
Again, everybody, I want to thank Yaya for being here. This is very, very kind of her. And like she was talking about today, there's some very difficult parts. And I know we have gallows humor and we're kind of joking about some things, but that's just how we deal with it. Oh, I'll shut my mouth now.
Oh, Tay, wake up!
She gonna do it?
Tay.
Do it.
Yeah, talk to her, Yaya. She
T-Bone.
responds to you.
You can do it, T-Bone. Take a deep breath and say,
Is that her
yes.
jail name?
T-Bone.
Somebody came up with that yesterday. I latched on.
I know. I was laughing at it.
That's a perfect name for her.
I thought it was
I
one
think
of
it
the
was
angels.
Miami Spice, didn't she?
Yeah.
Did she really? She's
Yes. Yeah.
She named her T-Bone.
She did it in Discord.
I was like,
She said it on here too. Oh, I think this morning.
Oh, it was somebody before she did. I just sort of latched on. It was the first day someone put T-Bone in. It was at the very end of the day.
Purple, I love you.
Yeah. Well, Purple, when she came on, she had her camera on there for a second. I was like, oh boy, that bill's going way up.
Oh, Purple.
Yaya has a following over here. She's a hottie. She knows it.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Popular.
Yeah.
Look, Yamaha biker, look into my eyes.
Look into my eyes.
Wait a second, is that Yamaha? Are you singing Bryan Adams? Is that a Bryan Adams song?
Yep. I think so.
What was it?
Look into my eyes.
Yes,
It's,
it is a
Robin
Bryan
Hood.
Adams song.
Oh yeah,
I've
Everything
seen
I
Bryan
do-
Adams.
It's Everything I Do It For You by Bryan Adams.
Yep. I've seen Bryan Adams in concert.
Really?
Yeah, it was. They were playing at the Widener Center here. It was an acoustic concert. It was really good.
Yeah. Okay. So real quick, Michigan Law had asked where Taylor's child was when all this happened, and
I don't know. I don't know if family has him, aunts, uncles, whatever, or he was put in the system. I can't answer that. I wish I knew, but I don't. I
Your
don't
Honor,
have
I've had an extended time period. I appreciate it to talk to my client. We've talked about this prior to trial, but we talked again about it today. I've advised her that she has an absolute right to testify if she wishes, and she also has a right to not testify if she so chooses. I've given her advice. I've conferred with her. We've talked about this particular issue. It's her decision not to testify and exercise her right to remain silent.
Okay.
That's
Well, that's it.
There you go.
Then I'll engage her in a colloquy about that in just a minute. But Mr. Freilich, then it would be my understanding that that you have no more witnesses, what you indicated before, and that when the jury comes back in, you'll be resting.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, then, Mr. Business, I need to
Wow.
address you
3 days.
personally. So, your attorney told me that he just spoke with you about some of your constitutional
come up
rights
with a verdict
that are
by the
coming
end
up
of the
right
day.
Was she paying
now, and those
attention? I
rights
can't
are
see.
that you have an absolute right to testify, and you have an absolute right not to testify.
kind
Do
of
you
more
understand that?
sedated than she is. Oh,
She's answering.
Mr. Freilich, the microphone.
Oh,
Not yours,
sorry.
hers.
Sorry about that.
So, Mr. Business, those rights belong to you. They don't belong to Mr. Freilich. They don't belong to the state. They don't belong to me. Those rights belong to you and you alone. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. My understanding from listening to Mr. Freilich is that you've decided that you would like to exercise your right not to testify. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. Now, I know you've spoken with your attorney. Do you feel you need any more time to talk to your attorney about that decision?
No, I do not.
Has anybody made any threats or promises to you to get you to make that decision here today?
No.
Okay. Any further inquiry you'd like me to make, Mr. Lezay or Mr. Saunders? No. Mr. Freilich, any further inquiry you'd like me to make of your client regarding that decision?
Just inquire if there's been any pressure on her.
Okay. Mr. Business, has anybody placed any kind of pressure on you to make that decision?
No.
Okay.
Not even on your back or your neck.
All right. Well, I'm satisfied based upon the conversation that I've had here with Ms. Schabusiness that number one, she understands her rights. She has both of the rights to testify and to not testify. The issue, of course, being you can't exercise both of those rights at the same time. You can only choose one. She's choosing the right not to testify here today. I'm satisfied that she's done after consulting with her attorney. They took a little bit of extra time. I gave them better than 10 minutes to speak about that. That was the amount of time that Mr. Freilich wanted, and they were back here when I came into court, so they've had an opportunity to discuss that. Ms. Schabusiness has indicated to me she doesn't need any more time to speak with her attorney about that decision, and I'm satisfied that her decision is freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made here today. Of course, when it comes time to address the jury instructions, Mr. Freilich will have to address, I think it's instruction 315, I think that's the instruction about that I could give to the jury potentially about, and I'm not sure if it's in your packet, but we'll certainly take it up. It's an instruction about instructing the jury that you're not to hold her decision not to testify against her, and that's another choice that she will have to make. If it's not in the packet, I'll get it for you, Mr. Freilich, but I'm sure you've done enough trials, you're aware of that
Thank you, Laura.
instruction, and I'll make sure it's available to you, and we'll have that conversation later, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very good. I'm satisfied, therefore, that Ms. Schabusiness is choosing not to testify. Then
We're not.
what we do is we'll bring the jury back in. I'll ask Mr. Freilich if he has any other witnesses. Mr. Freilich, based upon the representations he's made, is going to indicate that he's going to rest. And then we have a choice really to make as to how far we want to go today with the jury sitting here. Either try to press forward or to release the jury and work on the jury instructions and start tomorrow with instructions and closing arguments. Does the state have a preference as to either of those? Mr. Saunders?
Our preference would be to proceed today.
Any objection to that, Mr. Freilich?
My preference would be to go with the jury instructions today and proceed tomorrow with opening, or with closing statements.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that I don't have to make that decision right at this minute. I'm going to bring the jury in. We're going to finish up the case, and we'll go from there, and then I'll let you know what I've decided as far as that goes. All rise for the jury.
Oh boy. So you think they'll sequester them?
Probably in light of the information about the
Video?
texting.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
I mean, I would
I don't
request
know,
it for their safety.
Yeah.
This is why criminal defense, I mean, it's every question's constitutional, and it's, you know, I mean, there are unfortunately innocent people in jail,
Oh, yeah.
and
Yeah.
but you don't want that. I mean, that's a horrible.
I actually follow a
Ladies and
case
gentlemen,
on
the
Illinois
case is
people
still
talk
with
about
the
too.
defense, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Freilich. Mr. Freilich, do you have any other witnesses you wish to call?
Your Honor, no other witnesses. Defense rests.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense has rested, so the evidentiary portion of this portion of the trial is now concluded. Just to give you a little bit of a roadmap as to what occurs now, the attorneys and I need to work a little bit on finalizing the instructions that I need to give you regarding the law. Then the attorneys would do closing arguments, and then you would go into deliberations. What I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you again, and I'm going to start working on these jury instructions with the
In,
attorneys.
out,
I'm not
in,
thinking
out.
it's going to take us too long, but probably longer than the other breaks you've had. But that's what's going on. Progress is being made, and I'm hoping that within a half hour, maybe slightly more than that, you'll have a better sense of the timing for the rest of today. If I run into problems, perhaps I would dismiss you for today, but at this point, I'm thinking that I'm going to have you wait, and we'll get into instructions and closing arguments today. So that's a bit of a roadmap going forward, but with that, I'm going to excuse you again. All rise for the jury.
Well, it's only remember, it's only 2:30 here.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know,
it
but
is.
I know, but that guy's getting no breaks. Anytime he suggests something, anytime he files a motion, denied.
Lost Souls, how are
denied.
you doing?
Lost Souls. Good to see you.
Yeah, Lost Souls had a intense panel of people last night.
Yeah.
Either that or it was the night before or the night before that, because everything's just one big blur to me right now. That first day, man, it wiped me
Whether to move
out.
forward today or break,
I
send the jury
actually
home early, and then come
Said
back
we
tomorrow.
were on Purple's
I'm always
Monday
keeping in
night,
mind
and
just
I
the
was like,
timing that we
I'm
gave them
so
overall, that this trial would
tired.
take about a
I'm
week.
so wiped
I'm
out.
concerned, I don't know the
I'm like,
duration of the next phase of this trial. I'm concerned that if we come back and finish this piece tomorrow, I don't know how long deliberations will go on the first phase, and then we have the second phase. So I'm not inclined to,
second phase will
to
be,
stop at this point. I'm inclined to push forward.
That'll take
Having
longer.
said that, then, I think my judicial assistant should have put on your tables copies of the proposed jury instructions and verdict forms. Mr. Saunders, did you get a copy of those?
I did.
Mr. Freilich?
Yes.
Okay. Then what I'd like to do is just go through with you those instructions. There are going to need to be some modifications, which my judicial assistant and I will work on when we break. But starting out with, I would propose giving jury instruction 100. I will note that I'm going to jump way to the end after starting at the beginning.
Yeah, I didn't get my
Instruction
packet.
602 is instruction after evidence has been received on issue of guilt, where a plea of not guilty has been joined with a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It's suggested that this portion, or that this piece, this instruction, be inserted to instruction 100 or given following the instruction on the offense charged. My inclination is to put it right at the end of 100 because in my mind, that's where it makes most sense. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Okay. Then I would intend on giving 103 evidence defined. Then I would intend on giving also 115, one defendant, 3 counts. There's a couple of modifications that need to be made here. First of all, on the version that you have, I've used the initials SRT for Mr. Thyrion, and I think we already talked about that way back when we were picking the jury, that we were just going to insert Shad Thyrion, and that's what I would propose to do. In fact, I've already told my judicial
Not
assistant to
Shad
make that change.
Thyrion.
Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The other thing that I'm not sure if it was corrected on your version, I think it was, and I'll raise this issue. The criminal complaint had the date here as February 22nd, whereas the information had February 23rd. The first draft that I looked at that I had my judicial assistant work on had February 22nd. We changed it to the 23rd. I just want to make sure, I think in your copy that you have, it should say the 23rd. I just want to make sure that that's the date we're looking at.
Mine
That's the
says February
information.
22nd.
Yeah,
It says the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what happened. I made the changes in the version that she gave me. She didn't correct it in the version she gave you. But I'm aware of that issue. It's not something like, my God, I'm not expecting that we're getting all these typos. I knew about that issue. That's why I'm raising it. I fixed it in every other time I've read it to the jury. I had it as the 23rd because that's what the information says. But the first time that these proposed instructions were drafted for me
I've never
to
seen
start
somebody
reviewing
make an
was
excuse
before
so
we even
calmly
selected a
before.
jury I was working on these, and it said the 22nd. So I had her change it, but clearly that didn't happen in your version. It should be the 23rd, Mr. Saunders, am I correct?
No. It should be the 22nd.
Okay.
Tuesday the 22nd. The draft we have says Wednesday the 22nd. I think the information's right. The criminal complaint was in error, and that's the state filed an amended criminal complaint, fixing that date. In any event, I think based on the testimony, it should be February 22nd.
Then why the defense attorney keep saying February 23rd?
Oh man, I would. If it were something like this that could change a verdict, like I absolutely would love that.
Technicality, yeah.
Not that I want that to happen or anything, but just like because I love like a little nuance like that. It's like something screwed up.
And so now I'm wondering if I was mistaken, because I recall at the time I was preparing my initial instructions to give to the jury, I asked my judicial assistant to check with the information and make sure that the date that I instructed comported with that. So now I'm thinking she changed your versions, and I'm looking at the old version because mine says the 23rd, but yours actually has the right date. So I think the 22nd, because that is that's in the information. That's the instruction that I gave to the jury at the beginning. So we'll use the 22nd. Any objection to that, Mr. Freilich? That's what the information says.
Your Honor, just from my perspective, I'm looking at a criminal complaint that was filed on March 1st of 2022, and the charging date is Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. You know, it's confusing. It's complicated because we don't know the exact date when this may or may not have occurred. Was it February 22nd, February 23rd? I don't know.
Sure, there's a couple of things I'd respond to.
I don't know.
Mr.
Nothing
Freeland.
good happens
be
after
anything.
midnight, kids.
Yeah.
First thing I'd respond to that is the information is the charging document, not the criminal complaint. That's the first thing I'd say. The other thing I'd say is,
Don't you kids want to go to law school?
instruction 255, which has been proposed to me, is the instruction stating, state need not prove exact date of commission. We'll get to that in a minute, but I'm satisfied that the charging document is the one we need to follow, because that's the official charging document, as opposed to the criminal complaint. So I don't know what was heard at the preliminary hearing in this case, or what the waiver was to, but that's what the charging document says.
Your Honor, just to, the court probably already knows this, I just want to make a record. The criminal complaint does have February 23rd of 2022 as the charging date, filed on March 1st of 2022, Brown County, Wisconsin. And then the information, which is the charging document, that has a different date, February 22nd of 2022, and that was filed June 2nd of 2022. For me, it's a little bit different because I wasn't the lawyer at that time. It was Attorney Jolly, but I'm just noting that all for the record.
What, and to what end? Are you asking me for something?
Well, what's your point?
I mean, if the state thought it was on the 23rd and then they changed it to the 22nd, it would appear to me that it's not clear what date this allegedly happened.
Okay. Well, what I'm indicating to you is that the charging document is the one that's going to be accurately reflected in the instructions. And I'm also noting 255, which we'll get to in a minute, addresses this very issue. So I'm going to change, I'm not sure if that's an official objection.
No, she did not
Mr.
have her
Freilich, to-
child
and
when
I'm
this
not sure what
happened.
you're
Her child was taken away
suggesting,
prior
but
to
the
that.
Instruction 115 is going to have Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin. And then where it indicates SRT, it's going to say Shad Thyrion.
Squat up.
Then,
What's the second
so
phase of the
115
the trial is
contains
what now?
110.
Whether
first
she's
degree
insane or
intentional
not?
homicide.
Yep.
Yeah.
It contains
Okay.
1193.
So if
mutilating a
she's
corpse.
not guilty,
And in that
then she walks.
particular
But if she's
instruction,
guilty,
we
then they
need
have to
to
decide
look
whether or
at
not guilty
the
just
element
'cause she's
piece.
a guilty person or guilty because she's
And,
an insane person.
It would seem to
Right.
me
Okay.
that the word that has been utilized
Lori, I thought
in
she
this
died of
case
cancer.
is,
I didn't know she died of
dismembered,
cirrhosis
but,
and alcoholism.
We have to make a alternative selection.
Wow.
Mr. Saunders?
Makes sense.
I have no objection to that.
Okay,
Dismembered.
Mr. Freilich, dismembered?
Isn't that
Are you
sad?
asking whether to use
Ma'am.
mutilated, disfigured, or dismembered?
Yes.
Can I have a minute to confer with my client?
All
Seriously?
three?
But he's just asked.
Which word do you like better?
He's really pushing it today.
Dismembered.
Okay.
I might have to go down there.
Your Honor, that last comment.
No,
was an
yeah,
objection,
no.
To let you know.
Don't
Then,
do it.
Pushing my buttons today.
Selection we need to make there is in the very next sentence. This requires that the defendant acted with the purpose to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of a crime. So, Mr. Saunders, does the state have a specific request?
I think conceal a crime fits the facts best. So
Mr. Freilich?
Mutilation.
Agreed.
Okay.
Well,
Conceal a crime
Miami.
will be the alternative we'll select in instruction
If she's not found guilty, she
1193.
can always get a job in a butcher shop.
She
If
gonna have
she's
to
not
work
guilty,
on her
I'm
craft.
freaking moving out of
Then we move on
Wisconsin.
to count 3. That's
It's
instruction
your
1218A,
peers
third
that would
degree
say that she
sexual
wasn't
assault,
guilty.
sexual intercourse with
Your
a
That's what I
neighbors.
said.
You're right.
Again,
Everybody.
I'm
Isn't
moving
that
out.
crazy to think that?
That's why she's
SRT
moving.
to Shad
I know,
Thyrion
I know, but
will
it's
She don't
just
want to be
weird.
around her
There
neighbors.
aren't any other alternative selections that need to be made, so that instruction
And
will
she
be
could
changed.
become Jewish and,
You'll get a
you know,
chance to review the
or
final
kosher.
version, and then that's the one that I would give. Moving on, I would propose to give instruction 140, burden of proof and presumption of innocence. 145, information, not evidence. 147, improper questions. 148, objections of counsel, evidence received over
I
objection.
could not imagine being on a jury like
150,
this.
stricken testimony. There was very little stricken testimony, but I
And that's
think
the
on only
thing,
one
that
occasion did I
jury
strike
duty is the most
testimony, but I'm
important
gonna
thing
give
you can do
150
as
because
a United
I think
States
it's
citizen.
appropriate.
It's
Do you know what?
155
I've only been
exhibits I
called
will
to
give.
jury duty once.
157,
And
remarks
that
of
was, I
counsel.
mean,
I'll
years
give.
and years and years ago.
There's 158, I've already given that at various
I
times.
haven't been
so I
called
will
in a
not
long
give
time, but
that
I got
again.
called like
That's
3
recording
times
played
and
to a jury, and it's supposed
probably
to
a
be
year
done
and a
at the
half.
time,
And never
did that, so I won't
never
give
got
it
past
again.
the.
And I've never been called again.
160, closing arguments of counsel, I will give that one. Next one is 170, circumstantial evidence, and then what I direct the attorney's attention to is the bold or the capitalized instruction indicating that if evidence of flight, escape, or concealment has been admitted, see instruction 172. That's included here. I would propose
This is
to
so
give
hard to follow along
both
without
instruction
having it in front of you.
170
Yeah, it can
and
be-
172. Any objection to that, Mr.
Yeah.
Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, on
I kinda wanna go back and
172,
watch
we
that,
need to make some selections.
testimony.
The first line, evidence.
Testimony
of
or
testimony
interview?
to the defendant's conduct
Interview?
after
Yeah.
the alleged crime.
Yeah.
has
Do they
been
have,
committed
is
or
a full
after the
interview up
defendant
anywhere? Does anybody
was
know?
accused of the crime.
Oh, no.
It'd be a
Think the
7-hour
first option
interview.
is the appropriate one, Mr. Saunders?
It's called content,
I agree.
Shizzy.
Mr. Freilich? I agree. All right, option one will be selected.
Yeah, but I think they cut
moving
out
on.
a lot of it because it
180.
was probably
There
her
needs to be some
sitting
work on
around.
that. I intend to give 180. The capitalized
You know, I've
portion
watched,
of the
what was
instruction
that,
indicates, add the following if a statement
Alec
resulting
Baldwin?
from an
Was that 2
unrecorded
hours?
custodial interrogation
Yeah,
is
was it?
submitted at
That's-
trial
Yeah.
for a felony and
streamed
no
that one.
exception applies.
That'd be good.
I don't think that applies in this case because although there was custodial interrogation that was offered, it wasn't unrecorded. In fact, it was entirely recorded. So I think I take that paragraph out, but then continue on with the bottom paragraph. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Exactly.
It's more than
Exactly,
one person,
Miami.
Taking off that bottom paragraph where it says continue
Takes
with the
more than
following
one
in all
person.
cases. You want to
No,
If
That's
I'm not
excise that?
mistaken,
No. The portion that
I
says
think in
continue with the
Wisconsin,
following in all
it has to
cases,
be,
I would give it
I think you
because,
can have
well,
7
this is
out of
part all
9.
cases.
Doesn't have to be
Paragraph I would
unanimous.
excise is the one just before it, where it starts. It is the
That's the
policy
other
of this
thing.
state
Every
to make
state's
an audio
different
or
on that.
audio and visual
Everything.
Yeah,
recording.
every
I take
state's
that
different.
paragraph out.
In the brackets.
Yes,
Okay, I have no objection to that.
okay.
I was
Then,
different
Geez,
around
Sage,
here.
what'd you tell
I'll
them?
move on, I'll give 190 weight of evidence, 195 jurors' knowledge. I would give.
I went in, sit in a room,
200
they
expert
handed me some
testimony
sheet of paper
general.
that I filled out.
So
They
there's
said,
some
well,
selections that need to be made there.
Not
where
you.
it's
went
addressed.
through like
It says
300,
continue
go
with the
home,
following. If
and
experts
the
have
rest of
given
you are here.
conflicting testimony,
Happened like
I
all 3
don't think
times.
that's the case, so I would propose to delete that portion. Any objection, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
He said
And the
expert.
bottom
Drink.
bracket as well, the 2 brackets.
Right, that's the part that they're saying, continue with the following.
I'm just asking if you're going to take those out.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Okay, 255, this is the one, state need not prove exact date of commission, specific date alleged. That essentially says if you find that the offense charge was committed by the defendant, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the offense was committed on the precise date alleged in the information. If the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense was committed on a date near the date alleged, that is sufficient. You're asking for that, Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Mr. Freilich, any objection?
Well, it's kind of a conundrum because they file a criminal complaint with one date, then they file the information, which is the charging document, with a different date. But then they're saying they don't have to prove the exact date. So I'm kind of confused on that, Your Honor. So I have lodged an objection to that.
Okay, I'm going to give 255. I'm satisfied.
Thank you for
that
stopping
the
by,
date
Lost
of the
Souls.
information is the date that needs to be instructed.
Love having
because
you
that's
here.
the charging document. But I'm also satisfied that this is an appropriate instruction to give in light of, frankly, the entirety of the evidence that I've heard. I'm satisfied that, frankly, given that the timing, the time of day that's occurring, that knowing when one day flipped to the next may not be so easy to pin down. So I'm satisfied this is an appropriate instruction. I'm going to give that as revised. I'm then going to give 300 credibility of witnesses. There is an option at the end that says give the following paragraph only when the defendant testifies. Given that the defendant didn't testify, I would propose to delete that and the bracketed paragraph just below it. And, but then continue on with the last paragraph indicating there is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Moving on, 325, impeachment of witness, prior conviction or juvenile adjudication. I don't think anyone was asked that question, and I don't think anybody was impeached with a prior conviction.
I love
So
a
propose to take
mukbang and
325
Pop-Tart right
out.
when
Mr. Saunders, any objection?
Lost Souls
Mr.
says
Freilich?
try to
I
stop
agree.
by. I'm
Okay,
sitting
that'll
around.
be out.
Thank you.
Thumbs up.
327,
an
impeachment of
idiot.
defendant as witness, prior conviction or a juvenile adjudication. The defendant didn't testify. I propose to take that out. Any objection, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
That'll be out. 460, closing instruction, I would propose to give that. Then I would propose 484, verdict submitted for one defendant, 3 counts, separate verdict on each count required. I would propose to give 515, unanimous verdict and selection of presiding juror.
There you go.
And that's it.
Unanimous.
Has to be unanimous.
So, you'll
Okay.
have another opportunity to look at
Unanimous.
these after I've made those revisions, but such as they are, Mr. Saunders, any objection to the entirety of those instructions or anything I'm missing or that you'd like me to add?
Yeah, 2 additions that I'd propose. Madam Clerk, the copies. Okay, I have one for the court.
I want to mistrial.
Testimony that we heard.
No, that was the prosecution.
It'd be a request to make clear that voluntary intoxication is not a defense. In the case, there's not a pattern jury instruction that really says that. There's a part of 755A that does have that sentence, and the state would ask that just that sentence be read, given the state of the law and the state of the voluntary intoxication defense.
So you're saying this is coming out of 755A?
Correct. It's not directly applicable, but as modified, I believe it's accurate.
Yes, Murph. So did the defense.
Mr. Freilich,
Yes.
any response to their request for 755A? Just so you know, Mr. Freilich, and I know you don't have the benefit of having your computer sitting right in front of you regarding 755A. 755A is an instruction that is entitled as follows: involuntary intoxication or drug condition. So
The defense didn't
looks
call
as
any
if,
witnesses, I don't think.
No,
Mr.
the
Saunders
one
has utilized that pattern instruction.
witness they
Mr.
had
Saunders, if I'm
wasn't
correct, you've
available.
utilized that pattern instruction to craft this, and he's
He's
proposing
on the run
that
from
this
the
be
law.
given. Any
He's
objection
in
to that?
rehab.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I know the law.
Okay, so, that's fine, I will give this modified 755A. Generally, other than sometimes rearranging where the closing instruction goes, I give these in numerical order. That would put it right at the end. I don't propose to put it right at the end because the last one I generally give is 515, unanimous verdict and selection of a presiding juror. I think that is the best to have at the end. Proposal as to where we insert it, Mr. Saunders?
I would say right after the 115, the substantive jury instructions. If that makes sense.
Any objection to inserting it there, Mr. Freilich, right after 115, the substantive instructions?
All right, if I could just have a minute.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Very good. Okay, we've taken that one up, then, before I move on, do you have a Word document with these on it? That
I
you
do.
can forward to my judicial assistant?
Okay.
One of you, so that, because I'm gonna be heading over there shortly to finish these off, and we'll need it.
So it's 3.
But let's look at, you don't have to do that till we're done, but let's look at your other request then, Mr. Saunders.
Yeah, so obviously that issue, or this issue has been addressed in litigation. There's a motion to dismiss regarding the state doesn't need to prove that a crime victim was alive or deceased at the time of the sexual intercourse. And I think the state just envisioned a jury having that question, given the two elements don't clearly explain what I think is an accurate statement of the law. So our request would be to add something to address that issue, because obviously it's the facts and circumstances that the state's alleging in this case.
Okay. Well, let me just, before I turn to Mr. Freilich, to take a look at his position on this, I'm just going to pull up the statute. Because we did have this issue that was raised as at the motion hearing on June 13th. This was heard by the court. And I know at that point I denied a motion to dismiss that count. And the assertion in that motion was that had been filed by the defense, that really
So you
the
got out
charge
on
should be
conflict.
dismissed because
He conflicted out.
at the time.
You know
the
what's funny? I
alleged
tell that
victim
to White Rabbit. I'm like,
was
you
deceased.
try to divorce me. I've already
And
conflicted
then
out with
we
every
looked
attorney in
at the statute.
town.
In
And
the
she's like, yeah,
state.
they all said they'd represent me for free. I'm like, well, yeah. They like you.
Yeah, they do. They like the rabbit. They like the white rabbit. What's not to like?
So you're stuck, buddy.
Oh, believe me, I spend my days just trying to
Okay, and I know it, so the,
Hide the
avoid
bread knife.
Stay out of
the
trouble.
stay
instruction,
out of trouble. Yeah, avoid trouble.
the one that I'm proposing to give in any event that everybody's
Hide the
agreed
bread
to,
knife, she'll be good.
1218A,
I don't have a bread knife.
references the statute.
That's
No,
right.
not for this reason. Not for this
40.225
reason. No.
sub
Like,
3 sub A.
oh, jeez.
And
Good job.
You see why
so
internet
I've
searches
looked
are
at that
bad?
statute, and under 940.225, sub 7, it indicates specifically, this section applies whether a victim is dead or alive at the time of the sexual contact or sexual
That's a
intercourse.
long pregnancy, Lori Davis.
Okay, so what you're proposing
25
that
years,
be done in
geez.
this case,
Damn.
because of issues that have been raised and frankly that were
Came out of
argued
man.
on
Or a
that
woman.
date, that it be inserted, that the following
Yeah, it's about
language
as
be
long. That's about
inserted.
as long as it's been for
Quote,
me
"It
too,
is
Lord. About
immaterial
25
whether
years.
Shad Thyrion is dead or alive at the time of the sexual
you
intercourse,
wish
close
they-
quote. That's what you're asking to be
They would
added?
explain how you get jury
Mr. Freilich, any objection to that language?
Your Honor, I know that the jury instruction says person. What about the statute? You know, what we have here, and not to be crass, but human remains, body parts that are in different locations. So that was the issue that I had with that.
Yeah, it's not a
I'm
person.
sorry, your question.
Really?
You said that the statute says.
We just have parts
Person?
from all over the place. We don't
I
know
know
if
the
they're
jury
all the
instruction says
same.
person, but
Well, he's
I don't
not
know
a
if the
whole
statute says that,
human,
but
so
it talks about any part of a person's
Maybe
body.
two
So it
different
talks about
murders.
Person.
How's that?
And what we have here is, a body
Could
part,
be his twin.
body parts.
Yeah.
Statute says 3A, says as follows. Whoever has sexual intercourse with a person without the consent of that person is guilty of a class, is guilty of a felony. So, the
But according to Bill
instruction
Clinton, that's
mirrors
not
the
what it is.
statute as far as person. So when you get down to sub 7, where it says, this section applies whether a victim is dead or alive at the time of the sexual contact or sexual intercourse,
And the Clintons have
they're
a higher
using the
body count
word
than she does.
person, or using the word victim instead of person in sub 7,
Hit him.
presumably, because at that point in time,
he was dismembered.
At that point in time, using the word person could get confusing as to whether you're talking about a victim or a perpetrator. If you just said, this section applies whether a person is dead or alive, can you perpetrate, I don't want to get into all the machinations, but it would seem as if the word victim is used in sub 7, perhaps for that reason. So the question, of course, is whether there's an objection to insertion of the language, it is immaterial whether Shad Thyrion is dead or alive at the time of the sexual intercourse. Any objection to that?
I know that's in the statute, but is that in the pattern jury instruction that we have, Your Honor?
It is not.
It's not.
He's
So
asking for it to be added in.
Yeah, he wants to add something, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that.
Of course you are,
That's
jerk.
awesome.
I'm satisfied that, first of all.
No, he wants to
adding
add
that
something that's not in the
language is a
statute. I
correct
like that. That
statement
should be an
of the law.
easy
The
objection.
No.
it's
Look,
not
don't
as
get me
if,
wrong. I
modifying
admire the
instruction
fact that he's trying to pick at
something
every
that
little
was
detail.
incorrectly
I mean, that's his
aligned
job.
with the
Yeah.
law. It's
But
an
some of the
accurate
stuff,
statement
I
of
mean,
the
just
law.
to a layman,
Secondly, this
it's
is a
just
bit of an,
absurd as hell.
Dude,
an
I'm just in this for
unusual
the drama at this
circumstance
point.
where
Right.
Typically, when you see these assaults occur, you have someone in court testifying that they were the victim of a sexual assault. That's different, of course, when you have someone who is deceased. So the circumstances of this case are a little bit unique. It's already been put into this case. It was argued, and I'm satisfied that it's an appropriate addition in this particular case. These pattern jury instructions are not by any means mandated by law to be used. They're guides, and while we usually follow them, it's certainly permissible for courts to look at them and modify them as needed, and I think this is an appropriate addition.
So
I'm
if he's
gonna
not a
grant that
person, what
request.
is he?
And so that will be added to instruction 115, the subpart under 1218A.
Property?
Oh, Jesus.
Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Right, Mr. Freilich, again,
I mean, I
you're
just
going to
thought
get a
myself
final
from saying it was a
opportunity to review
joke.
these.
That's
But
how
any,
bad that was.
additions or changes that you're looking for besides what we've already discussed?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Okay. Let me just ask you then about the proposed verdict forms. Obviously, there are 3 counts. There will be 6 verdict forms, 1 for guilty and 1 for not guilty for each count. Mr. Saunders, have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes.
Changes or corrections on those?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
Of course.
One moment, please.
She do it, she not do it. She do it, she not do it.
Your Honor, I have reviewed all the verdict forms. They appear to be in proper order.
Okay. My judicial assistant and I are going to get underway on these right away. Mr. Saunders, if you can make sure you
Rabbit
send
wants
the
to do a
version over
She
to
wants to do
her.
a thing. Ooh, we'll do
I
a
invite
poll.
the attorneys to
Yes.
get up and move around if you
I'll
want.
start
but
with
don't
1
get far
hour, and then I'll
because
do
as
as
soon
many
I'm done,
hours
I want to
as
get
you
back
have.
on the record. I don't
Or
know how
give
long
me-
it's
or
going to
Or
take.
just do
There you
1 to
go.
2 hours, 3 to
Just stay
4.
close, but you can certainly move
Yeah.
about the courthouse.
Do 1 to
okay?
2, 3 to 4,
We're in recess.
Get
and
my brain just
What
went
if
numb.
what if it's less than an hour?
and then put it for
Okay, 0 to 1 hour.
2 to 3, or 1 to 2, 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then anything beyond that would be the next day.
Yeah, 3 or more.
I think I can do 4.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I say the next day.
0 to 1.
Hang on.
1 to
I gotta
2.
type in I gotta do a title first.
Well, it's not my
You know
fault
how
you're
hard
slow.
this is? It is very hard when you're not asking the AI to do it for you. How long until the jury comes to I don't know how to spell decision.
Just say verdict.
Oh,
A
verdict
verdict.
would have been so much easier.
Spelled so much easier.
Words are hard. Come
Now,
on,
if you
give
can
me a break.
spell dick
I
right,
hate them. You know what? I blame Bill Gates. Ever since he came out with that word processing thing, I haven't had to spell.
Blame
called
autocorrect.
Word.
All right, what's the first question?
How long before the jury comes back with a verdict?
Oh, look who's here. Hey, Div.
Hi.
Hey, Div.
Div.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
What do you guys?
Hey, you
What just
changed your
happened?
hair.
I did. I went to my old picture. It's just the old me. What just happened? How long is this break that we're in right now?
This is going to closing arguments.
Nice. I was hoping they did that today. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, they're working on advising modifying the jury instructions, and then they'll bring the jury in and do closing arguments.
We caught that
Yep.
with you guys. How did you feel about him arguing that the whole person thing?
Stupid.
I don't know. I think it fell to pieces.
Again, he's lucky I'm not sitting in the courthouse right now because I would have flew over the benches.
Ooh, yeah, be making a scene. It's good to see you, yeah. Under circumstances,
Good to
it kind of
see you
sucks.
too.
Yeah, but crazy that you're finally here. I remember you telling us about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
How's your son doing?
Oh, he's fine. He's doing
He's okay.
wonderful, actually.
Good.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
All right, guys. So what was the first
my
question?
oldest son, who went to school with her, he's just having I hate to say it this way.
I'll say it. He's having a blast.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
He's making.
He's texting me saying all this stuff, like and it's just like because he watches it on his breaks at work.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yesterday, can you believe she did that to him? Holy cow!
Yeah. Some of that stuff I was surprised, and I thought maybe I missed it, but I don't remember hearing about the foot in the body cavity.
I don't remember hearing that either.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's when they were going over the autopsy and had the description that expert put up in Discord. They talked about where she had put the foot in the chest cavity.
Yikes. Yeah, that's something I had not remembered. So when they said it in court, I was like, whoa. All right.
All right, expert. How long till the jury comes back with a verdict?
Yes.
And then
What's the first question? First answer.
0 to 1.
All right, 0 to 1 hours.
Yep.
Okay.
1 to 2.
Well,
Okay.
2 to 3.
oh, you're not giving it much time, huh?
No.
I'm with you on that. I think they're coming back.
All right, this is the last one.
Next day.
Tomorrow. I'm gonna put tomorrow.
Next day. Okay, good one.
Well, because they may sequester them overnight and then start deliberations tomorrow.
Well, hold on. We've got 2 hours left of today, so we know it's either gonna be. Well, the
1
question
hour.
should be today or tomorrow.
Well, is the jury
No,
sequestered? Is the jury sequestered?
We don't know yet.
Because if
But
they're
you-
sequestered, then tomorrow the question will still be the same: 1 to 2, 0 to 1, 1 to 2.
What are you gonna
Depends
say,
on how
Div?
long closing arguments are.
Isn't
I
that
mean,
the opposite?
we could get a
Because
verdict
if they're
today.
sequestered, then you would count the nighttime as deliberations because they're allowed to talk.
Yeah,
right?
right. I think you're right.
So if they're not sequestered, then I would say then the question still stands because tomorrow morning if they'll come back and right away they'll already be counting starting.
That's
at-
true. That's true.
Just put the
But it
obvious
is
there.
a possibility. It could be 1 to 2 hours after they finish closing arguments.
I don't see a
Like
reason for them to sequester
because they
the
could
jury.
keep them. They could stay a little bit late and say, "Hey, we think we can come up with a verdict in the
Yeah.
next couple of hours."
Yeah.
Be funny if they dismissed him. They go, "Nah, we're good."
And he's right. So they do closing arguments. How long were opening? Would you think that those
They
will
weren't
mirror each
long.
other?
Opening
weren't
was
long.
short.
Yeah, they were pretty short.
Yeah. And judging by all of this, it seems like it's the defense
as
doesn't
short
have
as
much
Shad.
to say.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing.
Head
We'll
above
just
the
start with
rest.
this poll we got instead of talk about it. We'll just
Yeah.
put something up there, and so it's fun. You can talk about it. You guys look at it, and then you can make fun of me for how I probably misspelled everything.
Cool.
And it's a stupid poll anyway, and just put all that stuff in the chat, and I'll pull it up here.
The Broken Baker says have state rested. Yes, they did.
Yes,
Everybody
they
And
has.
defense rested, and they just did jury instruction, and they're about to go into closing arguments and give it to the jury, hopefully.
Yep.
Yeah, and look, so MG Law is talking about when they're sequestered, they're not supposed to be talking about it. They're supposed to be.
Oh, I thought they could. I thought when they were sequestered, they could still chat about it because they're the only ones there. But I'm an idiot, so I don't know.
No, it's. I'm an idiot. I don't know.
No, I
Don't say
really.
that. Don't say that.
I know the Hollywood version, and I'm probably still getting that wrong. Is the thing.
Okay, you know what? So you make a good point there. Like Hollywood version, what everybody knows, right? That's just the example. What state, I wonder, is the most opposite of everything we see in Hollywood?
That's That's a
You know,
great
it's like,
question.
oh, Louisiana, because it's Napoleon. I'm gonna go with that. This doesn't use common law. Yeah, Baker, I couldn't believe it. So the state rested. I was like, what? And then
Well, they did say they wanted this over this week.
they did. I didn't think
Yeah.
they'd do it, man, and they are.
I didn't think
I
it
mean,
would be this quick.
I think it's pretty cut and dry,
That's what
except
she
for
said.
I think the insanity part is gonna, well, it'll go to the weekend, probably.
I think you'll. I don't know. Well, yeah. I mean, Yaya. These are your peers. These are your neighbors. Yeah. Do
They're
you
not
think
my
that
neighbors.
these are the people of Brown County?
Yes,
White
or
rabbit.
Louisiana.
Did you guys know that Dahmer went for an insanity defense as well?
No,
Of course.
I know nothing about Dahmer.
I just went to find
they'll
out
come
how
out
long his
with it.
trial was. I was going to trip out if it was only 3 days, but it says after 2 weeks of trial, the court declared him sane and guilty on 15 counts. Murder.
Oh well.
How
Geez,
many
yeah,
bodies
2
were there?
weeks.
'Cause
I
there
mean,
weren't
they had
15
15 counts.
bodies.
Look, it took us so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for one.
Right. So they had to go through a bunch.
Yeah.
And they're probably gonna pull all the people that did the 5 freaking what do you call it? You know me, I can't think of the word. I have time. Competent did the
Yeah, the
competency.
competency exams.
They did 5 of them on her, and only
Oh, wow.
one said she wasn't competent.
Was that the one that she threw a chair at?
Yep.
I was like, that bitch crazy. I'm out.
Yeah.
Peace.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. So I kind of missed it. Are we on an hour break right now? Are we on 10 minutes?
They have to. Have they said how long this was?
I forgot.
No, I don't think so because this is.
He had to have told them like.
I think
when
it's
to
just
come
like a
back.
10-minute.
Well, he has to get the.
I think we were talking.
Instructions together.
Yeah, they
Well,
were
there's
in the
other-
middle of amending the instructions with his assistant.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how long before they bring the jury back in.
So
Was Chad paying
Divinity
attention
might,
at all? Hmm?
huh?
Nothing. Go ahead.
The expert had me ask my son this yesterday, or tell my son this yesterday. Rule number 1: never loan your car to a psycho woman. This is a son that went to high school with her.
Mm-hmm.
He came back and he says, "Why did you lend me your car then?" LOL. And then this is what he said: "Dude, this trial has gone international. People all over the world commenting. So crazy. She was so closely intertwined with our family at one point, hanging out, friends, and all throughout middle school and early on in high school."
Yeah.
Isn't that
But
crazy?
he's just like, he thinks she's crazy.
Okay,
Well,
I'm curious about somebody who knew her when she was not even that much younger. She's only 25 now, so we're like less than 10 years ago. Do they, in their minds, do they think, wow, she could have snapped at any time? It could have been me. I wonder if that is a thought for them.
He hasn't said anything like that. I really haven't talked to any of the other, most of the kids now, they're out of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, my son's 26, she's 25. So, and I went into this thinking, all right, this bitch went crazy, and I ended up having a little meltdown actually this morning, because
So sorry.
it's like grieving, because this is not the person I know. This person sitting here is not the Taylor Coronado I knew at all.
When you heard her voice, how did that make you feel?
It was hard.
It gave me
Yeah.
goosebumps.
It was hard.
Yeah.
Here's the only thing
The
that
hard
pops into
part,
my
I think what broke me down was listening to her in the interrogation talking about what she did.
Yeah.
Because,
The only
that's like, what if that was my son? You know what I mean? It's kind of like they all hung out together.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like,
Yeah. It is someone's son. It's so fucking wild that that's someone's
right. It is
story.
someone.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
It's so crazy.
he was somebody's son. She was
Yeah.
somebody's daughter.
Yeah.
You know, and
The
it's
thing
just,
that makes
it's
me
weird.
think, though,
Yeah, Baker.
is that it wasn't like she randomly went out and chose somebody. She chose to do it with somebody she was intimate with. You know?
Right.
It wasn't like, you know, oh, hey, a casual friend or something. It was somebody that she was intimate with that she decided to do this.
They were high school sweethearts.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes,
And
they were
so
high
her-
school sweethearts. She was married to somebody else.
And when he went to jail, she hooked back up with this guy.
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
And is the husband still in jail or is he out by now?
I think so. I don't know for sure. I've not done any digging, you know.
Yeah.
Isn't that
I don't
weird?
need to dig. I'm
Yeah.
kind of living it. I don't need to dig.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not living it. I wasn't her family, but
Well, you don't think about it, you know, at the time, and it's just, I don't know, it's like you said, you don't need to dig. But I wish this picture had a date on it. But I mean, look at the difference in
Yep.
who the girl is. And
that's
the
how
guy
I
she was-
well, that's how I actually, the last time I saw her, that's how she looked. And even maybe a little younger.
Is that the guy or is that Shad?
That's
or
her
is that the
husband.
husband? Okay.
Yeah, that was her husband.
Yeah, the little sister was in the house when it happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
That blew my mind. I didn't know he had I didn't know he had a 17-year-old sister. But my son doesn't even know. He went to high school at Bayport also, and he doesn't know who Shad was.
Well, in that picture, she's wearing a Packers jersey. But when she got arrested, she was wearing a Bears hat. So just saying.
Does it make it different that it was like in the heat of passion or whatever that she killed him, or does that not make it
They
different?
they didn't do the deed.
Yeah, but the
until
foreplay. I mean, oops.
after he was.
No, because she was choking him, and then she said she blacked out, came to and saw blood, and then just finished him off, basically.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, according to her testimony, she was saying that, you know, she was choking him and she kept blacking out. And
Right.
at some point she noticed that his face was purple and he had like was spitting up blood, and she just kept going after that.
Oh, I should have listened to the whole interrogation. I think I want to watch. It was hard to understand, and
Yes.
the paper suit was just maddening.
Well,
But
and I'll give you a really quick thing. If you rewatch The Expert, from what I understand, we had the best sound.
Oh wow, awesome!
Really?
yeah, when I went to play it back, I on my stream, I said you got to hear this damn paper suit, and I played it, and I was like, wow, this is nice. This doesn't sound bad at all in the playback. So for some reason, it came across stream not awful, like we heard it in our headphones.
I mean, if that picture that you have of her, you know, she looks so happy there, you know,
Yeah, that really
and
bothers me. Yeah,
that's how she was when I knew her.
she's even. I mean, she's cute.
I mean, her
Yeah.
face, just look at her face. I mean, look at her now, you know, and she has shown no remorse whatsoever.
Here's the
It's
thing
like-
that has kind of been going through my mind is, wouldn't it be easier to go after her for second degree, you know, like heat of the moment murder, as opposed to premeditated?
Well, MG Law in chat says that's not heat of passion, though. If she walked in on him with someone else and she killed him, then that would be heat of passion.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Yeah. See.
Yeah, just
Thank you for saying that.
sexual is not really heat of passion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Lori, she was able to describe the blood coming from his mouth. So how she wasn't blacked out then? I see, and there's a lot of things I didn't get to see the whole interrogation. I don't know if they asked the question that I've been pondering this whole last 3 days. what time was the last time they ingested the drugs prior to her killing him.
Well, and that's where it's really confusing because he kept asking her those kinds of questions, and she would give like really convoluted answers. Like she had gone and picked up the drugs, and then the travel time back and forth. She was smoking weed with AJ. At some point, she shot up some trazodone, was smoking meth, but the tape tends to, it's not that it
Right,
skips
Sage.
around, it's just different times that she's giving for
Right.
different things. And later on in the interview, she says that she was fully aware that she was choking him out, and she would black out every so often while she was doing it, but she was really getting enjoyment out of it.
Yeah.
And her only regret was that she didn't take the bucket with her because she wanted to keep that.
Right.
Oh my God, I didn't hear that.
Sage says that they had only been at the house for like 5 minutes before she started choking him. That's what she said.
Okay, so, and I heard that they smoked meth at her apartment. Is that correct? So did they
They were
didn't
high.
Well,
they were-
they
yeah.
kept wanting to give the impression that she had smoked meth 2 days prior, and that he was the one doing drugs when everything happened. So who knows? That's why they that's why they kept asking the question, well, did she seem high? Did she seem like she was tweaking, anything like that? And everybody's like, no, she was calm.
And I mean, you see the interview, she sounds just matter of fact, like
Yes.
she's, no
Yeah.
different than telling you how she went down to the grocery store and picked up a, carton of eggs and milk and broke a few eggs on the way. And like, it was just, yeah. I mean, my only regret is that I forgot to pick up, cheese for my ham
Right.
cheese omelet. I mean, it was so matter of fact. It was chilling
Yeah.
that,
Hey, the finger chewing guy is back.
I think he's a court. He does photographs.
Okay.
I
I
think
just
I've
noticed
seen
he
him
was
in,
sitting there. I just
in
noticed
others.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it's just like, and Squad Bob is saying the prosecution and the charge. Oh,
Says she did the deed. First degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse,
Mutilating a
and third
corpse.
degree sexual assault.
Not necessarily that in that order.
Right.
Chat is so on it. Miami said, didn't she say she injected him with trazodone?
Yes,
Will
she
there be
did.
anything
Yes,
there?
she did.
And Rabbit said she regretted not taking drugs during the deed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep,
So that's
she
so
did.
interesting.
Well, it was during the mutilation. She regretted not taking it
Yeah.
because she was getting tired.
Yes, because
Yeah.
she was
It was-
tired.
It was a
shoot,
lot
when
of
you're doing
work.
it for that long.
Yeah, when you're
3 hours,
cutting,
did they say?
Yeah.
that's the other thing, because you couldn't really nail down the timeline. She said that for several hours she was playing with the corpse and cuddling with it. And then,
Oh my
then at
God.
another point in time, she said that it took her a long time to cut him up, and she kept worrying that she was so surprised that nobody had caught her. Because at one point the mom actually had let the cat down the stairs to use the litter box, and the mom came down the stairs but never looked in that direction or even saw them.
Wow.
And she was already cutting up the body at this time. And then the mom called the cat back upstairs, and she thought for sure she was going to get caught. I mean, it was things like that I mean, just such matter of fact. I mean,
They crushed it up. They crushed the trazodone pill up, my understanding, and mixed
Yes.
it with something. I didn't hear what water. I don't know.
more than likely, and then injected it. And she said that, this isn't the first time that she's done that.
Right.
But they did that while they were at her apartment, or at Scott's dad's house or Scott's house. Scott's
You
house.
see
Yeah.
those two lawyers at the bottom just having a great day. They're like, boys, 3-day weekend. What's up? This shit's over tomorrow.
No, tomorrow is a new case for them.
Yeah, and then they
Nah,
start
they
right
had this
all
shit
over
planned
again.
out. They don't have a new case lined up probably until Monday at least.
No,
Well, I'm
they
talking
wanted,
about part
they
two.
said they wanted done this week.
Oh, I forgot about
Yeah,
part two. I
if
keep
they're
forgetting about
prosecutors,
that.
they probably have other cases that they'll be working on.
Never mind.
But the judge, the way he scheduled
Yeah,
it,
I
he
got
wanted
you.
the whole thing done this week.
Yep.
Judge is
I
going
told you,
3-day
Tom.
weekend.
Tom has it hit going, man.
Trazodone makes people sleepy. So do you think that she injected him with that, had him pass out, he was on his stomach, then did the thing? And
No,
then
because they shot up.
Oh, that's
No, they did shoot. Didn't she say they shot up? She shot him up at when they were back at his mom's house.
Depends on the tolerance level.
Yeah, her thing was because the
They were also
the
smoking meth.
detective asked her if he was fighting, and she said yeah, a little bit, but he stopped after a while. I mean, not fighting too hard because she was on his back.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't.
But
hear
if
that
he was
part.
drugged up with something like that, he might have not been able to, right?
Right.
True.
Like
Or
just
as
not have
easily.
energy. Yeah.
She said
And
he had a pretty
it was
muscular neck.
if it was foreplay though, she wouldn't have wanted to stop right away. It would have been like right before it was too late when he would have really wanted her. He would have, right? If what she's saying is true, that it
Right.
was fun at first.
Well, from what I understand, they were dressed.
Oh yeah. That is weird. I would think that trazodone would counteract the meth.
No, I never touched any of that shit ever in my life.
The
So
sleep med and the meth may probably just
Counteract
I
each
bet it
other.
works different for different people. So like maybe it just is. I have no idea. Oh,
Well,
cool. The
here
judge
they
is back.
come.
Here we go.
Come on, Tom.
Okay. I think, the judicial
Come on,
assistant
Tom.
should have given each of you a copy of the revised instructions, and I want to go through those again. First of all, I would propose giving 100 opening instructions. I'll note that on the next page, I've inserted 602. I indicated that that's where I thought it was most appropriate to insert 602. So I'll give 100 followed by 602. Then I'll give 103, evidence defined. 115, one defendant, 3 counts. Changes that have been outlined in there, we've talked about. It'll say the counts will be listed as
White
Tuesday,
Rabbit
February
said
22nd.
Google
And I've
trazodone
revised,
high gives
the
users
initials
a
used for,
euphoric
Thyrion,
feeling.
will say Shad Thyrion. I've made the
I don't know.
agreed upon elections.
One of
for
our
the,
dogs has to take
1193
trazodone. He's
mutilating a
never
corpse.
euphoric.
And then, of course,
Hey,
we
my
go
dog's on
into,
Prozac. Don't worry.
1218A.
Seriously.
And I have inserted the language that was requested by the state. Mr. Freilich, I believe, objected to that. I ruled, however, that I was going to give it, and that sentence is, of course, under the subheading meaning of did not consent. It's the very last sentence, and I added that in. Then I'll give the modified 755A that was agreed upon and designed by Mr. Saunders. I will give 140, burden of proof and presumption of innocence. 145, information, not evidence. 147, improper questions. 148, objections of counsel, evidence received over objection. 150, stricken testimony. 155, exhibits. 157, remarks of counsel. 160, closing arguments of counsel. I'll give 170, circumstantial evidence. I'll give 172, circumstantial evidence, flight, escape, concealment. I will give 180, statements of defendant. 190, weight of evidence. 195, juror's knowledge. 200, expert testimony, general. I'll give 255, state need not prove exact date of commission. I'll give 300, credibility of witnesses.
You say expert
I'll give
testimony?
460,
Of course.
closing instruction.
Must be
484,
good.
verdict
What do you want
submitted
here?
for one defendant, 3 counts, separate verdict on each count. I'll give 515, unanimous verdict and selection of presiding juror. We'll then select the alternates. A couple of things I want to take up. First of all, I did want to, because we didn't bring this up at our instruction conference, but it's not too big of a problem. I'm going to ask my clerk if she could hand one of those to each of the attorneys. This is what Mr. Freilich and I had spoken about earlier, 315. And Mr. Freilich, I know you didn't have a copy of that, but you can have a brief moment to review that with your client and take a few minutes to talk with her about whether or not you and she would like me to give that.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
Please read it aloud to the class.
No, it's just about her not testifying.
She's on foot at paper. I can't read. Draw a picture.
Your Honor, I have reviewed.
Well, look at that look.
Instruction
Look at
315. I'm fine with that. And I showed it to my client.
I need that in chicken scratch.
You
I
can't go by the
appreciate
hour,
that,
you
Mr.
idiot. I don't
I think I
care.
need more than just I'm fine with that. This has got to be something that you either ask me to give or ask me not to give. And I'm going to have a colloquy with your client about it. Do you need some time to speak with her about it? Because if you do, I can leave the bench and come back in a
Please
few minutes.
don't.
Yeah, maybe that would be a good idea, Your Honor.
Uh-oh.
We'll
She's
take
not
about
into it.
5 minutes and have a conversation with her, Mr.
Thank you.
What's going on?
Something.
Discussing one of the jury instructions.
Back this camera up. Where'd she go?
Oh, they went out that side door.
Everyone?
Well, the judge left and she went out. They haven't brought the jury back in yet.
Oh, so they go talk to
Something
the
was not
client
right with
somewhere?
the jury instructions.
Oh, just get it over with. She did it.
Yeah, this is why you're not allowed in the courtroom.
Right?
Really, you're great over here, though. You're great
That's
commentary.
perfect here.
I mean, just commentary, but I mean, not just the fact that like she is experienced with this and everything else, but it's like she's just a great commentator. Well, I love being around her. Oh my gosh. Well, this will be fun. Boy, she did though. She gave that ugly look. She's like, no, I do not like that. I disapprove.
Yeah.
We will.
Like
I do
she
not
has anything
abide.
to say about it. Oh, sorry.
Her buns were hard.
Huh?
What did I do?
I'm kidding.
I don't know what you said. I didn't hear you.
I said buns are hard.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think I was on Purple's last night and I made the comment in a joking manner. I said, we were talking about the crock pot box. And I said, yeah, I gave
Drink.
it to her.
Oh.
You gave it to her?
Yeah.
Why
But I
you?
didn't.
There it is.
The
Yeah, it was
Volkswagen
just-
wants me to do a T-shirt with a crock pot box.
I think it'd be great.
You know, that would be funny, but I don't think I'd get away with wearing something like that in this town.
What about the bucket? Maybe just a bucket.
Oh.
Well, her dad is
Oh.
her dad is in jail, so I don't have to worry about his threats to me anymore.
I survived the Schabusiness trial.
Yeah, none of your
2023
business what's in
with
the
a
bucket.
What's in the bucket? Yes.
Oh no.
Oh my God, what's in the bucket? So bad.
What's in the bucket?
I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking about it, and then it hit me. What's in the box? And I was like,
Yes,
that's just
yes.
so bad. That's awesome. What's in the bucket?
What's in the bucket?
At Miami, I thought the same. She said, I think her lawyer ought to think about a helmet and body armor for the remainder. She can throw a wicked elbow. Yeah, and she looked really pissed that it wasn't getting over with.
Yeah, she's got to make it to Matlock tonight.
Yeah, so I wonder if if they do come out and say she's guilty, is she gonna be in cuffs for the second part of the trial, just in case?
Love you to pieces.
Oh.
Oh, jeez.
With a dog collar.
I mean, really, yeah, exactly, Darth. There's really wasn't much to go over because she admitted to it. I mean,
Well, and-
seriously.
And how many people came on here and said, has the prosecution rested? Yeah, everybody has.
Yeah. They're
Well,
shocked.
I mean, they didn't offer a defense. All he did was say, well, what about the door?
Well, he
What about
but he
that
wanted a mistrial because that guy wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, he wanted a mistrial at every inkling he could have.
Oh, yeah.
But like most of his witnesses were already the prosecution's witnesses. All he had was the guy that, is supposedly in the hospital, and then maybe her, which she decided not to.
Oh, she could make a lot of money if she would just advertise for Ginsu.
No. Any knife company. She doesn't need a great knife company. She's like, I can make any knife
That's what I'm
work.
saying, Ginsu.
No, they work, right? You get a shitty knife company no one's ever heard
Yeah.
of.
They do work.
Need a
Shitty knife company.
bargain basement knife company is what you need.
Dollar
Look,
store.
they'll work.
Knives.
White rabbit cheese.
The bread
hang
knife
on. I'm
worked
not looking.
best.
Yikes.
Oh.
Rabbit.
What's in the box?
Oh my God.
What's in the
Have you had an
box?
opportunity to speak with
Oh,
your
right.
client
Here we
about
go.
315?
Yes, so I just want to put this on the record. I talked to my client, we've talked a number of times throughout the duration of my representation. I've advised her that if the case went to a jury trial, she has a right to testify, she has a right to take the witness stand, she has
Oh,
a
no,
right
she's going to
to
do it.
testify in her own defense, but anything that is said could possibly be used against her. So she understands that she has a constitutional right to testify.
Oh, no.
I also
Oh, no.
told her that she has an absolute constitutional right not to testify. She has a right to remain silent. She can invoke her Fifth Amendment privileges against self-incrimination. And we've talked about this at length on numerous
This looks
occasions, several
nice done.
times today.
He's going to do it.
We've reviewed this
it's
jury
just
instruction
nice.
315, and she's indicated to me that she wishes to exercise her right to remain silent. Before, when you asked the question, I wasn't quite sure what you were asking, but I agree to the court reading
weren't sure what he was asking.
instruction 315 to the jury. Thank you.
What was
So
it?
you're asking that I read this instruction to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Schabusiness, you have a right to have this instruction read, or you have a right not to have the instruction read.
I do.
And that right belongs to you and to you alone. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your attorney indicates to me that he would like me to have this
I'm so
instruction
glad
read
she didn't
to the
testify
jury.
with that damn voice.
Is that correct?
Cheese grater.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
You feel you need any
Yes.
more time to talk to him about that decision?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm satisfied. Well, first of all, Mr. Saunders, any further inquiry you'd like me to make regarding 315?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I'm satisfied that Ms. Schabusiness has indicated that she would like me to read 315 to the jury, and as a result of that, I'm going to do that. The only other topic I want to take up with the attorneys, and then of course I'll ask generally whether you have anything you want to raise with me. Oftentimes I get a request, I usually read these in order, oftentimes I get a request to have 160 closing arguments read just before you give the closing arguments, which would mean it's right after 315. Before closings, and then obviously after closings I read 460. Any objection to my reading 160 just before closing? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to have 160 then.
Thank
I'll
goodness.
slide that in just before 3:15.
That's what she said with the knife.
Strike that, just after.
Oh, she
I
said
didn't
a
mean
lot
that.
with
I didn't
knives.
mean that.
Okay. Mr. Saunders, are there any other topics or issues regarding the instructions that you'd like to bring up with me?
No.
You're satisfied with the instructions and the order in which I propose to give them?
Yes.
Mr. Freilich, any topics you'd like to raise regarding the
Please, no.
instructions?
No, I would not, Your Honor. I'm in agreement with the form of the instructions.
And the order with which I propose to give them?
Yes, I am.
Very good.
I don't know if you heard me the other 17
Before I
times,
ask you
but
to know
I like
about
to get this
durations of closings, I guess what I would just indicate is I intend to bring the jury out. I intend to instruct them right up through the closing instruction. Attorneys can close. There will be potentially some rebuttal closing. And then we'll select the alternate and the deliberations will be underway.
All right.
Sweet.
Anything to bring
Let's get
up
this show on the
before we do
road.
that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's go.
Then with that, we'll bring the jury in.
Everybody stand up and chat, please. Jury's coming in.
Sorry, not gonna
Not
happen.
You
Stand
should,
here.
everyone should stand. If you've been here for too long, you really should stand and make sure you.
Oh, I get up and walk
And
around.
stretch.
It's good for you.
I
I'm
would
doing
stand,
I
but,
have to.
but I'm not wearing any pants.
it.
Why would you wear pants for this?
I'm not wearing pants
You're about to
either.
wear
That's
pants
my
over here.
point.
I'm not wearing pants either. I'm wearing shorts.
It's too hot for pants.
Yeah, you're supposed to just put the period up a little bit sooner in that sentence and then just let us figure it out.
Oh. No, I didn't.
I
wanna
did that one for
scare
Valhalla,
anybody.
wherever he is. That's
I didn't want to scare anybody.
Whatever, you came on with that camera. You're like,
Yeah, you came up.
dang, girl.
Good.
Bam! Oh, grandma.
Yeah, there's a, it's called a fetish.
Ooh.
There's a
Okay,
thing
see
for
it.
that. I'm throwing up softball things for Valhalla. He's thinking about me
Members of
somewhere.
the jury.
Like he needs
The court will
material.
now instruct you upon the
He does, I
principles of
feel.
law which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdict. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law I give you in these instructions. Apply that law to the facts in the case which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions, and from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. In this first phase of the trial, you have heard evidence that dealt solely with the defendant's conduct during the alleged incident. You are to determine only whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. If you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will proceed to the second phase, where you will determine whether the defendant was not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. The first count of the information in this case charges that, count 1, The above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Shad Thyrion with the intent to kill that person, contrary to sections 940.01 sub 1 sub A, 939.62 sub 1 sub C Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, the defendant caused the death of Shad Thyrion. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Shad Thyrion. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of a defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Shad Thyrion with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The second count of the information charges that count 2, the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did 1 sub C of the Wisconsin statutes.
What?
To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is violated by one who mutilates, disfigures, or dismembers a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, that the defendant dismembered a corpse. Second, that the defendant dismembered a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. This requires that the defendant acted with the purpose to conceal a crime. You cannot look into a person's mind to find out intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The third count of the information charges that, count 3, the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, did have sexual intercourse with Shad Thyrion without that person's consent, contrary to sections 940.225 sub 3 sub A and 939.62 sub 1 sub B of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense be charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Third-degree sexual assault, as defined in section 940.225 sub 3 sub A of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who has sexual intercourse with another person without consent. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, that the defendant had sexual intercourse with Shad Thyrion. Second, that Shad Thyrion did not consent to the sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse means any intrusion, however slight, of any part of a person's body or of any object into the genitalia or anal opening of another. Emission of semen is not required. Did not consent means that Shad Thyrion did not freely agree to have sexual intercourse with the defendant. In deciding whether Shad Thyrion did not consent, you should consider what
Whether
the
he was alive
defendant
or dead?
said and did, along with all the other facts and circumstances. This element does not require that Shad Thyrion offered physical resistance. It is immaterial whether Shad Thyrion is dead or alive at the time of the sexual intercourse. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of third-degree sexual assault have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. An intoxicated or drugged condition is a defense to criminal liability only if it is involuntarily produced. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt, you are to search for the truth. An information is nothing more than a written formal accusation against the defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt. Disregard entirely any question that the court did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what the witness's answer might have been. If the question itself suggested that certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not consider it as evidence. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made. By allowing the testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. During the trial, the court has ordered certain testimony to be stricken. Disregard all stricken testimony. An exhibit becomes evidence only when received by the court. An exhibit marked for identification and not received is not evidence. An exhibit received is evidence whether or not it goes to the jury room. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If the remarks suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact.
Tom, come up
Whether
here.
evidence
This
is
is good.
direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty.
Exactly, MG.
Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after the alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows a consciousness of guilt and whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you to decide. The state has introduced evidence of statements which it claims were made by the defendant. It is for you to determine how much weight, if any, to give to each statement. In evaluating each statement, you must determine three things. Whether the statement was actually made by the defendant. Only so much of a statement as was actually made by a person may be considered as evidence. Whether the statement was actually restated here at trial. And whether the statement or any part of it ought to be believed. You should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the making of each statement, along with all of the other evidence in determining how much weight, if any, the statement deserves. The weight of evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than the testimony of another witness or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experiences in the affairs of life. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give this opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which the opinion is based, and the reasons given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. If you find that the offense charge was committed by the defendant, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the offense was committed on the precise date alleged in the information. If the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense was committed on a date near the alleged date, that is sufficient. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of each witness and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based upon the witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors. Whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of this trial,
If you are
the
poor,
witness's
that
conduct,
don't mean you're
appearance,
guilty.
and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or discredit the testimony. Then, give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's decision not to testify must not be considered by you in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence and under the instructions given to you by the court.
Let's go.
We're now ready for the attorneys to give their closing arguments. I want to speak briefly, however, to both.
I want to hear these closing arguments. That'd be good.
Okay, guys.
Your Honor, before I do my closing arguments, I'd like to file for a mistrial.
You got me first.
She doesn't want us to hear the voices in her head.
You probably don't want to hear the voices in her
No,
head.
I do. I'm interested in what's going on in this bitch's head.
Right, right?
Probably sounds like a leaky faucet.
Blah, 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 blah.
What if it's James Earl Jones or Morgan Freeman?
Ladies and gentlemen, in the event you were wondering, you are going to get a copy of these instructions. When
Can
entering
we
your
get a copy of one,
deliberations,
please?
because I know
Who
that-
told them that
Having
before they
said
started?
that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to give
Yeah,
a closing
Tom didn't even take a breath in that, and he didn't even get to take a drink, I don't think, during all that.
That's impressive.
I want to
that or
start with
very
something
moist
that we
throat.
heard yesterday, or actually Monday, during opening statements. Counsel told us that
Sure
there are
you'll be
always two
drinking
sides to every
tonight.
story. And with all due respect, this is not one of those stories. This is a story that pretty clearly shows what happened. It's a story of the defendant taking a dog collar that was around her friend's neck and pulling it so hard and for so long and with such force that it caused his death. That in that moment, she made a deliberate choice to end her friend's life. She then, after the fact, degrades his body, engages in sexual acts with him. This is a story of the defendant then dismembering him and leaving his remains all over the house for his mother to find. And this isn't the state's story. This isn't law enforcement's story. It's the defendant's story, as you heard today, right? So as we go through this, it's easy to sit here and say, yes, the defendant confessed, and it's true. She confessed to every single element that you will see that the state needs to prove. But we didn't just stop there, right? We could have been done with this case on Monday, played her interview and called it a day. But you should expect more, right? We have the burden of proof, and obviously we called a number of witnesses to establish what this story shows. So I want to walk through that story. And I know there's a lot of law that was just
She
read.
didn't look so happy.
But I'm a
It's
visual,
creepy.
so I like to see kind of what we're looking at here. So as I go through these three offenses, there's really, as you'll see, 6 things the state needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Not
Sounds
every
like
fact
Satan.
that was testified to.
Right before
not
she
what
attacked.
time somebody got to Scott Holmes' house at the end of the night.
He just
The
looks
6
like
elements
he's just
are what the
about
state
ready
needs
to
prove
break out a
beyond
little
reasonable
straw hat and cane and
So
start
first,
going, let me
count
tell
one,
you,
first-degree
baby.
intentional homicide. First, that the defendant caused the death of Shad, and that she, second, acted with intent to kill him. Okay. And again, as I already mentioned, as we go through these elements, you heard earlier this morning that the defendant is acknowledging every element that we hear. Okay. Independent of the information you heard today, with the investigation you heard, the DNA, the other information, Dr. Tranquita's testimony, I would argue
Ballstorm, he reminds me
all
of
these elements as
Butters.
well.
That's who he
But you have on
reminds
top of
me
that
of.
the defendant's
Yes.
admissions to all these elements. Okay, so the defendant caused the death of Shad. And that should be fairly clear here. Obviously, she admits that. You heard Dr. Tranquita's testimony of how Shad died, the cause and the manner of death, strangulation, excessive force being placed on the neck, producing his death. That was the sole cause of death that we heard. So let's talk about intent, right? Because that admittedly sometimes is a tricky topic, right? We can never know anyone's intent truly, and as you're told, you're not going into the mind of somebody, right? You're kind of looking at all the facts and circumstances that you see. In this case, you have the benefit of the defendant opening up her mind to you and telling you what her intent was here. But you also have other signs, right? So what does intent mean? That somebody had the mental purpose to do something, right? Some volition. Or that they're aware that what they're doing is practically certain to cause that result, right? And you heard both, really, from the defendant. So I want to walk through that because there's a lot of points in that interview where the defendant is telling you exactly what her intent was in this case. right? His face was turning purple, right? She describes that and how he's coughing up blood. And you know that's accurate, right? Because you heard Dr. Tranquita's testimony and you saw those photographs. She's seeing that in person, and yet what does she say? I still didn't stop. No, she felt a heartbeat at one point, right? She talks about feeling his heartbeat, and she kept pulling more, and he wouldn't die. And, I just wanted him, and I was like, damn, right? She admits even that Shad's struggling in this moment, that he's fighting back, right? You heard from Dr. Tranquita as well about how it looked like at one point there were signs of that, where the collar slipped up along the tongue. She's telling you, I was waiting for him to die. I liked it. She figured I'm already this far, and she's pantomiming the act. It's like she's starting a lawnmower. That's how hard she's pulling on this chain, right? Took 3 to 5 minutes, she thinks. And again, that's consistent with Dr. Tranquita, right? This is not an accident. This isn't a whoops. This is an intentional act, right? We don't need to prove that she went to that house with this intent, right? We talked about that in voir dire, and we kind of talked through that concept of how, as you're instructed, intent can be formed in the instant before an act, the instant before the pull of a trigger, the instant in this case before Ms. Schabusiness decides, I'm going to go further and pull on this chain so hard that it causes the result that we saw in Shad, right?
This guy brought his outline
So we
from law
have
school.
the mental purpose,
Yeah.
right, from the defendant's own mouth, and that's
Like,
consistent with everything else we're seeing in the case.
Exactly.
But you also have Detective Kemp asking her, you know, I mean, in that moment, did you kind of realize if you kept pulling on that chain that he would die? She's like, probably, yeah. Yeah, she was aware of that. Right, so that goes to this kind of the second either or part of intent, right? Was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause that result, and probably obvious as you sit here of what's going to happen when you're pulling a metal chain like that hard for that long, seeing the result of what's happening to another person, that is going to be the result, right? So you're told you can't look into a person's mind. The defendant told you exactly what her intent was in this case. But as I mentioned, you also have other indicators, right? You have Dr. Tranquita's testimony describing the amount of force that would need to have been done to cause the injuries that he's observing, right? Down to the inner neck muscles, and he was talking about how strong and thick those neck muscles are, and there was hemorrhaging that deep. That's how hard and how long and how much injury the defendant was causing, right? This isn't an accident. If it's an accident, you're not going forward. You're not seeing this result and keep pulling. You're calling for help. You're stopping. You're certainly not after the fact, after you finally finish, then cutting up his body, right? You have all the evidence in this case points to intent, right?
As always.
You have her acts after the fact, like I said. You know, if this was an accident, something happens, right?
It was an accident waiting to
You have the
happen.
exact opposite. You have the defendant cutting him up and cleaning up, getting rid of the remains, pouring it down the shower. We heard a lot of testimony about that. Kind of wiping up with the Clorox wipes, which the defendant is acknowledging as well. So you have the defendant's statement in the case, and it lines up with everything else in the case, right? Even little facts that she's remembering and telling you about, right? The timeline of the February 21st night, right? We heard from A.J. Gannon, you heard the stipulated testimony from Mr. Tomes, you heard from Mike Thyrion. It's all consistent. Yeah, they were coming and going. You then heard from Steve Hendricks about, yep, they got back sometime in the early morning and I let them in. Defendant's telling you that same thing. Steve is talking about how at one point during the day on the 22nd, she comes up and asks for her eyeglasses. We heard the defendant talk about that as well. We heard
I bet she's
Detective
hell
Graff,
on
testify
ceiling
about
fans.
that. So everything she's saying is consistent with what we're objectively seeing, what law enforcement is finding. And in some respects, the defendant's leading the investigation, right? Because when they get there, when law enforcement gets there, we saw Officer Wanish's body cam. We heard from Detective Scanlon and even Dr. Tranquita about how it was really hard to determine what exactly happened when they first got there. And all that information is being provided by the defendant. Okay. So it's an intentional act. She had the mental purpose. We heard about that.
Can't believe they're gonna get
It's
through this
not,
today.
as I talked about, it can be formed at
so
any time before
impressed.
the act, right? It doesn't
Still
need
got
to be
plenty of time.
premeditated. That's not
Oh, yeah.
the law in this state. And it's really important too to not confuse this with motive, right? We heard evidence about motive, right, and her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer and all that entails. But intent doesn't mean motive. This is what intent means, and we proved intent, right? She caused his death, and she acted intentionally, and she told you as much. So those are the two elements. Those are the two things the state needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Count two, mutilating a corpse. So again, there's two elements for this crime. First, the defendant dismembered a corpse. Second, did so with
How
the
long has
intent
this
to
guy been a
conceal crime.
guy?
So
Would it be
the first element, I
dismembered
think,
or
is pretty
dismembered?
clear, right? And we heard extensive testimony from many people, and we saw Dr. Tranquita's diagrams, and obviously I can't imagine this element is going to be in dispute, right?
Yeah.
And so again, though, we have this concept of intent, the purpose to
It doesn't
conceal
say it wasn't a
crime,
fair
right?
question.
And, I mean, if you're
Yeah.
instructed, you use your common sense. Like, why is somebody going to this length? Not only cutting up a body, we heard from Dr. Tranquita about the multiple sort of start and stop kind of signs. The total evisceration
Do
of
I
Shad,
not want to?
bagging him into other
Grab an extra
bags and
knife.
attempting to carry out. Like, that's the intent, right? We use our
Big.
common sense that that's why you're doing that. But again, she was asked about this, the defendant. And remember in that February 28th interview, the second interview with Detective Groff and Detective Scanlon, she's saying exactly what her intent was, right? It was because there's other people in the house. Like, what am I going to do? Leave the body and have mom find it?
Well, that's nice of her.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do?
She
Leave
admits
the
again,
body?
this
let
was her
mom find it?
intent, and it's obvious with our common sense, but it
We have to make sure it doesn't get up and walk
has
off.
proved both elements of this crime as well. Okay, count three. It's third degree sexual assault. So the defendant had sexual intercourse with Shad and did so without consent. So let's talk about the first part. Sexual intercourse is defined in this state as inserting any object into the genital or anal opening of another, or engaging
Some
in
havoc.
oral contact with the penis. We heard about both, right? The defendant admitted to both. She's talking
say
about
anal
how
opening?
the dildo
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
Chad's
it
anus
said
after,
opening.
after she killed him. She's talking about how she was sucking on his penis, and there were other phrases used
Oh my
to that
God.
effect.
Oh, that's gonna be clipped.
So
By
again,
me.
we have, for both elements here, the defendant's admissions. And we heard from Mr. Scott, didn't
Thank
we?
you,
We heard
Rose.
from Mr. Scott about the DNA testing that was done, right? And for some of the reasons why, even though the defendant's DNA is on that dildo in Shad's house, Shad's DNA wasn't found on there, and nothing excludes that possibility. And again, everything the defendant's telling you is consistent with other things you're seeing. So there's no reason to believe, a reasonable hypothesis to believe, that she's not also telling you what's happened in this case too, right, for this count. And the second element, did not consent. I mean, that, as you're instructed, is kind of inferred by the fact that at the time that the defendant's telling you she's engaging in these acts, that Shad's deceased, right? So he's not in a position to consent. Okay. So those are the two elements for count three. So in total, 6 elements for the 3 offenses. And
Couldn't consent.
again,
Why?
you're given a lot of law on how to assess
Tolerate.
credibility of witnesses, and that's good. and
Consent
you
at
should
all.
follow it. Really, you kind of just use your common sense as jurors. And
Probably couldn't even give it a thumbs
again,
up.
the defendant's telling you what happened, and there's nothing in the case to disbelieve what she's saying, right? So you have the defendant's admissions, as I mentioned earlier. There's other evidence that kind of just only should bolster the conviction in the defendant's guilt, right? We heard from Kevin Scott, who heard or testified about the DNA testing he did. Shad's blood on the defendant's hands, on her clothing, on the sweatpants, about how the knives that were found had Shad's blood on them, right? Even absent her confession, I mean, there's ample evidence here to convict on all 3 counts. You have many witnesses coming in to talk about the integrity of the investigation, how law enforcement didn't just take the confession and go home, right? We do more, right? Send things in for DNA. We speak with other witnesses. We corroborate the defendant's timeline of things. You heard all that. And that's really important, right? We have the burden of proof. We talked about that, and we embrace that burden of proof. You should hold us to that standard as the state to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's why we call people from Madison to come up to talk for 5 minutes about, yeah, I received this piece of evidence, and it was fine. And I returned that piece of evidence, and it was fine. Right? Because it's important. We want to show that law enforcement did a thorough investigation in this case. And they did. Because we have the burden of proof. You're instructed on what the burden of proof is and what it's not, right? It's a reasonable doubt. A reasonable hypothesis consistent with guilt, consistent with innocence, you should find the defendant not guilty. You're not searching for doubt. You're ultimately searching for the truth. So even if it's a heavy burden, it doesn't mean the decision is difficult in cases. You are instructed not to search for doubt. You're to search for the truth. And there's not a reasonable hypothesis in this case consistent with the defendant's innocence. There just isn't, right? There's one truth in this case. There's one side of the story. And it happens to be the defendant's story as well, but it's consistent with everyone else's story. It's because that story is the truth of what the defendant did to her friend Shad. And based on that, we would ask that you return guilty verdicts on all 3 counts. Thank you.
I hear Chad, I hear Shad, I hear...
It's S-H-A-D, Shad.
Shad. Like Shad.
Yes, Sam, Your Honor, thank you.
Oh, here we go.
This is going to be awesome. And the broken baker is going to say, see, she's repairable.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Lassave, Mr. Saunders. Well, as the attorney for the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness,
use your microphone.
I'd like to
you push it
share
away.
with
Use
you
your
that
microphone.
I believe this case is a puzzling, unclear, confusing, and bizarre set of facts. It is unknown what really happened between February 22nd of 2022 and February 23rd of 2022. What we do know in this case is that numerous law enforcement officers testified. We had detectives, we had police officers, we had Dr. Trumpita, and DNA experts, forensic specialists, lots of different people, some citizen witnesses. I'd ask that you consider setting aside your emotions and decide this case based on the facts that have been presented. You've sat here for the last 3 days. You've been here in court. I know that you've listened very closely, but don't assume anything. When you deliberate about all of the facts. What we do know is that law enforcement officers on February 23rd of 2022 went to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay, this small Cape Cod home, and made contact with the occupants, Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and
Is she holding in a fart?
Ava Wheelock was working. They were all sitting at the kitchen table, and
it passed.
officers came in to see what was going on. There was a concern, obviously, that there was a bucket down at the end of the stairs. And
Gross.
Here it comes again.
Detective Groff, that this was an ongoing investigation. Law enforcement They were trying to piece this together. It was an unusual situation.
Lots of pieces.
So they were trying to find out what happened. Unfortunately, I believe it was Officer Plonky and Officer Wanish, they testified, they came here and indicated that they went down to check out what was in the basement, and there was
what's in the bucket?
It was the head of Shad Thyrion in that black fleet farm bucket. And
Literally, what's in the box?
Continued on. But what I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that there really are no eyewitnesses as to what really happened down in the basement. There was no Taylor Schabusiness there, no other people there.
No Taylor.
And so that'll be something that you'll have to
Other people, just parts of
consider and
people.
think about. Then law enforcement realized that there was a secondary scene, and that was at 2353 Eastman Avenue, apartment 1 in that parking lot. And you saw the video. The officers, I think it was Officer Garth Russell, walked up. Microphone.
Counselor, please use your microphone.
Thank you. The officers walked up and they parked a distance away, and they walked up in the snow and they saw a line of cars in front of the apartment complex. And they saw that, they saw a minivan. It was a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan, and that was a vehicle of concern. Had some snow on the back windshield. There were vehicles on either side.
Rock pot box, and it was open.
The officers walked up and they they saw some lights on the van, and then they saw someone come out the front door, and it was my client. It was Taylor Schabusiness. At that point, she was arrested by Officer Russell, and another officer then realized there was a male inside of the apartment number 1 down the hall. Ended up being Scott Holmes, and he was told to lay on the ground and held at gunpoint, and then he was arrested. So 2 people were taken from the apartment building and taken down to the police station. There was a search of the Eastman Avenue apartment. We don't have any body parts there. I would submit that there really wasn't anything of evidentiary value there.
Inside.
And that was that. Later on, officers and detectives realized that minivan was something that they were concerned about, so that was taken down to the police storage garage. And then we found out that from Dr. Tranquita and some of the other forensic specialists, Andre, I believe it was Investigator Andre, and Zarnecki. And so they donned Tyvek gear, protective PPE equipment, and they methodically investigated the back of the minivan, and they found the crock pot box that was in a laundry basket sitting on a seat, and there were human remains in there. Nobody saw Taylor Schabusiness driving this
drink.
So these are some of the facts that you got to think about. Don't rush to judgment, but talk about it, analyze it. As jurors, you have to analyze the facts that you hear, and you have to apply the law that the judge gives you. It's a daunting task.
Don't choke on your verdict.
So then we hear, you saw the
I've got a pieces over it.
The video, the interview between Detective Groff and my client, Taylor Schabusiness. She was taken down to the Green Bay Police Department. Photographs were taken of her.
She was stripped.
And clothes were taken. And she was put in a yellow suit and then later a blue suit. But she was asked questions. And you got to remember what she said and what questions were being asked. She did say during the interview, I can't think right now. I'm effing nuts. She said that she was up all night, that the body would rebuild itself. She said weird, odd things. Consider her credibility. Consider what she says. Consider what she said to Detective Groff or Detective Scanlon. She said stuff, I would submit that she said things that didn't make sense. She says, I have no idea to some of the questions that the detectives asked her. You remember seeing the video on the screen. I'd ask that you recall that she had inappropriate laughs.
He's been trying to do that.
Smiling, odd responses.
She has no
I would
social
submit that she
skills.
indicated that she did not have sex. She did not have penis to vagina intercourse with Shad Thyrion. She indicated that she came to the residence and they went downstairs and within 5 minutes they got to it, whatever that means.
Oh, well, I'm not going to be
She
wearing
talked
that one
about
out.
during the
Pierced
interview with
vagina
Detective Groff,
intercourse.
rebuilding muscle or rebuilding into muscle. Sometimes she wasn't responsive. She talked about hearing gunshots.
Does he just have bullet points? Is that
But-
normal?
I believe Detective Groff said that there were no gunshots in the area of Stony Brook,
Maybe
Eastman
Well, he's
Avenue,
taking a
or some other
stab at
place. She said she was paranoid. She said weird things like, I don't like open spaces. I don't like open spaces.
I'll keep blaming her.
She's like, I didn't say that.
Like I said that? Damn, I'm
No clothes came off. No kissing. She said that she allegedly put the dildo into Mr.
Oh, don't say this.
Thyrion's backside, his butt area, his anal area.
Just
Oh.
the butt
There's
area.
no DNA.
You had to say it 3 times, 3 different ways.
Backside butt anal area.
We heard from
Damn it.
Kevin Scott, DNA expert.
Oh, what? The expert.
He must have done real well in school.
Drink.
I did do that.
Really well in school. Expert.
The swab from the
That
dildo.
part you
item
gotta
I got
clip.
through. I got
You
the
gotta
degree.
clip that.
Dildo.
It says the
dildo.
possible
That butt.
contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion is
8 hours, 14
inconclusive
minutes.
due to the complexity of the mixture.
That's why I did that clip.
I would argue that his DNA is not on the dildo. So I would argue that even though the state is charging out
Is she gonna cry right now?
third-degree sexual assault,
Really bad.
No,
there
she's
is
like-
no shred of evidence to support that particular charge. And I'd ask that you take that into account.
He told her, when I get up here, you act like
that's
you're mine. Okay.
No evidence at
She tried her
the Eastman
best.
Avenue apartment. When Detective Groff had my client
It's the sideways part,
come
Dar.
down to the Green Bay Police Department with Detective Kevin Kempf, they were talking with her for a while. The interview was maybe 3 hours or so. And then they took a break because Ms. Schabusiness had cuts on her thumb, scratches on her palms, other cuts on her fingers.
From you laying the
Some
body.
of them were deep. You saw the pictures because I believe they were published.
Oops, I
And she was
missed.
taken over to St. Vincent's Hospital for medical evaluation.
You're right, Miami.
I would submit that the blood on her hands may have been her own because of the deep cuts that she had suffered or that she had.
Suffered? She wasn't suffering.
The defense had subpoenaed Mr. Scott Tomes. He was unavailable, and he gave an account of that night. And he had indicated, at least on Monday night, that would have been February 21st, that Taylor Schabusiness and her friend Shad came over. He had seen Shad before, but didn't know his name. And then he thought that they hooked up to do meth. And then he talked about his vehicle.
Do you forget what happened?
And he talked about
The
that
attorney?
Taylor Schabusiness had used his vehicle in the past
That's why he's having a look at his nose.
and didn't get permission on that particular night. Then he indicated that he was drinking. And then he indicated that
think she just
Taylor
read your
Schabusiness returned to his house around midnight with his vehicle, went to her bedroom, and he had a suspicion that she may have been high on drugs.
There's nothing in the
And then
cup.
he had indicated that Taylor had the bedroom and that he would sleep in his chair. So that's, something else that you have to think about. We heard
There's so many
from
highlights.
Lieutenant Buckman. He was a veteran on the Green Bay Police Department, and that he was doing some investigating, and he wasn't sure if Taylor Schabusiness was a suspect or a victim because it was an ongoing new investigation. So that's something you have to take into account as well.
What, that he didn't know?
The state brought up some photographs, picture of Taylor with her phone, and young girls, I submit, they like their phones. So do all kids, young people. They like their phones, and they look up things on the internet for a variety of different reasons: shock value, curiosity. But we have a situation here where Taylor did do some searches about Jeffrey Dahmer. I would submit that that's a ruse.
It's a ruse.
that doesn't necessarily mean
She's
anything.
Smiling.
And that people search the internet for all kinds of things on the internet, and that it's for shock value. So that shouldn't really play any part in this case. I would ask that you discount that and set that aside.
You know that Dahmer could make a good rue.
I disavow.
Now, I would argue that I would argue that it's not a clear case here. Was this an accidental death?
What's a fiber?
Did Taylor Schabusiness kill Shad Thyrion?
Shouldn't eat that protein bar.
Was there intent to kill Shad Thyrion?
I don't know.
Did
Anyone on his
Taylor
back
Schabusiness
or
have the
something
mental
like-
purpose to kill Shad Thyrion? Different theories, different things for you to think about. You are all like analysts, and you have to assess and decipher the facts. The facts here are very complicated,
No, they're not.
confusing,
Nope.
unclear.
You wish.
2 different locations, no eyewitnesses.
Wasn't
She was the eyewitness.
Taylor Schabusiness, we learned that she went to school with Shad Thyrion, middle school, Bayport High School. They were friends. They hung out.
She flunked biology.
You heard from AJ Gannon. He hung out with them as well.
The smirk on AJ's name.
Can you trust what someone says when they're hopped up on meth, on drugs? The state wants you to look into
Do
Taylor
you trust
Schabusiness's
this
mind
meth head?
to find out what her intent was. And that's a difficult task.
Yeah.
Did she have a clear mind on February 22nd of 2022 as to what was really going on? Accidents can happen.
Oh my gosh, he did not say
Accidents
that.
happen.
He seriously said
People
that.
can make other choices in a panic. Something for you to think about.
Okay, I'm so for real
Sexual
glad I'm
assault
sitting in
charge.
my home right now.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
It's much better to have
Don't
you
go
here.
anywhere.
Yeah.
No, I locked
How
my
can you have
keys in a
sexual
different
intercourse
room.
with the facts that have been
Good.
laid out and presented to you? It's mind-boggling.
What she did?
How can you have sex when
Well, it's an accident.
genitals are in one place and bodies in a different place? It's foggy. It's cloudy.
Seriously?
Did you really say that?
Yeah, the wiener was in a
Hard to
bucket.
imagine. Almost
Well,
impossible
accidents can't happen.
to try and
Do
figure
happen.
out what did or didn't happen.
It came
would
off.
submit
I
to
don't know
you.
how.
She
That
said
no
it.
sexual assault
Fell off
occurred.
in my hand.
I'd ask that you find her not guilty of third-degree sexual assault. You can't rely on everything Taylor Schabusiness says.
No.
Think about that, please.
What?
She chose not to testify under our Constitution of the
You can't-
United States
you
of
can't bring
America.
this in, right?
She doesn't have to testify. That's what the law provides. You don't have to take the witness stand.
This
You have
guy's
a
hoping
right
that
to
something
remain
good
silent.
comes to mind while
You
he's
can't
talking.
use that fact alone against her.
He is.
Jesus Christ.
He's spitballing big
I would
time.
argue that based on all of the evidence and the testimony in this case, that you
Did she
find my
cut those
client
off too?
not guilty of all the charges. Thank you very much for your
What?
time.
What? Okay, thank you, sir. Bye. Guilty
Yeah,
though.
she's even going. That was
She's
the
like,
stupidest
damn
thing
it,
I've
I
ever
shouldn't have
heard.
attacked the last guy. This guy should bite his fucking nose off.
Yeah, she
Ladies and gentlemen,
attacked the last guy on purpose. I'm telling you, I said it
I,
before, and I'll
I've
keep
only seen the expert
Case
be
is
able to get up there with
puzzling.
no material.
This case is bizarre. This case is in absolutely no way unclear.
Right?
It is crystal clear what happened to Shad Thyrion. And we know that.
An
We know
accident.
that because
An
the
accident.
defendant told you. She told you what she did to Shad Thyrion. Is it bizarre? Is it unnatural? Is it strange?
Fuck yeah.
Yes,
Sorry.
It was
absolutely.
murder.
People do
Oh my God,
bizarre,
you know it.
unnatural,
Yeah.
strange things. They engage in criminal conduct. People kill other people and they dismember them. That's what Taylor Schabusiness did. And we know exactly what she did because the words from her mouth told you with specificity what she did. Can we trust always what Taylor Schabusiness says? No, but as Mr. Saunders told you, we trust but we verify. We didn't stop at taking her statement. We corroborated. She guided the investigation with the specificity of her statement.
Well, she should have done her
How
defense.
can we not trust her statement when she describes in detail the mechanism of injury, which is exactly what is described and confirmed by Dr. Tranquita? Excessive strangulation over a period of time with layers of injury, exactly as she described it. Described that his tongue would be out. She described that. Dr. Tranquita described that and showed you that. She described a struggle. He's struggling for his life and she continues to pull that chain, demonstrating her intent to kill Shad Thyrion. And we know that because we see that in the physical evidence. We see the marks on Shad's tongue. We see the damage to his neck. She described to you what she did with his body after she killed Shad. And we know that it's true because the body parts were exactly where she told you they were.
What's up, MG?
Detectives are finding everything she says on scene, and you saw it with your own eyes. That just what she told you is exactly where those things were located in that residence. She wasn't cloudy. She wasn't unclear. She wasn't hopped up on drugs. She knew where to find the drugs. She knew where they'd find the pipe. She knew where they'd find the chains. She knew where they'd find the knives. She knew the name of the bag where the body parts were going to be located. She could tell you that she put the organs in plastic bags. She could tell you that she cleaned up with Clorox wipes and she put them in the bags as well. She could tell you that his lower extremities were in the car. This is the most specific confession anyone could ask for, and it is corroborated in detail by the work of the Green Bay Police Department. This is bizarre, this is strange, this is unnatural, but it is in no way unclear. We know exactly what happened. We know exactly what Taylor intended to happen for all three of these offenses. She engaged in intentional conduct in each of these acts. You are asked to look at each of the 6 elements, and there are only the 6 elements that Attorney Saunders described to you. That as to count 1, she did cause Shad's death. There is no doubt she had the mental purpose to do that. And that she knew that her conduct was practically certain to cause it. She described to you how she visualized him struggling, blood coming out of his mouth, but she did not stop. He's turning purple, but she did not stop. He's coughing up blood. He's pissing himself, in her words, but she did not stop. This was a deliberate choice on her part to kill Shad Thyrion, and she knew that her actions were going to cause that. And in fact, she was asked whether or not she liked it, and she confirmed that she liked it. She was asked whether she was sexually aroused by killing him, and she said she was. Her mental purpose was clear. As to the mutilating the corpse, again, there's no doubt that she intentionally did that. She described the detail. She described her frustration as she's mutilating this corpse, and she described her purpose in doing so. How else am I going to get the body out of the house? How else am I going to get away with this if I don't cut this body up? And she didn't just cut it up and leave it there. She cut it up, she packaged it, she cleaned up after herself. Her purpose in dismembering Shad was clear.
This guy's much better.
She wanted to attempt to get away with this crime. A crime that she intentionally committed, a crime that was not accidental, that was not a surprise to her, that she didn't wake up from this nightmare and then call the police and call Shad's mom. No, she made the second deliberate choice. After deliberately choosing to kill him, she deliberately chooses to dismember him and attempt to cover up her crimes. And likewise, the sexual assault is equally clear. There's no doubt that she had sexual intercourse, and for counsel to say that we can't merely accept the word of the defendant, you're asked routinely in sexual assault cases, juries are asked routinely to take the word of a crime victim with no physical evidence. We don't have to take the word of the crime victim. We have the word of the defendant who confesses to this crime and tells you exactly what she did, again, with specificity, and tells you, you know what, I did this and I did it with that dildo. And here's where you can find the dildo. It's in the wall, it's in the box, I put it away. And what happened? They found it in the box, put away exactly where she described that it would be. And she clearly was sexually aroused by this whole incident, and she described that to you herself. So clearly it follows, it makes sense, it's logical, it is reasonable that she did exactly what she told you she did. There is absolutely no reasonable hypothesis consistent with her innocence. The only hypothesis, the only choice that you have before you here today is to find Taylor Schabusiness guilty of each and every count for which she is charged. All of those elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and I ask that you return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Oof.
Yikes.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel.
She just sighed.
Yeah.
Could you just
The case
hear her
has
go?
been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you
Yeah.
regarding the rules of law which should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors, selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duties steadfastly in mind and, as upright citizens,
Is she looking at one
render a
specific
just
juror?
and true verdict.
And she's looking at
You
the
are to
camera.
decide only whether the
Oh.
defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged.
I swear sometimes
Any
she closes her
consequences
eyes
of
and in
your
her head
verdict
goes,
are
la la
matters
la
for the
la
court
la
alone
la
to
la la.
decide and must not affect your deliberations. The following 6 forms of verdict will be submitted to you concerning
on,
the charges
snap, Taylor.
against the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness.
So it's 447 there.
One reading, we the jury
Delivered
find the
today?
defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information.
Hi, Caitlin.
Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, guilty of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3 of the information. Another reading, we the jury find the defendant, Taylor Schabusiness, not guilty of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3 of the information. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. This is a criminal, not a civil case. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict which may legally be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than the vote of any other juror. If you need to communicate with the court while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the presiding juror. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you communicate with the court only by a written note. If you have a question, the court will talk with the attorneys before answering it, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for an answer. The court will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the person you have selected to preside. After you have reached a verdict, the presiding juror will notify the bailiff that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom. The verdict will be read into the record in open court, and the court may ask each of you if you agree with this verdict. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the unfortunate time, because now is the time when we select the alternate jurors. Let me tell you what the process is going to be. The computer has selected 4 of you. We're going to read those names here shortly. If your name is read, I'm going to ask that you simply stand up and go have a seat in that first pew right there, because I'm going to want to address you, first pew right here, because it's open. And I'm going to address you after the other jurors have been excused. The remaining 12 jurors are going to participate in the deliberation process, and you will accompany the bailiffs to the jury room. If you're selected as an alternate, your participation in the case at this point will be concluded. I will make sure, however, that you are addressed by a bailiff who will assist you in retrieving any items that you may have in the jury room. So at
So
this
they're gonna
time,
go to
then,
the
I'm
jury
going to
room,
ask
right?
that the clerk read the names of the 4 jurors that have been selected by the computer randomly.
Nicholas Rozek,
Oh, they're reading
Oh,
their
they're,
names
they're
off.
saying their names.
They say Ballstorm, I'm gonna die.
They muted it.
Oh, Nicholas is
No.
and Sean.
Nicholas got doxxed.
Nicholas got doxxed. Poor Nicholas.
Oh
gosh,
shit, we
dude.
saw his face. He just walked out
Oh,
of no.
dude.
There's another one.
Oh,
Great.
Oh
There's
my
a-
God.
there's another one.
Oh,
Oh,
But he
dude.
doesn't
But
get to make
thought
the
about this.
decision,
He's gonna be
so-
pissed.
What'd you
Yeah.
say? What'd you say, MG?
Well, he's an alternate, so
Yeah.
he's going to get released anyway. He's not going to be deliberating.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
He still loses his
still-
anonymity.
yeah,
Hey,
it's not good.
Wexford, I'm gonna jump off here,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
I'll be back if there's a verdict tonight.
All right, if there's a verdict, yeah, because I'll get on. If I don't know, we don't know how long it's going to be. That's so. Anyway, Yaya, thank you so much. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you, Yaya.
And we will
Yeah,
see
so
you
hopefully
at
there'll be a
verdict
verdict
time.
tonight,
Okay.
otherwise-
Thanks,
Yep,
Yaya.
I'll see you tonight or tomorrow morning.
All right. Bye.
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 All rise for the jury.
All right. All rise for the jury. There you go. We are risen. So what do you guys think?
Man.
I'm with Miami and Darth. It'll take as long as it takes to fill out the papers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that might wait till after dinner. You get
Right.
one more
Get-
meal out.
Oh yeah, they're gonna get the free
The
meal.
free meal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if they find her guilty, they'll be back tomorrow for the next phase. But
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Come
forgot
in
there's
for the
another
donuts in the morning.
phase.
Yeah.
Paid that extra
Mr.
day.
Rozek, Mr. Lynette, Mr. Beerhalls, and Ms. Schrader. I want to
Those are the
thank you
4
very
alternates.
much for your service on this case. You've all paid careful attention. I've been able to observe all of you throughout the trial, and I really appreciate that, and so do all the parties. At this time, your service in this case is completed. Many jurors ask if they're allowed to discuss the case with others at the conclusion of their service. Because your role in this case is over, you are not prohibited from discussing the case with anyone. However, you should know that you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it from anyone other than from the court. This includes the parties, the lawyers, the media, or anyone else. If you do decide to discuss this case with anyone, I would suggest that you treat any discussion with a degree of solemnity such that whatever you do say, you would be willing to say in the presence of your fellow jurors or under oath here in open court in the presence of the parties. Finally, should any of you have any questions before you leave today, please let the bailiff know before you leave. And you can confer with me at any time before answering any questions asked by anyone if you choose. The bailiff is standing right back there. I'm just going to ask you to get up then and accompany her out that door. And if there's anything that you need to retrieve.
All right,
but
cameraman
again, thank you for
awake.
your service.
Yeah.
little
I think
surprised
that's-
to
Gonna
come
get
home,
busted.
But
I think that's great advice in general in life. Never say anything you're not willing to say in front of
Anything to
other
take up
people who know the
before
facts,
we,
and always be willing to say it
recess?
under
Mr.
oath.
Saunders?
No.
And don't text anything you
Not at
don't
this
mind,
time.
you don't want
Very
read
good.
in a
Then
courtroom.
we are in
Don't
recess.
cut
I'd ask
someone's
the
head off.
parties to
Don't use meth.
remain very close here to the courtroom for at least 30 minutes. Oftentimes, if questions come in, they come in early. After that, if you just simply leave a cell phone number where we can reach you, then you're free to depart, but I'd still ask you to remain close to the courthouse. But at
You
this
would be
time, then, we
rabbit?
are in recess.
Oh,
Thank you.
wow. Okay.
Kind
So
of surprised
this
they're
is stick around for
dismissing
30
the
minutes.
alternates, but because
Oh man.
you know a juror in deliberations could have some emergency that renders them unable to continue to deliberate, and then you're
Oh,
left with
that's
11
true.
jurors.
That is true.
So a lot of times they'll keep the alternates in the courtroom or in the courthouse, but not allow them into the jury room to deliberate. But he let them go.
Yeah.
Maybe they keep one alternate and four. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
He let all four go. So they're done. He's discharged them, and they can talk to anybody they want about the case now. So I don't know what happens if something comes up with a juror in deliberations.
Well, here's my question now. So, like, what's the next thing for timelines? Like, do they have a time when they leave tonight? And then, like, I don't know
Wisconsin, but like a lot of states, I know that, like here in Georgia, depends. They could easily think that they're pretty close to a verdict and just deliberate until midnight.
Yeah.
If they're that close to a verdict.
Oh, wow.
No way.
Jeez.
Yeah. But I mean, some of them might put a stop to it and say, listen, I'd much rather just handle this in the morning. Let's just sleep on it. And
yeah.
Well, here we go then. Let's go the distance. No sleep till Brooklyn.
That's what's up.
Yeah, geez, man. I don't know. That's so crazy.
They're not going to take that long. I don't believe.
No,
It takes them as long as it does to fill out the form, to select the foreman, and then to fill out the forms. Which there's only 6 of them, and I don't think they're going to need but 3.
No.
And it's just marking guilty or not guilty.
That defense was horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Well, accidents do happen.
Well, he didn't have much to work with.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But still.
All right, let's see here. I'm going to stop the poll. So the poll was...
Good timing, I was going to say.
How long till the jury comes back to a decision? All right, I'm going to stop it right now.
Yes, expert, give us your poll.
Yeah,
Show your poll.
Show us your poll.
Show the poll.
Don't let somebody else take your poll.
0 to 1 hours was 40%. Then it went straight down the line. 1 to 2 hours, 26%, and then 2 to 3, and then tomorrow. Those are both at 16. So everybody thinks it's going to be within an hour. I mean, that's you got to read 6 pages though, still, and then you're going to have.
Well, they have all the instructions that they may read through again just to be sure.
Right.
But I would expect them to get in there, select the foreman, and then just have a preliminary vote. And,
yeah.
Yeah. And then have a few discussions just to make it seem like they're deliberating some, but
So you're going to
You don't
keep your
wanna come
stream
back
up
too
all the way
fast.
until the
Exactly.
verdict? Or
It's like
for the
it's like
night?
scrolling to the bottom of the page before you hit accept. You hit accept, or like scroll to the bottom of the page. You're like, okay, sorry,
You're
I read it.
pushing on 9 hours right now.
Yeah,
No,
I'm going to give it.
You'll have to
Well, he
watch
said-
for the bad signal.
Yeah, no. Well, he said the judge said 30 minutes. Stick around, and then you guys can leave. But be close to the courthouse. Leave a cell phone number. I figured into the 30 minutes, I cut this off.
Squab said the minority basically think within the hour, and that's also true. He said also a while ago he expects them to. I anticipate a note on intent. So Squab thinks the jury will have questions.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to have any questions, except for how can we say that she's guilty? And
No. I mean, yes, I was reading chat. Sorry. Darth said usually if a jury comes back within an hour, it's a not guilty. That's not my experience.
Usually a fast verdict is guilty.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So let's see here.
Plus, as far as intent goes, they were very specific about saying it could be right before the act.
Yeah.
And that's considered intent.
Yeah, that's intent. Intent's no time limit. There's no magic time. I don't know. It's holy. What good use of turn signals. Did you hear? Did MG launch?
Yes, yes, I can hear them.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, I've been
dude!
muting. I forgot to mute it there.
You just became my wife's favorite person. Oh my gosh! Yeah, you know who doesn't use turn signals?
You.
The expert.
Yeah,
That guy.
yeah, man. I'm like, if
Who's
there's
that
no
guy?
car around me, I wouldn't go. And then, like, I like to keep people on their toes.
I was turning off a street that's 2-lane road, 50-mile-an-hour speed limits, traffic both ways. So I like to give those behind me plenty of warning.
Yeah.
That, hey, I'm going to stop and turn. But yeah,
I'm
I'm
just glad I got
home
brake
now,
lights.
so I'm going to jump off and go in and help the wife hobble around with dinner.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I
those of you
forgot
that,
about that.
didn't hear the other night, yeah, she taekwondoed her knee. So,
Ooh.
And we won't know until Monday at the earliest that she has an MRI scheduled. They may be able to get her in somewhere else sooner, but got her Monday morning for now. So
Yeah.
she's just miserable. It's starting to hurt her more and more.
Oof.
So
Well,
Oh,
if,
that's
she,
not
if
good.
she needs it
Decided to drive.
removed,
she drove the
If
kids
she-
to gymnastics today against my advice, but
that's no good.
oh, you
But if she
didn't?
does
You
need it
didn't advise
removed,
for
you
her
know-
to drive?
For somebody that
no,
can
I
do
told
that.
her not to drive because
Oh,
she's
I wouldn't
in one of
imagine
those
why.
stabilizing braces and she can hardly move. And she's like, "Oh, I'll be fine." And then earlier she's like, "Yeah, my knee's on fire now." So
Yeah.
Fire's not a
Really?
good feeling.
Why is that, honey?
Told you so. I'll be home soon.
Not a
right.
good
and
feeling.
we got
Prayers to her.
taekwondo with the kid with them again tonight. Of course, I don't know if she may go just to watch, but she may stay home. She stayed home Monday night, but bring the other two.
Oh man, you guys! She's a warrior, dude. She's an absolute warrior. Hey, real quick, they just put this up. The verdict watch began at 4:52 p.m. Central, so
There you
that's
go.
10 minutes now.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, hey man, thanks for jumping on. And
No, thanks for having me.
I don't know. I wish I had the bat signal or knew what was going to happen.
You can probably
because-
watch Twitter, Law and Crimes Twitter, or there's a
Yeah.
Law and Crime Trials. You can go to Law and Crime, and then they'll have a link on their main profile there that to trial watch type, the verdict watch type stuff updates.
Oh, cool.
And they
Yeah, I don't
usually
pay
are
attention to this stuff.
pretty good about giving the heads up that a verdict has been reached. And then once the verdict is reached, then the judge will announce a time, usually give 30 minutes for everybody to get into the courtroom.
Oh well, I got to figure out how I'm going to sub the next stream. So that's
Well,
good.
MG Law and Defendant both really thanks for all your help this morning.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
guys, thank you.
That was
Well, I
great.
wish I dropped out, lost signal right as I got to the courthouse when I could have just sat there for 20 minutes or so.
Yeah,
And I couldn't get back
okay.
in.
yeah. Sorry. It's okay, but thanks for your help and Divinity. Really, that was nice of you.
Yeah, guys, I owe you guys so much for
No.
all you guys for helping me do
Oh,
the
you-
thing. It's this has been cool, and so it does. I mean, when I say that, I mean like it means a lot to me, and so thank you guys for helping Shizzy and Shizzy, of course. Thank you, man. That's
You're welcome,
so
brother.
you guys are too
Thanks.
nice. It's nice being nice. I like this. I like having nice being nice. And you go take care of your wife. Go
Yeah.
get her
All right, y'all have a good
some
one.
Later.
All right,
muscle
see you, man.
relaxers, whatever.
All right, bye.
Peace. I probably shouldn't have said that on the internet. But that's
Oh, well.
okay.
Too
It's
late
been
now.
said now. All right, so we look at Rabbit's got the time there. So let's see here. It's that was 12 minutes ago.
Yeah.
About 18 minutes. I'm gonna cut off. Do you guys? So was it Law and Crime? You guys know I'm not gonna remember this. You know I'm gonna blow this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look
So
at
you have to
Domenico.
make a
Mhm.
choice. So can you stick around long enough that we'll be reminded by Chad, or do you think you'll be able to get the alert and come back? How do you feel? You're just going to leave in 15 minutes and then try to come back live when it happens?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
trust myself. Watch this.
Yeah, hold
It's
on
a good
beer.
idea. It's a good idea. So let's see, we gotta figure out a way. So if you guys hear about it, we'll just have to start messaging everybody. That'll be our bat signal.
Yeah,
And
sounds
then,
good. I'll keep my Discord open.
Yeah, I'll have the
on my phone.
thingamabobber. Oh, my wife's gonna be so upset that she doesn't get to just spend time with me and just like, oh, honey, regale me the stories of your day.
Yeah, that's what I've got going
She's
on.
been in the chat the whole day, so.
I know that. I'll tell you what's
Yeah,
funny
she
is
is.
I walk out of the room and the dogs look at me like, what is wrong with you, dude? Like all day long, you have been in there talking to yourself, and we're out here like we're ready to play. And then I'm like, love you guys, but I can in here. So I get abused by my dogs. That's dumb. I'm not talking now. So,
That's what
gotta
happens
stop.
at 8 hours and 48 minutes.
Yeah.
You kind of run out of
Yeah.
words.
Yeah. You know what's funny? It still is that first day is the one that bothered me.
Yeah.
Well, now my body's just kind of gotten used to Dr. Pepper and Pop-Tarts. Well, I mean,
That's all you eat anyway.
It's true. It's true. So now I'm starting to feel like Jabba the Hutt, but you know, like my whole bottom section is now like glued into this chair. Nothing's sounding good when I say it.
Guess you can't be Han Solo after all.
It sounded better in your head.
Oh, expert.
Well, the other voices laughed. Everybody else in my head laughed.
The expert, just start another stream and give everyone the link.
That's what
There you
White
go.
Rabbit said.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Why would
That's
you-
what I'll
yeah,
do. Yeah, I'll send everybody a link.
That's what I meant by the bat signal.
Here she comes.
I was just gonna say, start a new stream.
I know.
Give everybody the link. They can go ahead and get in, mute. And
Been a long day. We forgive you, expert.
Once, well, we're at what is this now? We're at what time we're
8
gonna
hours,
be off this
49
thing?
minutes.
Well, like 11 minutes.
Yeah, 11 minutes. I'll be off here.
Yeah.
I'll start a new thing. She says I need to start it now, which is probably the truth.
Meh.
But why should I do stuff the right
Well,
way
thanks,
now?
Rabbit.
So, hey, you know what? This is a weird one. So yesterday and the day before, I had so many things plugged in that my laptop wasn't staying charged, and it's plugged in. It was slowly draining down. So I
You said
moved
that
the
yesterday. I'm like, I think that's normal. It's not normal.
No, because it was plugged into power. So I changed the power plug thingy, and now I've got it's in a
When
dedicated.
you've got so much stuff sucking off the computer that even with the power cord, it's still draining.
I see what you're saying, Jimmy. I don't know what I was thinking.
have too many buttons.
Yeah, and all this devices plugged into it.
Well, his buttons take up at least 50%.
Don't push the expert's
I need
buttons.
to. I'll take a picture of. I've got like 9 things plugged in into a circuit breaker deal, and then I have a extension cord that has all the lights. Because there's they have chargers too. Phone chargers, headphone chargers, spare battery chargers. Oh,
Spare
His
headphones.
electric meters just smoking from spinning so fast.
The Tennessee Valley Authority likes me.
What was that scene in Christmas Vacation where Clark actually gets the lights on, then the meter starts spinning like crazy?
And they had to turn on the reserve nuclear power.
The nuclear power.
Yeah, that's how it is here. That's how it is here. You know what? It's so bad that last night I started looking up battery backups. Like
You have
just
battery backups.
Yeah, but I was thinking like I need a really big one. So like it'd be slower and slower of a discharge.
Get a
I was like, what the
generator.
hell's going through my head? I need to go to sleep. And then
Oh,
I
you've been
couldn't.
called out, White Rabbit.
Oh, she hungry. Uh-oh.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and end this, and then I'll start another one, and I'll send you guys links. But anyway, guys, everybody, thanks for being here, guys. Don't forget Shizzy's. Go over to his. He's been pinned at the top of mine.
He's been Iron Man today.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. So yeah, go. We gotta get him subbed up. We gotta get him growing, man. That's. I love getting growth. I love that. You know what? I just sound gay right now. So I'm gonna stop talking. I need to stand up and walk around. Guys, I love y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody, please have a good time and come back. We will. I'll do the what's that thing? The Twitter thing or the X thing, whatever it is now. And
still Twitter, because birds aren't real. That's why it's named X.
That's right. That's right. Make sure your notifications are on, and we'll sit here. And here's what's funny.
You know what? I'm hanging up on you. The sooner you hang up, the sooner you can get back. This verdict is coming in soon. I love you, Rabbit. I hope he gets you food. I love you.
I woke up to go get me a cold pop, and then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life.